It's like from the moment that they got the first pick into the Baron, into all the towers, by the end of it, it was like 7-something thousand gold swing off of that.
Baron was taken at 25.55. They were 4,200 gold behind, and then at 29 minutes, they were 4,000 gold ahead.
Okay, so 8.
And I guess the Baron buff would have expired before that, but still within 3 minutes basically.
Yeah, and the entire time they had because of the lane swap and having Sven be able to lane the whole time versus melee and just turbo stack on the Smolder, he set the pro record for Smolder stacks they had at
fastest to 225.
1901, I believe.
Yeah, 19 minutes or so to 225, I think it was.
Yep.
So it was one of those games where I felt like you see, at times you see like the confidence from Sniper and Quid and whatnot. It's really paying dividends. In this game, it felt like they were getting a little bit overconfident because if I remember early in the game, we're seeing like Jensen and stuff get killed in the side lanes on the Corki, and they were kind of like finding these 1v1s that were really working well. Sniper even I think got a solo kill early on against Licorice, but then Dignitas just started having one person like hovering their solo laners, right? Like they would have Isles behind Jensen or they'd have Spica behind Jensen. Like someone would always be there as that second man, and it didn't feel like Quid and Sniper were playing with respect to the fact that there could be an extra person there and still looking for those dives and still looking for those plays. And then they just started getting picked off and they started getting killed. And then we had that one play right before Baron, which was really pivotal, where Sniper is trying to kill the inhibitor tower in Licorice's face while Licorice is hitting him, and he ends up getting so far behind. He uses his like empowered Q on the tower while Licorice is hitting him, and then Licorice ends up killing him and then TPing to the Baron, and that was like a pretty game-changing play. So definitely a rough one to lose for 100 Thieves, but then they come off that game and they got blasted in the second game. Dig was looking really, really dominant in the second game, and Sven had another strong performance. And actually won Player of the Week. So Sven, I think, has been looking really good across these 2 weeks. Even in their loss last week to Cloud9, he had that first game where it was like 8-1-8 or something on Varus, and they were like 2v2 killing, Berserker and whatnot. So Dig had a pretty strong showing, and I feel like I guess I'm just having trouble deciding how good I think or how not good I think 100 Thieves are. Because they're kind of like a big question mark.
Because you're like, they only beat NRG.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. Well, and it's just not a lot of games that we've seen yet, right? Yeah. But it's like there's a lot of question marks on, because all in spring, every pro is telling me this team is frauds. Like these guys aren't good. We slam them in scrims 24/7, but they kept winning on stage. And then in playoffs, eventually they did get knocked down. But it's like all the info I was always getting about them was always different than what I was seeing on stage. And then so coming into summer, it's kind of like, okay, well, what's the real 100 Thieves? Are they going to kind of turn back into a pumpkin and be this team that everyone's telling me they are, or are they going to continue their stage results?
I mean, they're just still pretty young, and we could see this a lot in the split pushing game. It's something that is one of the hardest things to learn in competitive League of Legends is how to play a good late game split push, like full map game plan. And it's one of the biggest things that APA specifically, when he came back from MSI, it was like, I learned so much about split pushing. That was like his biggest takeaway from playing against the best teams in the world. And you can see it in like some of the Team Liquid games, but Sniper is still so young. And incorporating into pro play, the coaching staff from 100 Thieves themselves are always talking about how they're constantly trying to teach him like whatever different fundamentals or aspects of pro play and all these things. Like he's really good in his individual lane and in the matchups and stuff. But the team as a whole, learning some of these things and like keeping up cleanliness and comms and coordination and stuff towards those later stages, I think is something that is going to show variance in these games. So I think they are a good team. Quite clearly, they have a very high peak, and they definitely are a good team, but not fully refined.
Yeah, to the point on their split pushing, I think that this game was a little unique in the sense that it was kind of a similar comp that NRG pulled out with the Yone, Karthus, Senna, where you have like they have Yone, Camille in side lane. So I actually think it makes sense for them to play really aggressive and look for the solo kills because you've got like a Karthus and Senna ult to back you up. So I think Dig does definitely deserve some credit for being able to like survive that pressure and counter hit because, it's not a fun time to be Jensen. You're Corky. In the entire game, he was just getting traded on by Yone under his turret, getting away with like 100 HP every single time. Has to be ready for the Karth assault, but I think they ran triple TP on Dig. Smolder had a TP, and then what fell apart to me, I think, was like the Scion looked really sus, like the Scion Senna combo. Smolder getting solo kills in lane or 2v2 kills or whatever, like that's just not real, right? Like Smolder's supposed to be this weak laner, and then he's just coming out of lane with multiple kills. He was like 10-0. So to me, I feel like that was the bigger failure than the split pushing, because like, in any of these things, like a small imbalance can really, the difference between killing some guy and him getting away with 100 HP is not that big, but the consequences of it is huge, right? So I think, it didn't work out for him, but I like that they're playing this kind of style. I think it's strong, being able to play like side lanes and whatnot.
Yeah, no, I really like the flexibility that this 100 Thieves team has shown, and they definitely can execute on a lot of the different styles. So it's not just like, oh, they're only good at one thing and they try a bunch of random stuff. So definitely very excited for this series. Let's do our predictions for this series for 100 Thieves versus Team Liquid, since we are doing our predictions for this
TL20
for this entire episode. I'll go TL21 and say it is going to be a more fun series, and I don't think that is actually a crazy reach or anything, because I really do think that this 100 Thieves team has the capability of surprising Team Liquid and also actually executing on these game plans.
Yeah, I would say probably 2-0 TL as well. I think they're just looking so solid right now, and 100 Thieves has historically struggled against the teams that are, just good and solid. I think they do better in chaotic games where, their opponents might take more risks or give more openings. So I just don't think TL's going to give that to them.
Yeah, they looked so solid this week. I thought their macro was
all right.
really
Next
strong.
up, we got
Shopify, Cloud9.
We got Cloud9 versus Shopify, and Shopify is, how do we say this? They're struggling, that's for sure.
It was hard to watch their games this last week. I don't want to flame Tomio too much because he's new, but I'm glad he's not using the C2 Medios name on stage, because that performance was not good. His Zyra it looked like he hadn't played her before.
There was a few times he ulted with no plants down and stuff.
Not even just that, but even just the basics of the build. He went blue smite on Zyra, so you don't have the red poke in
the proc,
and slow. He rushed cooldown boots, which makes no sense on that champion.
No faded ashes.
Yeah, I mean, you like cooldown boots suck on her. You want Sorks. It's so important, because there were times where he would full combo someone, and it's like that they probably should have died if he just had a reasonable build. So, no, that was hard to watch. They looked so lost. They looked so beneath their competition. It was, I don't know.
I mean, the craziest thing is, you're talking about the Tomio build and stuff. I don't even think he had the worst builds on the team. I think Fake God's build was even worse. They were playing against, I'm pretty sure it was the Fake God, what's it, Cassante game? If I'm remembering correct. Yeah, he was playing against Udyr. He was playing against Impact's Udyr, and he went Merc Treads, and then Force of Nature, or no, not Force of Nature. He went what's the Magic Sunfire?
Kainuk?
No, it's
Hollow Radiance.
Hollow Radiance. He went that item, and they're playing against Zeri Tristana on the other team, with like 2 tanks top and Zeri Tristana, and I was just like, I actually couldn't believe it. Like, I understand if you need some sort of MR, but it's not like build is gonna make you win the 1v1 against Udyr. He lost 3 plates in the solo 1v1 to Impact, and then just stacks MR for the time he has to go into the team fight. APA had an LDR before he even had 1 armor item, right? Like, there was just no way he was ever going to be tanky. So I thought the builds in this one were crazy. Yeah, I thought that was actually crazy. They were struggling, and like that's just something. It's like builds. I'm the most on the side of gameplay when you're like doing the gameplay to builds importance thing, right? I'm not usually someone who's super harping on someone's builds, because at the end of the day, it's like, you have to be able to perform and you have to be able to play, and that's going to be the 90-95% of it. But there are some times where it's just like, it is just so wrong that it just doesn't even make sense, And I thought this was one of those situations. So I was really kind of just disappointed in seeing that the build from Fake God.
I think another problem is that this is 2 series in a row. Like both weeks have been really, really stompy on the receiving end here for Shopify. So it feels very difficult to not even have like one game in either weekend to be able to point to try and like build a positive or like have hope, type story. It also is like, this is one of the weekends where like afterwards, Insanity's tweeting out stuff like, he's, super disappointed, and they're like embarrassed, and so it's just like, oh man, it is looking very, very dire here for this squad, and going up against Cloud9 is a very difficult opponent right now. Even though Cloud9 have been sloppy in some of their wins, they still keep getting their wins and are still finishing these games, and honestly, the areas for improvement for Cloud9, I feel like they have, after each series, they're like, oh yeah, immediately into review, and it's clear, what they're going to start looking at. So yeah, I think this is going to be a very uphill battle for Shopify, but that's not like that's not a hot take. I think that's like 100% of people have that take.
Yeah, it's just tough because they played what most people would say was the easiest possible team they could play in Immortals. They got absolutely slapped, and then they played probably the hardest possible team in TL, and they got absolutely slapped, right? So like you said, there's nothing to point to be like, well, this is what they're going to be able to do. I think besides, people are still like, well, B-Voy's good, so you have to hope that you can get B-Voy going, and that's some sort of kind of recipe for success. But it doesn't feel like they're particularly playing around him. It doesn't feel like they're doing that well in lanes. It doesn't feel like they really are sure what to do on the map. So it's definitely really tough. And Impact crushed Fake God on the Udyr side of the Udyr K'Sante, then took K'Sante and almost solo killed him, and went even in the rest of the lane. So it was definitely a tough one for them. I think C9 are clearly going to be massive favorites against Shopify. I don't think anyone's going to predict Shopify, spoilers. But I guess I still don't feel like it's come together for Cloud9, and I am kind of hitting that point where I'm like, will it come together? Are they going to be able to ever get to the kind of levels that people were hoping for when the kind of initial super team got announced in spring? Because we all had them power rank first. Everyone kind of thought they were going to win the LCS. Everyone thought they were going to be so dominant. And yeah, I think Cloud9 is definitely looking solid, but I still don't think that their bot lane in particular has looked anywhere close to the level of dominance that like I was kind of initially expecting when it came together. Berserker feel like he has kind of taken a step back or a step down compared to the level of play that he had in the past. Thanatos, I think, we have to wait longer to see because, he is newer. I think he had a stronger showing this week than last week. But yeah, I'm just kind of trying to get a read on Cloud9, and it feels like a little bit hard because I do know that they're obviously incredibly talented. I think they probably are the most talented team in the league still, as far as like what is your peak. Yeah. But it's just a question of like, are they actually going to get there, right? Like, are we holding on to something that doesn't exist? Yeah.
Absolutely. I think that for Shopify, they just have to hope C9 is Wilden on the day. I think I would give them like a 1% chance of winning that one, maybe.
1% is crazy. 1%?
All right, 0%.
Oh my god.
No, I don't know. I mean,
1% is 1 out of 100 games. You think if they played 100 times, they would only win one game? That's
from
crazy.
what I've seen so far, yeah.
That's crazy. That's like.
No, he thinks they'll win 0. Did you hear the correction?
I mean, maybe they'll prove me wrong and show up, but I agree with C9. I think they have the highest ceiling out of any team by like maybe even a decent margin. They've also had, I guess, like the highest variance in their play, where like they have some really sus plays, which, I mean, it's not the end of the world. It's the beginning of this team playing together. I think a lot of it is like, like you said in the Immortals game, Thanatos gets a little like too eager and sometimes goes in and kills himself. But that's just part of learning. playing as a team, knowing your limits and whatnot. And I think the fact that they're still winning gives me a lot of hope for this team. I think I would not be surprised if C9 just got it together at some point here and just like swept the whole split. So I'm hopeful for them,
especially for
after spring, where it was like in spring every week. I'm like, okay, surely now.
That was best of ones.
Yeah.
That was best of ones. Anything could happen.
True. There are some specific things too for Cloud9 where I'm like, this is gonna be so incredibly hard for Immortals. Where like the annoying one where Berserk for Shopify, the annoying one where they had the game where Berserker was like Senna mid with JoJo harassing him.
Oh yeah, against the Jace, right?
Yeah, Mask,
Yeah,
dude.
Mask.
I was
like
for Mask watching that.
And then another team did it like right after that as well.
He just he's like stood by the Raptors. Then Jace jumps in hammer form. He's there just auto attacking him. Then walks down towards bot and then just wraps by the enemy Raptors and walks back in mid lane again. And he had to base, and his only buy was rebuying the health potion that he had to use.
And I'm like, you're already playing against JoJo, which is one of the most aggressive, like our most aggressive, like annoying mid laner to play against. And then you also are playing against Berserker at level 1, and you have to go back and base, and you're just like, I was like, oh my god, that is so insanely painful. If they do that to Insanity, I feel like it's gonna be a complete collapse there. So I don't know.
I think more teams will be aware of the Senna cheese.
Yeah, I mean, we already saw two teams.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those things. It's like if you're not expecting it, it will punish you super hard, but it's not that hard to just have in the back of your mind, okay, they've got Senna. I should maybe ward level 1, play to a side where I know the Senna is not currently standing. So,
yeah.
I mean, that's part of learning the game. Those tactics always pop up, supports level 1 ganking, junglers level 2 ganking. It's just champion-specific things that once you know about.
It's like the Twitch stuff. Everyone knows if there's Twitch in your game, level 1, you have to wait till he shows or he's going to queue in on you.
Yeah, if you don't see it for a while, though, sometimes you forget. Those are slip-ups that can happen. And, I just think the more you see it, the more aware you are of it, and the less likely it is to work.
Yeah, I think lane phase in particular is going to be brutal for Shopify in this series. Cloud9 side, I feel like, is going to have some pretty big advantages early on, and then I don't see like Shopify being able to mount comebacks, because one of the other knock-on effects of having disastrous games the first 2 weeks is that then it starts to be, that's in the back of your mind. It starts to be hard to come in and actually make comebacks happen in games while you're on stage, because it just like builds up with all the other losses and all the other pressure, especially if like we're already seeing on social media where it's very clear that they feel really bad about the performances themselves. So good luck.
And even beyond that, it's funny because it's so early, it feels so early, but this will be the 3rd week. If NRG and Shopify, they're the 2 winless teams. If they lose, you're 0-3. There's only 7 series that you play. That's almost half of it done, and you haven't gotten a win yet. You're already in a really bad spot. Even just standings wise, it becomes very difficult to then be able to come back and actually catch up to teams, towards the top, if that's kind of the goal that you're going for. So, you need to start picking up some wins. I don't think it'll be here for Shopify. I do think Cloud9 are looking strong. For me, I'm just kind of trying to evaluate over these next couple of weeks. Do I think Cloud9 is a team that can actually take down TL and challenge for a championship, or are they gonna end up finishing more similarly to how they did in spring, where they still kind of had some of those issues and they just could never get across the hump?
My gut reaction to that right now is that Cloud9 is a team that could take down TL, but I would not bet on it. I think
definitely not today.
Just the mistakes or like some of the overchasing or some of the I just feel like if you're playing the numbers game and you're just looking at odds, I feel like TL has been a lot more consistent, has just made a few less unforced errors than Cloud9, although Cloud9 should have a very strong peak to this team.
All right, well, predictions. I think probably everyone's going Cloud9 down the line.
2-0.
All right, and then we got the match of the week here. It's going to be FlyQuest versus Dig, which is spicy for a lot of reasons.
Yep.
This one's gonna be really, really exciting.
We have a tweet that was from Nah Men. They did this interview on June 15th at the beginning of the split with Jensen.
NA Men.
Yeah, Nah Men is the parade thing.
Yeah.
You, I think this one just everybody already knew this story of Jensen getting kicked off FlyQuest, and everybody was already kind of angry about it. But the quote that they use for it is directly from Jensen, where he says, quote, "I messaged FlyQuest about if I was kicked, and I was told to wait a few days. But then it was like, the decision wasn't made back then. Don't worry. We're not hiding it behind your back." And he says, "But obviously that's bullshit. I know it was coming." So everybody's already looking at all these members from Dignitas, like Jensen and Spica, that was a content creator and got released from being a content creator from FlyQuest as well. And so, yeah, Dignitas revenge matchup versus FlyQuest is going to be a banger.
I mean, I think FlyQuest have just become the villains of the league. It's kind of funny. It's really just the two players, right? It's Bwipo and Inspired that I feel like everyone is kind of focusing their ire towards, who, people are feeling some type of way about everything they said about Jensen. And I think Jensen for sure has got to be feeling some frustration about that himself. Then you're kicked off the team. It feels like he was absolutely scapegoated by FlyQuest for their loss in the finals. Then they, burn out of MSI. They do horrible at MSI, and you get kicked and you get replaced by a guy that, people are from FlyQuest are saying, he's more aggressive. He's going to fit better. He's going to do all this stuff better. And it's like, I don't really see it. Maybe Quad will be able to develop into that player that, is even better than Jensen. But right now, I think Jensen's definitely the better mid laner. They seem to be playing a very similar style, but Jensen's just kind of doing it better. So it would be so sweet for Jensen to be able to take them down. And you already know it's the same feelings on FlyQuest, because Inspired and Bwipo, if you're blaming this guy for everything, if you're telling Jensen he's ass, and he's the reason that you lost in finals, and he's the reason that things went wrong at MSI, and that's kind of your feeling, then losing to him would feel terrible.
You know what I love though around this whole thing is that feels like authentic beef, which is something that we haven't had a lot of in the league. You don't really get that kind of situation anymore, and I think by the time this episode comes out, the content piece will be released, because I think it's coming out today, where Jat sits down with Inspired and Jensen. Ooh. And I am so interested in watching that, because it's just like that's such a good content piece. It's like I'm so interested in what they're going to say to each other, because obviously, they have some beef. They don't hate each other as people, but obviously things didn't work out in the team, and there was some dysfunction there, and just addressing it is pretty high for sure. The other one I wanted to touch on, though,
do you think they'll be fully honest though in a content piece like that? I think it's so hard, because that you're not just saying what you think. It's also being evaluated by so many people, and the fact that it's already blown up to this degree. I think that's the part that makes it hard to know, like, are they really saying what they feel?
Well, they already had that piece that came out where Inspired was saying, when they were discussing the Quad promotion a lot earlier, and he says in that piece that he was unsure because he liked playing with Jensen, and he was originally unsure about the change himself. Mm-hmm. So yeah, there's stories that are out there. Yeah, as far as what you think is the actual reasons or what actually went on behind the scenes.
100%. The thing I wanted to mention about FlyQuest being the villain was there was also that content piece on LCS this past week where the players were reading out mean tweets or whatever. Yeah. And the one Bwipo did when he was sitting next to Busio blew my mind. I couldn't believe that. It was something about there was three things in the tweet. One of them was Bwipo's Gangplank. The guy, it was clearly just a jab at Bwipo. He was saying are you gonna watch your character when you Gangplank ult? And Bwipo took it seriously. He didn't laugh about it. He said, "You're clueless." He took offense to it. And then another one was about Busio not being able to play melee engage supports, and Bwipo just straight throws him under the bus when he's sitting right next to him. He's like, "Oh, that one's true. Yeah, he can't play him." And I was just like, what? You're not going to laugh at yourself, but you're going to like throw your boy who's sitting right next to you under the bus. Like I could not believe that.
Also,
That
Bwippo
was-
did legitimately get like solo killed while watching it.
Yeah, dude.
while
I mean,
watching his
it was such an you can't defend that play. Like obviously,
You just have to say, "Yep, my bad."
yeah, you just go. Like I'm a dumbass. Like
Yeah.
Or-
anyone who does like that, just laugh about it.
Or
It
if you're
clearly-
if you're saying that you were looking at your screen, then
That's worse.
Yeah, I think that is worse. Like what?
yeah, I don't know. When I saw that, I was just thinking like this guy's really buying into this whole villain thing because that is just not a good look
Yeah.
in any way.
Yeah.
Woof.
I mean, we'll see. That if you want to watch that, it's LCS Pros React to Community Flame. It's on the LCS YouTube. Also got tweeted out. That's the video that Midas is talking about. There's actually been so much good pro content this year coming out on the LCS YouTube. So if you guys haven't been checking it out, you should get in there. I know a lot of people love pros, but not only has there been pros, there has been, we had the Sven Yawn piece talking about their kind of like past beef has been squashed or whatever about the rejected handshake. We have the LCS pros reacting to the community flame. Obviously, the dives on there. We got lots of stuff on there, and more stuff is coming up as well. You talked about the piece that should already be released when this comes out. I know you have some more content coming up, so there's all kinds of cool stuff that's going to be on there.
Back on this point that you were talking about though, with Bucio not being able to play melee supports and like Bwippo saying like, "Oh yeah, that's true," in their post match interview.
Crazy.
In their post-match interview where they had the whole team there and they're talking to Inspired and he mentions, or I have to look at it to see who's talking at each point, but they mentioned that with the change in meta, it changes how the team played, where before it was, Inspired taking space and being the engage, and now it's Bucio. And so they asked Bucio about it as well, and he's like, yeah, it is different now, and I have to take space and be the melee and stuff like that.
It was Bwippo in the interview. I do remember that.
Okay,
And,
yeah.
So to Bwippo's credit, he did give Bucio some credit there. He said, he's improved at it. So he's not totally.
It was nicer in the interview, you're saying?
Yeah, he's not totally putting Bucio down at every opportunity, but I did think that pros piece was a little sus.
All right. Well, yeah, we definitely see one thing that FlyQuest are working on and talking about and thinking about.
It is kind of worth noting though that like Bucio's melee sports have been a big question mark. It's
The
not
Nautilus
so much
at
about-
MSI. Woo!
Especially in the big pressure matches. I didn't think in spring he was that bad, and through most playoffs I didn't think he was that bad. He was horrible in finals. And he was horrible at MSI. That's just true.
I
right?
think this split even he hasn't been that good on these picks. So it's less about what is Bucio's level. It's more about just what do you say about your teammates in public that I kind of had an issue with.
I felt like it was a nerves thing too. When I looked at like, at least, I mean, you could talk about like, okay, he's got issues with his game. There's things that he can improve on. Everyone does, right? And he is a young player. But I thought overall he was pretty solid during most of the split and most of the playoffs. I thought it was a dramatic drop off in performance, decision making, mechanics, everything in playoffs or rather in finals and in MSI. So to me, that was like, okay, young player, big stage. It's a nerves thing, right? So I gave him, I'm not a pass, but like I understand it, and it's kind of a question mark of like, can you fix that? Because there are some players, and I'm sure you've played with players like this in the past. In every game I've been in, every scene I've been in, there's players that are known as this guy is amazing. And the scrim god stuff, I feel like isn't so much of a thing anymore. People always talk about that with like, oh, Golden Glue's the scrim god, or whatever. But that stuff is true. There's players that just can't sometimes get over the nerves in the big matches, and they are known to kind of crumble in those situations. They can't get past it. Other players, they struggle with it for a bit, and then it's not a problem anymore. So, that was kind of my read on Bucio, and in finals and MSI, that it was probably a nerves thing, and I just kind of wanted to see if he could get past it.
I am really excited for the jungle matchup because I know everybody's obsessed with all the Inspired versus Jensen stuff, but I've been watching Spica's stream a lot too, and when he was on FlyQuest as an influencer, and so he is definitely also this. I guess it's gonna have to take a back seat as like secondary revenge story, but it's still right there, and it's directly opposite the like, I don't know, evil is not a great word, but like the villain, the villain. The villain
take down the evil inspired.
Yeah, but from the community sentiment right now, that's what it
They're
feels
the
like.
villains. They're
It
100%.
literally is like this giant wave of everyone looking at them and being like, "Oh, I can't wait until Blippo and Inspired lose games." And for Spica to also have been previously kicked off of FlyQuest and then brought back on as a content creator and then released as a content creator also before getting the Dignitas thing and then getting signed up on Dignitas, and for Inspired to have this community target on his back as being one of the main villains. If Spica, who they had as content creator, gets a jungle diff on Inspired that people ended up being quite negative on, people are going to be like, why didn't we, we had Spica right there the entire time. And I don't know. There is this game. I hope there is all chat. I feel like this series is going to be crazy.
I don't know if these guys are going to be that big into the typing, but definitely I think post-game interview is going to be spicy no matter what.
Dude, if I'm Inspired, I'm looking, my camera's locked on mid lane, and I'm just thinking like, yo, where's Jensen's ward? When's his next trinket coming up?
Gotta gank this vegan.
How funny is it if Jensen just plays some carry thing and just styles on him though?
Oh, it'd be awesome. It'd be hilarious.
Yeah, it would be.
I'd be the good guys winning.
Yeah.
I mean, Jensen is really good to like dodging. I always feel like he's been so good at dodging ganks.
His movement.
Yeah, I mean, dodging skill shots, dodging ganks and stuff in lane. So yeah, I can like Inspired goes there. And he's like wasting all his time trying to go for him, and Jensen's like
they're all gonna be
and
locked in.
Oh my goodness!
This is literally the video game meme where it's like it's that like that, and then it's like time for Dignitas FlyQuest sitting forward, right? Like these players are gonna be so.
It's an ego matchup.
Yeah.
Up. Like even no matter what these players say about it not being one, it is. It's just like there are extra stakes at play here. Like you want to win this match so bad.
I'm actually ridiculously excited for
Plus, even more like goodwill is on the side of Dig now because they were so fun this week in their post-match interview that we talked about at the beginning of the show, where it's like the good old school days of esports where these are, you can tell, they're all veterans. These guys all still have so much passion for the game and they're having so much fun playing together. It's it's like the old Cloud9 days when people what loved most about the Sneaky and Meteos combination is that they were really good friends just playing the game. Yeah,
it's the vibes. You gotta have good vibes.
They were winning a lot, but they're also just joking the whole time and having fun, and like that is kind of the vibes for Dignitas right now.
And I saw so many people tweeting, that they didn't think that they would be cheering for Dignitas, but like they're loving the vibes of the team. They're loving all these players that have been brought back. I mean, I am personally really, really excited to just have Licorice back in the league. I thought that was, crazy that he didn't end up having a spot. Obviously, there was extenuating circumstances because, he wanted to stay with Golden Guardians. Then Golden Guardians was gone, and all of a sudden he doesn't have a spot. But it's been great having him back. Sven.
He was amazing on the show, by the way.
Licorice.
Thanks really again because the pros, it's just their off day, right?
Yep.
And so they only get one off day. So I'm always so thankful when they do come on the show because it really – like it makes the whole show, it gives it a whole nother energy. They provide so much insight.
Yep.
And it's like their only off day because they're scrimming every other day.
And he was there all day because he did analyst desk, he did casting, and then he stayed after to do pros. So I think he did actually. I'm almost 100% sure. But yeah, he was there basically all day. Sven has been performing really, really well. That was kind of a bit of a question mark for me. Not that like would he be good or would he be decent or LCS level, but I just didn't know if he would be able to kind of start off on the right foot as much as he is, right? Because you
didn't know he was going to set a pro record?
No, I didn't. No, after role swapping back to his initial role and not having played for a split, I wasn't sure what kind of a Sven we were going to see. And it's easy, I think, when we haven't seen him play AD for like 2 years, 3 years now, I think something like that. It's been a while, but he was just perennially a top 3 AD carry. Almost always it felt like he was up near the top, one of the best ADs, one of the hardest workers, and he's always been able to maintain that. So it has been really kind of cool to see him just come back and immediately hit the ground running, and he's been performing really, really well. So this is going to be exciting. Do we want to talk a little bit about the actual matchup itself?
Yeah, that's what I was going to transition into, because as much as there's so much community, it's like 90-10 or something, it feels like, for community, all for Dignitas. So many players that I have been talking to are like scrims. FlyQuest has been doing very well. So the villain right now is very strong. So this is not going to be like, oh yeah, guaranteed win for the good guys or heroes or protagonists or whatever. Even though I do think Dignitas in their recent stage games, like, they look very good. Obviously with the setting the smolder stacking record and blah blah blah. The team fighting looked quite good. The story has been opposite for their scrims, and it's self-admitted from Licorice and Ven and everybody, and they're like going on all the podcasts and shows, and they're like, yeah, we're losing most of our.
The only people they can beat is NRG.
Exactly. They got their energy confidence boosted the day before from scrims from beating them, and so. It's funny because this series is so lopsided. Community one side, scrims on the other side. But if you go on breakdown of how they've kind of been playing the games, I feel like it's actually pretty similar. There hasn't been some huge shift. I mean, Inspired they talked about it a lot, with Inspired playing the AP clearing junglers and making their shift for Busio being engaged champ. But on the Dignitas side, I feel like that's what they've been doing as well, and they've it's not like it's going to be a crazy clash of styles or anything.
Yeah, I mean, FlyQuest are 1-1 right now. They went 1-2 against TL, then they went 2-1 against NRG. So they were fairly competitive against TL. It felt like TL kind of was more dominant, I guess, in the wins, and then
it really sounded too from the post-game interviews from the players and from Nukeduck, where they were like, it sounded like they were kind of expecting to lose the TO.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Didn't they say something along the lines? I can't remember. I think it was maybe Bwipo or someone said something that they thought basically TL was going to be their only real competition. Something to that effect. But they did drop a game against NRG, who we are being so negative on, it feels like, and they did lose a game to them. So did that. Where are you kind of sitting at? Because I know from Scrum Rumors, everyone thinks FlyQuest is probably the second best team. But Dignitas has looked pretty solid on stage. Are you guys actually favoring FlyQuest as you would in the kind of preseason power rankings? Have you been swayed at all by the dig season?
I kind of have. I mean, honestly, I actually have. Right now, I'm leaning dig-sided, especially with Sven feeling so confident and him playing so well.
Yeah, I would lean dig as well. If I was doing a prediction on match result, I would say 2-1 dig, because I think it will be close. I think FlyQuest is going to be a tough match for them. I think that the meta right now and dig's read on it is pretty good for them. I think Licorice is really solid at playing. He's one of the top laners who will play the tanks, but also can whip out a carry as a counter picker or whatnot. So I really like that flexibility up there. Spica, he prefers playing more resource-heavy style. He likes being on these farm champions. And so I think the meta fits dig really well. And, we're talking about the vibes, and I do think the vibes and the energy from the community and whatnot around this match will maybe be the X factor for him.
I was just going to say, so where would you power rank dig then if you could right now? Because I don't actually have yours up here right now, Meteos, but I had them 5th. Kobe had them 5th.
I had them 4th.
You had them 4th. So if we're I'm feeling like they're probably going to be FlyQuest too. I'm are we all delusional? or are they actually a lot better than we thought?
I think it's a matter of moving up the timeline, because I'm pretty sure we all had similar reasoning of, it'll probably be a slow start for this team, and so we're ranking them a bit lower because we're expecting them to not have synergy and a lot of returning players that were not playing competitive last split, Sven with the role swap back, these sorts of things, and so we were kind of giving them time and placing them low. But I also think we are all a little bit delusional because of the storylines and because of the vibes. And that's not cold hard evidence, you know.
We've been infected by the dig season.
It's kind of back to our like early discussion at the beginning of the episode on greatest of all time, and we're like social impact is is coming into play. You know, they've got the entire
brainwashed us.
you know, roster.
Dig
behind
season,
them.
baby.
It's dig
It's
season.
dig season. Down with the evil villain.
I think I would probably stand by my power rankings. Dig top 4. As far as if they're better than Fly, I really don't know. I think that's a hard call to make from what we've seen so far, but I think it'll be close.
Yeah,
I could see it going either way.
I think I'm delusional right now. Like I can see it. I can kind of go third person right now and be like, everyone's telling you all the scrims. Like we're doing so much better. And I'm like, I've been burned by scrims before.
Yeah. It's gonna be interesting. I mean, for me, my feelings on FlyQuest are still kind of the same, and it's just gonna depend upon how good will Quad be by the end of the split, right? You know, like what level can he get to? How well can they work with him? Because right now, I felt like this, you know, at the beginning, and I still feel like this now, is that he is kind of just a worse version of Jensen, right? So I don't think that, you know, their team is going to be, you know, better with that change. But this is going to be such a spicy matchup. This is the most excited I have been for a regular season game in I don't know how long, in a really
Very
long time, in years.
Very long time. Like,
Seriously, I'm actually so excited for this.
This is not to the level of like what League was at that point, but the first game after Double Lift had left CLG to join TSM. I mean, that's probably that's like the biggest move of all time at that point, right? Because it had been its arch rivals, and you know, there was so much going into it. But that's a thing that I can think of, right? That we're not at that level, but like we're approaching those levels. Like there is so much behind this.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really hype. Let's jump on to talk about the patch a little bit really quick, because we got a meeting we have to run to pretty soon. This ended up being a big one, a big episode. We're almost 100 minutes in here. We haven't even touched on the patch. There's quite a few changes that are coming out that have actually been tweeted out by Froxon, the head designer. And one of the most interesting ones, I think, is kind of the Varus changes. They're trying to make him more towards on hit instead of, you know, being as prevalent with the lethality builds that are really, really popular in pro. Mostly in pro, people play lethality. On hit, it's obviously still mixed in there, but what's your guys' take on this kind of adjustment, as they're calling it, to Varus?
Well, they're also trying to make him less of a lane bully and take a little bit away from pro play. So I'm all on board for that direction of changes. We'll see how it plays out, because it's pretty complicated changes with the changes for attack speed and reducing. I think it's like all of these sound like such good ideas, you know, where they're like, oh yeah, you know, the on hit version had this problem where you were actually running into attack speed cap, and then you weren't getting value later, and so they're making, you know, adjustments to the pretty heavy adjustments to the passive, and they're changing the lockout for empowering your Q, and all these things like sound so good. Plus they have the goal of reducing the pro play presence, which people are already like really looking forward to shakeups in the meta and stuff. So I think these are quite positive changes. I'm very hopeful for these changes, but it might take a follow-up pass, you know, as far as balancing and tuning goes for.
It's hard to say. I mean, there's so many numbers here. I think the biggest one to me is the base AD nerf. I know a lot of times, especially AD carries can be somewhat live or die by their base AD. So 3 is generally a pretty big nerf. I know champions like Twitch and Caitlyn will get like 2 base AD adjustments and kind of make them go from flavor of the month to unviable. So I don't know. 3 sounds like a lot for Varus. But there's a lot of other changes coming in. I personally am always more of a fan of the on-hit Varus than Poke, because like his damage is just unreal. I play a lot of like Bruiser frontline champs, and nothing kills you like a Varus kills you. Like he just ults you and you're dead. So I don't know. I would still imagine he's going to be strong, but hard to really say.
At the very least, the 3 AD thing to me is like, I really like that, because that is one that directly hits the like lane bully pro play Hail of Blades. Like your level 1 Hail of Blades with 3 less attack damage on it is I like the direction of these changes. So hopefully their vision is realized, and whether or not it takes a follow-up patch or not to balance.
It'll be interesting because I was looking at the breakdown in pro. Like, so for top regions, 81% of Varus games have opportunity built, so obviously playing lethality. Only 14% of games have Blade of the Rune King, right, which is like generally you're on hit rush. So it is very, very heavily lethality. But also I was kind of surprised with a pretty significant amount of games. So 69 games played in major regions, 37% win rate for Varus. So it's not doing well really at all or anywhere in the world. So it is really popular, but it is kind of interesting that
I think Poke Varus is it's one of those ultimate bait champions where it feels good to play. And I think people really like the fact that it's a much safer build. It's, you're always going to be able to do something as Poke Varus, whereas there are some on-hit games where you're just outranged and you're just having a bad time. But I don't know. I wouldn't even be surprised to see him start doing better if people are more forced into this on-hit style.
What are you most looking forward to this patch? What is your favorite change? I'm going to start with mine and submit the Karthus nerfs. I hate it when there are turbo clears exactly like Karthus, and so many people have the turbo clear into spamming ultimate, play style. But Karthus also is really annoying because if the Karthus has winning lanes, then he can just come in and invade you and starve you out and just push you out too. It's not even like he's one of those farmers over on his own side. He like comes in on your side too, and it's like absolutely pushes you out of areas of the map super early on in the game. So I was pretty happy to see what looked to me like some pretty dang good nerfs on Karthus. So I'm very happy to see those. The Skarner ones, I was very happy to see Skarner on this list too. Talia, I actually really like and I was fine with, but admittedly very strong as a flex pick, both mid and jungle here. So a couple of swings at that one too. But generally, I was like, wow, this patch, I like what I am seeing in this patch with a lot of the target nerfs. There were some that we were talking about it before the show, Medios, where like, I actually Gragas popping up here was kind of strange. Like I hadn't seen him, in a while either. But I'm happy to take a big swipe at the Karthus brand Talia, like top tier ones up there.
I think the one that stood out to me a lot is the Skarner changes, which it feels like they're just trying to kill top lane Skarner and force you to play jungle. Like these are really big mana changes on Skarner, which is actually really impactful. The Q is going from 30 mana to 50, plus it's getting some max health damage nerf. But they have just been hitting his mana so much. So in 14.7, his mana growth went to 45 from 60. Then in 14.8, it went to 40 from 45, and his mana regen growth went down. Then it got nerfed again, it got a slight increase in 14.9 on his mana regen. Then now they're doing this massive increase, almost like doubling the mana cost on the Q. So they obviously keep hitting his mana. Like at the very first, it was this W max top lane where you just spammed, and then they hit the mana, and everyone's like, okay, well now I'll just build a tier, and I'll still be fine to do that. This I think is actually going to probably kill it top lane, or at least make it so it's not a dominant laner anymore, because I think you're really going to struggle mana-wise if you're trying to do this top lane, whereas in jungle, you just don't really have mana problems. You get so much mana regen, obviously just kind of like existing in the jungle. So I'm
just happy about the hefty damage nerf. Like his HP scaling was just giga insane, and so bring that back in line.
Well, I think this isn't from his max. Like I don't know, this isn't his health, right? This is like the percent of their health when he throws the rock at you.
The official notes aren't out, so yeah, it
says Q2 max health damage.
It is the enemy health, I think.
Yeah, because I remember looking at that, and like Sneaky and Double, if we're both complaining about Skarner's rock doing way too much damage, and it does hit really hard. I don't know if we're gonna see him in jungle, because
he's 0 games played in jungle in pro.
Yeah, and I've played him jungle.
Top regions.
Everyone's telling me he's just a super OP champion, but when I play him, I don't really feel it. I feel like his clear is slow, and another big part of Skarner too is like, it's kind of funny because it feels like how Skarner has landed, and what's making him good wasn't really what he was designed for, right? It's like his E, you think about him having these really interesting gank paths, but that's not even like the best way to use it. The best way to use it is you just get on top of somebody in E and just drag him way farther than it feels like you should be able to, or like ulti into E, into your turret, that kind of stuff. And so I don't see why I would want to play him jungle anymore with these changes. I think it's just going to make him worse top. I would still expect him to be played up there just because like I really don't see jungle Skarner like doing anything useful. So
I think he's just going to be gone from pro. I mean,
yeah,
he's getting played in smaller regions in jungle, so maybe he'll be continue to play somewhere. But like, as long as Games Legends is right, which it almost always is, 0 games played in major regions in jungle, 88 in top, has a 62.5% win rate. It's obviously super OP in top, but like 20 mana per Q, that is so much for an ability that you are spamming.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely going to be big. I just think that like if you pick him now into like Talia, Karthus, Zyra, whatever, you are just getting outpaced so unbelievably hard. You don't even have time to go for ganks because you're just like your clear is actually slow on him.
I think what's going to happen is that they're going to do this patch. They're going to see if it actually is deleted from top lane, which is my impression of what they're trying to do by hitting the mana this hard. And then later they're going to like buff his damage to monsters or something like that to try to get him back in. Because otherwise I think Skarner is just going to be gone from the game just like he was before the rework. And, you know, that's just kind of my read on it because I don't really feel like, I don't know. I don't really know anyone who's like super into the Skarner rework other than saying like Skarner's OP and I want to win, you know? So I do think they're going to be worried about it just kind of like falling off the map like the old Skarner was and going back to like no play rate and stuff. So my guess is they're trying to delete it from top lane and then they're going to rebuff it for jungle.
I think the most frustrating part about the champion is the like weird hitboxes and weird feeling that it just feels like, you know, he can E you while he's facing you and then
behind
push you back anyways. Yeah. And like the weird stuff with his ultimate too, like comes out really fast, like faster than the indicator looks, and like snaps, moves you around, and like the weird way it works with walls and stuff. And so I'm like, is there some way to nerf him that makes it feel more real, like reasonable to play against rather than just numbers like this?
I mean, his W range too. Like, why is it so far? It doesn't make any sense. Why it should be that
giant fart cloud that everyone can smell a mile away.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. The feel of the champion is weird.
Yeah,
especially playing against him. It's just like why is he doing these things to me? It doesn't make sense.
It's like what clunky would be but you have to play against it, and so you're just like it's awkward.
Especially when the WMAX stuff was in top lane. I remember one of the first games I played against it, I was like, you know what? I bet Quinn would pound this champion. And then I played against the WMAX Comet Skarner. And you go in and you're auto-attacking this person from your max range, and he's just Wing you and winning every trade as you're shooting him. And it's like, excuse me? So it's
some gameplay for sure.
It was definitely a weird one. That is pretty dead, but it'll be interesting. I mean, maybe there's some things they can do to kind of like reshape how it is, but then you're talking about basically doing like a mini rework on a champion that just got reworked, right? Like it's probably just gonna be numbers changes.
Yeah, it feels weird if it's heading in a direction where he gets pushed back into being extremely low play rate, like basically where old Skarner was. If he gets completely shunned out, so I don't know. Some kind of smoothing, some way to smooth it while also taking down the power a bit, I think is be a good look.
MF changes are also kind of interesting. I know people are always, I don't know, I feel like MF is kind of polarizing, but it's really is in the game is one of the easy champs that people can pick up and play. I know as far as its like mastery curve, which is generally the amount that your win rate increases with the amount of games that you play. So it has one of the flattest mastery curves in the game, I know, which generally means that like, you know, putting in 10 games of MF is the same as someone who's put in 500 games of MF, right? And so it is getting some pretty decent buffs. It is getting 3 base AD. The lockout on like the move speed with your W has gone down. You're getting a lot more move speed as well, I believe, when it's all capped out. So it does seem to be like it's going to be pretty strong. So even the minimum move speed for your W is going from 25 up to 50 at max rank. And then the total possible is going up to 100 bonus move speed at max rank. So some decent buffs for MF, and I feel like MF can fit in pro sometimes, but it's generally like so combo based. It feels like you need so much setup that it only really fits in when other champions that are really good at setting up become meta.
I'm actually a fan of MF as far as the big moments that you can get with a champion with the ultimates, and I do like champions, especially AD carries, that require and really benefit from your team drafting around you and setting up for you and stuff. I feel like that is like a very fulfilling AD carry role for the AD carry rather than the ones that are super independent. And base stat buffs are always very much more skewed towards higher ranked play and towards pro play. The scaling stat buffs are the ones that are much more towards lower level play. So it'll be interesting to see if this does bring her into pro play, because I actually think that it will. One of my pet peeves is all the AD carries getting insane move speed buffs, though. And so I was like happy to see the other ones, but then it kind of annoyed me to see more crazy move speed for an AD carry
and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah,
she builds no moves most games anyway, so she's just gonna be like way too fast.
I don't know. Yeah, it's the move speed mobility creep for AD carries has been very generous, I feel like. So we'll see. This one does seem like a lot, and like you're saying, she very often rushed Ghostblade as well. It is cool when champs have like unique identities, and if Misfortune's identity is that she can rotate between lanes really quickly and between objectives. We actually saw this for a small time during the double Rift Herald meta, when first Rift Herald was really impactful because it's so early and gets you so much, where MF lanes, because she has a strong lane and she has this out of combat move speed, had an advantage where like you could win lane bottom and then you would roam really fast up to first Rift Herald and then roam really fast, back down. That's kind of cool to me theoretically.
It is only 5 move speed at its maximum that's changing, so it's not too big.
Yeah.
But move speed in general, I know you're saying is really high.
But yeah, it's just this like theme in general to me is definitely one that I had my eye on for a while, with like mobility creep in general, but especially with AD carries and kind of the class of the game that's supposed to build glass cannon.
It's like, have you guys seen the symbiotic souls or whatever, that build with Quinn mid?
Dude, that's what the boots are called. I
I think it's symbiotic souls or symbiotic something.
Something like that. Yeah, the Moby boot.
Yeah, the void boots that give you the Baron powered recall. Yeah,
the void boots Quinn, where it I played against that and it was like really frustrating.
Yeah, I try to not think about that
because it was just like the Quinn just runs at you, trades the health bar, like you win the trade, but like
and then you hear
and then just right back in a second. It gets really frustrating to the point where it was like, it feels like the correct thing is just to not trade with Quinn, otherwise Quinn's gonna take a big trade, then come back, and then you're kind of screwed, because you can't actually get back from base anywhere close to as fast. Yeah. But then you have to give up mid prio, and then the Quinn's just killing your side lanes, and it's like, oh my gosh, that is pretty crazy. So that when I think of move speed, crazy move speed stuff, I'm definitely thinking about that build.
Yeah.
It is pretty strong. Any other patch stuff you guys want to touch on? We got our meeting starting in 5 minutes.
Okay. And then
I think most of these changes are not too significant and probably not going to shake up pro play a whole lot.
Yeah, most of them are smaller numbers changes. This was nearly a 2-hour episode, 110 minutes, one of our longest ones. Just kind of turned into that. It was a fun one. Thank you, Kia, again for sponsoring us. We appreciate it. And that'll wrap it up for this episode of The Dive, driven by Kia. Remember, if you're watching us on YouTube, hit that subscribe button so you don't miss an episode of The Dive. You can also check us out on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or any podcast platform. Make sure you send us your questions on Twitter. Use the hashtag TheDiveLOL. Week 3 starts Thursday. It's Thursday and Friday, not Saturday and Sunday. It starts this Thursday, June 27th, 1 p.m. Pacific. Be sure to tune in. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to Waiting Room. We've got Kobe today.
Yeah, you do.
So excited.
I was typing in chat. I was typing in chat.
I love having you here and just like, yeah.
Jack goes, last weekend before the break.
Yeah, what were you saying?
We're not in the weekend yet.
Well,
It's weekdays. What
Thursday,
days?
Friday.
What days are the LCS on this week, Raz?
Thursdays and
Friday.
Fridays.
Raz watched last weekend. Jack not paying attention.
You guys in the chat apparently watched.
yeah, the people that are here now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good
Congratulations.
job. That's you.
In honor
You're the best.
of understanding the assignment, we're going to give you more work. So we have polls. We have
punishing you.
polls all throughout Waiting Room. Make sure you're participating in the chat polls. And once you have voted in all the polls, we'll then talk about
I'm in there.
the polls you voted in.
Did you already
Oh, you're
vote?
going to vote? Has the
I'm
first
ready.
vote?
Are you
Oh, there is
gaming
literally
the
one
vote?
that's already up
I
right
am
now.
going to game the vote.
Really?
Yep.
What's the first
Early
poll?
PA
Channel
MVP
points
prospect is the one right now being voted upon.
I don't see it yet.
Well, I see it.
I
so
Oh, I
see
see it. I
it.
see it.
Yeah,
I see it.
on Kobe's phone.
Okay.
I'm voting Sven.
Yeah, me too.
What the hell? What is this
We're
rigging?
juicing the
You guys
stats.
are rigging the polls.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, he was already winning. So
a
anyway.
true American tradition.
There'll be more. We're not going to do that the whole time, but it might be
We
a large
are.
part of
Actually, we are.
Yeah. We're just gonna be in chat. Just
Yeah,
go streaming
making
the
polls.
chat
I'll be
polls.
like, who do you think is right, Jad or Kobe?
And this is not a poll question, but who should be Rookie of the Year? That's the top of the show. So it's two different
Let's
games
go.
going on at the same time as I'm learning.
That's fair enough. I mean,
Yeah.
you might as well start talking about it. So these are the Rookie of the Year candidates, the prospects. We talked about it in spring. Now we're getting closer to the end of summer. It's time to talk about the rookies that are here and ready to play.
I mean, at first I was like, all last split, you know what? It's Sniper. Sniper has it in the bag. We don't even have to do the vote. Everybody's gonna vote Sniper. But for me especially, Masu performing on the big stage at MSI, I was like, oh wow, this is a real race right now. I have become a really big Masu fan as well. Sniper, the story is still amazing, you know, all the solo kills and everything. And 100 Thieves starting out this split with a pretty strong week one as well. Really, I feel like kind of restarted the hype behind the team.
And even in the series against Dignitas, he did have pop-off moments like we're seeing right here, kind of trading kills.
Yeah, he got that,
in
both those kills
topside.
and didn't die. Don't have to watch the rest of the clip.
I think the big thing with Sniper is I love when rookies come in and are just super aggressive. Like even before Sniper was doing all these interviews, he's like, with the top lane map changes, I just want to be a 1v1. I just want to kill people. And I feel like his play has followed through on that. And now it's a matter of like, okay, when you're in a side lane, how far are you pushing up on the map? Or like, when are you TPing into your team? So like the smaller things to learn to become a more well-rounded player. But I loved how he's entered the league with such confidence.
Yes, because not only is he learning when he's on stage, but it's the team around him. Because a lot of the times when you're playing in competitive, a lot of times you get bogged down by what you should be doing as a squad, like stopping yourself from like really taking some aggro instinctive plays. Sniper is that player, and for me, a player to watch, because whenever we get into Rookie of the Year kind of candidates, you always forget about summer is usually the one that matters the most.
Yes.
People always, it's the recency bias that's there. It's what matters when the pressure is there, and that's why I'm looking at Thanatos, a really prospect that just came in summer, a prospect that everyone is expecting to succeed. He's put in a position on C9 to do just that. And even though the first few series is not something that we're really that excited about, once he does level up, he is the carry player that people are afraid of playing against. So he's somebody that can sneak up and take that Rookie of the Year from someone else.
He could sneak. He's going to have to be so good
Yeah.
in the last 5 series. 'Cause
Yeah.
Sniper put together a whole split already.
Yeah, he
where
did.
they won like 11 of
Yeah,
their
Ryan's
14 games.
trying to push people towards summer matters the most.
Yeah.
So much so that spring doesn't matter at all.
I'm not saying
Oh,
that.
no.
I'm saying don't sleep
It's the
on
old
the god of
argument.
death.
Okay,
Don't
okay.
sleep on him.
I think in order for Sniper to fall behind Thanatos, I'd say Sniper would have to get solo killed every game. Like at
Fair.
least once a series, and 100 Thieves would have to go like 1-6 or something.
You-
Like they'd have to go in the dumpster.
You vastly underestimate the power of recency bias. Every time we go
True.
into MVP
True.
or you know, any of the awards, people are like, yeah, first 3 weeks or first 5 weeks or spring split. Like, I think what matters most is the consistency from Sniper to show that in summer as well.
I think Thanatos is also going to have to drop some TikTok dances or
true.
some sort of
That's part of your criteria.
Yeah, some sort of entertainment factor here. Sniper is the whole package, full all-around entertainer for the league.
I'm going to return to Masu because he's the other one who's going to have, like,
Yeah.
obviously, in addition to Castle, Mask, and Meech, I think Masu is the other one that people are looking at. I think he has really good hype coming on him from his performance at MSI, right? Where he did surprisingly well against international competition. In fact, at times, was one of the lone bright spots on the team in a few of their team fights. They had a rough
Don't
performance.
worry.
They got the kill.
Even though he missed that one Q,
Yeah.
look at this.
Oh!
Right in the face.
So I'm really curious to see how much he develops this split, because I think with some of the meta changes that have gone through, we've gone back to playing a more standard style of AD carry. Even though Senna is still in the meta, I think we'd all agree that AD carry was a really difficult position to vote on in spring for like all-pro stuff. And I'm really curious to see him in a more standard AD meta, because when I watched him on FlyQuest Challengers, he was much more well known for his team fighting on stuff like the Xayah, or stuff that he could really 5v5 well with.
And I would say the AD carry role for LCS, this split, got way stronger than it was last split.
Yes.
So
Agreed.
it's going to be so much more difficult, in part due to Masu leveling up and getting better and learning so much and improving at MSI. But also, Sven won that poll that we put, the first poll that we put up for
Because-
True.
best player. Sven is
Inspired was like dead last too. That was wild. He had like 10 votes.
I mean, it's also funny because we're talking about Masu, and like Masu and Busio on FlyQuest are like the super nice, super quiet, you know, not trying to attract any of the drama or anything. Meanwhile, Inspired and Bwipo on the team are creating this whole narrative where the entire LCS
And
is.
they're running the meeting.
And I will say, Smosism in the chat made a really good point. Like, you just talking about Castle is pretty solid too. Whenever you talk to players, like Impact or anybody, they always kind of talk up Castle as a player, and he's a great carry, like Jace player too. So depending on like Castle's performance and IMT's performance this split, he's another dark horse.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. I mean, the other poll that we had, the polls are flying by.
We're going to touch the answers to the polls later.
I love
but you just love.
I'm already spoiled on this poll because I looked at Kobe's.
I know. I voted. I'm going to vote in all of them.
We gotta be up to date on the news cycle here, okay?
We do.
Live information. All right, I won't spoil the Cloud9 one. I won't spoil it.
Yeah, they're not back. Kobe,
Oh my God! What is this?
We're ruining.
you have a Zyra thing for us.
I do. Okay, Zyra does Baron really fast, and we've got some examples for it. AP junglers in general have been annihilating jungle camps, but this was from the first of the actual good Barons that NRG did. They used Zyra really well. The key is that your ultimate turbocharges all your plants.
Okay.
So you sprout all your plants, and then when you cast their ultimate on them, they're gonna do 150% extra damage, and so you can annihilate Barons. And we first saw this actually before LCS even started. LCK, they had a Zyra jungle. They did it at 20 minutes basically, and they burned it down. But I was just also glad to see the LCS teams, they've all been spamming Zyra in addition to a lot of the other AP jungles that are quite strong right now, and using some of the strengths here. One of them is like burning down Baron, because you have the plants there to help take it, but also with the ulti, you can just burn this thing down so quickly. That one was 12-something seconds. You can do it even faster. There are a lot of really good examples, but it adds this other tool where if you're gonna wait for the channel of a teleport 4 seconds,
Baron's almost gone.
Yeah.
Your Baron's almost gone, right? You have to keep vision on Baron nowadays in this meta, because people will just burn it down.
So if you're playing Zyra, what's the best way? Because seeds will spawn by themselves. You also have
I mean, if you can just hang out by Baron for a long time and spawn extra bunch of ones, usually you don't have that luxury.
But then also
though.
you have a certain number of seeds stored through W.
Yeah, so you pop those.
Yeah.
Also, if you sprout your plants, you can cast your R. If you sprout the plants before the pop-up goes, they'll still get turbocharged by the ultimate.
So you can
So you have a little
RQ,
bit of time.
like
you have a little bit of time, yeah.
Okay, and the R themselves isn't going to make
Also, you want to do the plants a little bit earlier, because the R also refreshes the duration.
So you should QR then.
Yeah.
It's actually pretty crazy that Zyra is our second most played jungler in the split. With
Yeah.
out of 6
It
games,
is crazy.
5 wins, 83% win rate. It's
Yep.
pretty huge.
I was a fan of the Morgana.
Yeah?
Because I played some Morgana and solo queue also, and this one just being a like late draft pick where you really want a black shield, some CC avoidance here. It feels like such a good like R5 or at least later in the draft type of pick.
I'm glad you brought that up because I feel like against the draft, it was really, really good, and it was a great time to slam the Morgana. Remember, Raz, immediately you were like, I love this.
Yes.
I love this. This
Yes.
is great.
The
one thing I'd say, though, is I agree. I feel like you can't slam her as early as Zyra, and Zyra is way more flexible. We are gaming the AP jungle OP poll right now, I feel.
I can't get the poll to show up. What is
So this guy just sucks at looking at it.
Yeah.
Oh, he just has an inferior
If he
phone.
can't get it show up, there's
Yeah.
no vote. We're
Well,
gonna.
why don't I have a
I'm
poll?
like, I can
He
very
doesn't see the
easily
poll.
see
I'm
it
about
on
to vote
Kobe's
in the
phone.
poll. So good luck to that one.
We have the results of our first poll. I voted in the first 2. I don't see the third one.
Yeah, look, you just need to get better. As unfortunately,
They didn't even put below the top 2, but Sven got 52% of the vote. There were 5 people on the Twitch poll ballot.
That's crazy.
We all did say Sven too, so
did.
yeah, we
Game the
all
poll.
said
I
it.
feel like that was, good gamification.
we're not being very.
The waiting room.
Well, I voted inspired. Here's the thing.
He was one of the 11 votes.
I
Raz was
just-
one of the.
But he was already extremely low by the time I did it. I think people just don't want to give him the credit. All right, at the end of the day, he's going to probably come out at the end of the split, probably the best jungler, and he's going to be an
Probably.
MVP candidate. So it is what it is.
So does your vote, like you voted because you saw he had very few votes and you're giving him like a charity vote or what?
It was 50-50. It was a little bit of that. It's like, I don't like seeing someone that down that low.
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
You're trying to build him up.
That's about, yeah, exactly.
Nice guy.
I'm a hype guy, basically. I'm a poll hype guy.
I think the Sven way too early is actually not too early to consider it, though. Because the narrative for him is going to be so strong.
The narrative,
If,
yes.
if Dig ends up like 5-2 or something, like the number 2 team, and Sven
What season is it,
has
Jet?
it's Dig season. Clearly. He's got the branding as well, but just the fact that he has been on so many winning teams, and then he joins another team and they immediately win. You're like, hold on, this guy's doing something that he wouldn't even have to show it in game if they're just winning.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely got public opinion primed to be on his side because he's so good in content.
Yeah.
So if he's good, then everyone's all ready to be like,
Which I
"That's
can
my
already
boy."
see the angry people now. Why are they saying content's part of MVP? It's like, I'm not.
Exactly.
But it's just, there is real story behind it.
I disagree that he wouldn't have to show it in game, but
As
I
much, right?
do think he has performed really well, which
Yes.
is
He set the
my
Smolder world
segue
record
from
for
what you
stacks.
said, which I
Yeah.
think he actually
Nice. Nailed
a
it.
lot. I know, right? A lot of people were like, where are a lot of these players on the team going to land, especially Sven, because not only is he coming from an off split, but he's also playing a different role. He's going back to his old role of AD. He's looked really good.
Who in chat remembers OG Niels?
I do.
Is anyone there?
I think we got a lot of votes.
I do.
I'm
I
in chat.
remember.
Don't show your age, Chad. Don't show your
remember.
age. Don't do that.
He was on
Origin days.
OG.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
What does OG stand for?
Origin.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Double use. Next poll.
Yeah, next poll. Let's throw it up if we
Are
can.
C9 back for
Are they?
real this time?
Jet spoiled that one.
There were
did,
only 2
sadly.
answers. Well, I didn't say the percentage.
No,
38% think that they're back.
Should we have put
62%
more
they're not.
options in
I
there?
feel like
Like
we-
maybe?
yeah.
Or
Yeah.
like yes until.
Potentially.
I think people on the fence are more likely to vote no. Someone in the chat said, well, they won the last series, so yes. So I was like, you know what? Good thought process.
They're 4-1 game score,
Yep.
2-0 match score.
If they're not back now, what does it take for them to be back?
I think we're just, I think they're back, personally.
Yeah.
I just think they're back.
I actually have 2 analytical points as to why they're back that we'll go over tomorrow, I think, when they play. But
Yeah.
the first is I actually do think Blabber and JoJo are performing a lot better together as a unit, which I didn't see from them in spring. And then additionally, I think it's just a more comfortable meta for Blabber and Vulcan. Like, you and I have talked a lot about, like, Vulcan roaming on engaged supports and, like, specifically his roam timing around the early roam mid. Blabber on farming AP junglers. He is so happy with this meta right now.
actually so
And he's
true.
so efficient. That Karthus just like
Yeah.
destroyed jungle camp.
Top supports right now. Nautilus,
Yup.
Leona, like Alistar, great meta here for Vulcan. And yes, at the end of the day, I think they're back simply because they're just a much more cohesive team.
What does back mean? Best team in the league?
I think top two. Top two, I'd give it to them.
Okay, so you have them. You don't have Team Liquid and FlyQuest as 1-2. You have Cloud9 probably, I would assume, over FlyQuest then?
Yeah, at the moment, I would have Cloud9 over FlyQuest. I think FlyQuest still needs to work around playing quad. Quad didn't have the best showing so far. So that's something they need to kind of get better at. But they're still an exciting team. I still think it's really close. But it's much harder to integrate a new mid laner than it is to integrate a new top laner, I feel like. You can integrate a new top laner fairly easily by playing bot side pretty heavily, especially if like top lane's just playing Skarner or whatever it is. But quad's the center of the map right now, and I think that's something they need to work heavily on.
That makes sense. Third poll. How many polls do we have? 5 polls?
Quite a few, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
even remember
we
how
had
many.
5 polls.
Yeah.
Just keep
Poll
calling out
3.
more
Yeah.
polls and see when they
Team
run out.
Fly or Team Dig?
Oh, yeah,
wow.
obviously.
Oh.
Are you surprised?
No.
No.
I mean, a little.
No.
84, man.
84 is a lot.
Well, I mean,
That's
the way the story has gone.
almost 17 out of 20 people.
I mean, FlyQuest though, I do like that the last piece that we just saw, where they're responding to Dig. They're trying to get into the story now. It's
Yeah.
kind of hard to lean into the story of like, oh, we're the villains.
Sure.
We've got inspired in Bwipo that are pissing off the whole league, and then try and use that. And I kind of like how they did it by putting them together with their like super innocent bottom lane.
Yeah.
Where
Yeah,
Matsu
yeah.
and Busio are like, it's okay, we're just here having fun, playing some League of Legends, and then you have Inspired and Bwipo on the other side talking their split, the entire split. But I mean, this makes the weekend so incredibly exciting. Everybody is looking forward to Dignitas FlyQuest.
And everybody loves the underdog Vindictive X story. And that's right now.
Revenge!
Dignitas.
And they have 3 of them. So if people haven't seen it, it's on the Dignitas YouTube video,
Yep.
YouTube, Dignitas Twitter, and then FlyQuest on Twitter also made a video responding to it. But the crazy thing about this to me, and this is more of like my content brain, they actually collaborated on this. Like
Yeah.
with how quickly FlyQuest response came out, it's not like they saw the video drop and were like, let's pull this out. They'd clearly gotten a little bit of early access to what Dignitas was doing, so they could create
Can
a
we
rebuttal.
just take a moment?
So, like,
Can we just
good
take
job.
a moment?
Yeah, good job, team.
LCS orgs.
We had nothing to do with
working
those
on
two
content.
videos.
Do this more.
Yeah, Emily, you had a...
Oh, I was just
Fly
gonna say,
season
I
for
also
Dignitas.
just think like
Also, Fly
generally-
season doesn't work at all.
No, it does not.
Do you remember Fly Summer?
Fly-
They made the whole
FlyQuest
music
Summer.
video and
I
then had
don't,
the
I don't think they want to remember FlyQuest Summer.
FlyQuest Summer. I think Dignitas should have done a video like that. Dignitas Summer. Anyways.
No,
No,
it's
it's Dig
cursed.
season.
Yeah,
Yeah,
It's
Dig
already
season.
done.
I also think it's really interesting to see, like, with Jensen specifically, but also I just think outside of the FlyQuest part, everyone going into the split really wanted Dig to succeed. Like, if they weren't necessarily high on them for, like, gameplay reasons, I saw a lot of people really wanting, like, oh, thank goodness Spica found a team.
Yep.
Thank goodness Licorice found a team. Thank goodness Sven found a team that will let him play AD, right? So I think this team was always going to be really, really popular regardless.
And
now,
Jensen, too.
Yeah, all of the
Nostalgia
narrative
factor,
stuff, yeah.
revenge factor.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
Oh, there's too much to
Jensen
juggle.
coming
Great
back.
content too after your
Yeah.
interview.
Yeah.
There's so much that you want to love this team for. So yeah, this is gonna be the most hype.
Just get ready for
series.
FlyQuest to absolutely steamroll
Oh,
them.
no.
I was gonna say,
2-0.
it also helps their story that Dignitas have that like bad news bears story where they're like, we're losing every scrim.
Yeah.
Like
Oh,
we're
yeah,
so
yeah.
bad, we are the underdogs. So they also get the underdog story boost, and you just
True.
get everybody like rooting for you because they're apparently 0 and 36 in scrims.
Yeah,
And,
but one of the most experienced teams in LCS.
yeah, and
The
then
veteran
and
team.
then so you combine like the underdog story with coming out and actually playing well and winning on stage.
Yeah. And I love this take here from Throbbing Hood. Great name. To be honest, FlyQuest is still fun. I don't dislike FlyQuest. love Jensen and the whole Dig squad. It's like,
Yeah,
and
there we go.
whenever you see the FlyQuest drafts and their gameplay, it's like, I think Bwipo's entire drafting thought process is always fun, and whenever you see something new from him, it's like, that is a great idea. And the AP and carry junglers coming in from Inspired, so I do think they're a fun team to watch. It's just that at times, you want to root for the person that's like, as I said, those storylines are so enticing.
Yeah, and Inspired, when I had his face-to-face video with Jensen, did say, if we win, we'll be popular again, which is probably true. So we're to see how that plays out. Next poll was the most OP AP jungler. I missed this one. I didn't get to vote in this one.
This is the one you were trying to vote in,
I think
right?
so.
And like it didn't come up
What
for
were
you.
50 to 42? Didn't we have like
Zyra.
5 junglers on this
Yeah,
poll?
wait, I
It was
thought there
supposed to
were
have more
junglers.
options than
Well,
that.
it probably did. Nidalee's not going to get that many votes. Morgana
I
had
mean,
3.
there's only
I just
8%
heard,
left.
Well, Morgana had 3 votes.
We're-
So,
Yeah, that 2%.
So
This is like never mind.
Kobe already covered
It's a
what,
two-party system.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I wonder if these were the 2 visible ones, right? And then the other ones are like behind a cut or something. I didn't see how the poll showed up, but
I mean, I voted for Zyra. I've
yeah,
been there.
Zyra, I also think that Talia is sliding under the radar a little bit, just because she's so flexible, but also she's been banned a lot, and if you are going to play her, you probably
Yeah.
want to play her mid
I
with
think-
something else.
Exactly.
But
Another factor is like
I
they're
agree with
getting
Zyra.
like direct jungle nerfs for Talia.
14.
Karthus is also taking some nerfs, but Karthus is,
yeah.
is still way
Karthus
up
nerfs
there.
hit
Yeah.
hard, but
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
for next LCS.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I know we did a lot of propaganda for Zyra. The answer is just Karthus, guys. I'm sorry. Karthus is just the most annoying.
Wait till
jungler to
next
deal
patch,
with.
buddy.
I can't
Yeah.
wait. Honestly, I
He's
can't.
gonna get,
It's.
he's donezo.
I really do hope those nerfs come in, because whenever you see a Karthus come in from the opposing team, you're like, oh god, I hear boss music. Like the early damage, if you're able to land Skittles, she's just oppressive early, and then of course later on, once you actually start scaling, I don't think there's much you can do with it. And Inspired showcased that in week 1.
Close poll. Final poll. When does the LCS return after the break?
This is a tough one, guys. It's between July 20th and July 20th.
Both answers are
Wait.
correct. Good job,
Oh, we
chat.
did it.
We're
You're
back
all right.
on July 20th after this Thursday, Friday LCS, but that moves us on to this week. Immortals, first game on Thursday against NRG, and I'd say, even though they're 1-1, it's like a bright 1-1. Because their week 1 was so strong. They played Cloud9 last week. Not many people expect them to win that one. Tactical in particular was pretty good in spring, and I think has been able to carry that through into summer.
Yeah.
Often a very inconsistent player, but seems to have found a little bit of consistent good play here with Ole and Immortal.
It's just so fun to watch. I mean, you've showcased a lot of stats that's talking about if this bot lane's behind, if Tactical is behind, they will not win, or I guess in your words, probably very less likely to win. And honestly, what I love to see from IMT in their first week was when they had a lead, they held on to it very well. They slowed the pace of the game down. I thought Castle had really good positioning around objectives. This team is actually kind of scary. Sure, they got completely dumpstered on when they went up against Cloud9, but I think it's really hard to tell their growth, because the growth is what matters. They're not throwing games in key positions, or at least the ones that I've seen with the sample size we've had. So that's my thought process on them. You're going to be probably surprised with the predictions later on. Just going to throw that out there as a nugget.
Yeah,
Oh.
I have a hard time being afraid of this team.
Yeah?
Their opening weekend was good.
Yes.
You know, versus Shopify, and I started to try and like get on the hype train of Scrim Immortals is finally gonna show up to stage games, and this is gonna be their split in summer. But their series versus Cloud9 was so abysmal that it took away all of my hype that I had just been building for them after week 1. And so I'm gonna need to see something here today, right now, versus NRG, which is a for sure struggling team, to try and rebuild that hype.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see, because one thing we saw from the C9 series is that we talked about how comfortable Blabber is on farming AP junglers. It felt like Armeo wasn't able to do much, and I feel like he might be a little bit unsettled in this meta versus other junglers in the league. This is the contracts Armeo.
Surely that's too many
champ
champions
pool.
to play contracts.
It might be a bit too much.
It's this. So this is for the entire year, right? I do think Contracts has had some bright moments and some not so bright moments, even within the series they just played.
The Diana ult was pretty bright because he was using the Arclight skin or what, the shiny skin. And
Yeah.
so it looked pretty, it was more noticeable. So
Right,
that was-
objectively and not figuratively.
I love the fact that we were talking about two of those junglers because Greg Jackery in the chat just says, like, I really like to see our Mayo level up this week. His peak form will enable the rest of the team to do what they do best, and I think that's fair. I mean, we talk about, even our Mayo is holding up that landline phone. He's going to be hearing the calls from his solo laners. And like when he's playing Jack,
it looked like he was handing us the phone.
Yeah.
So he's like, excuse me, Raz, this is for you.
no.
That's what he's doing to
You're
his
the one
laners,
that's on
though, right?
call.
Like he receives the call and then gives
Kobe,
it to
no.
Why did you say Kobe?
Oh.
You
What?
talked about the Diana R, and now
them. It
everyone
was tough
else
for
is.
me in game too.
Yeah, it's because I just talked about it that on June 23rd, Dom tweeted that.
Yeah, how dare you?
Bit of a time traveler.
Okay, Raz, you teased our predictions being strange.
Yeah.
What's going on?
What-
All right, let's
What's
throw
going
it
on? Let's
up.
pull up
I
these
may be an
predictions.
IMT believer. It really depends on.
I mean,
whether
they
I'm-
have the better record.
Yes. And are you an IMT believer or an NRG hater?
All right, Raz.
I'm a little bit of both. I think IMT, tiny bit of both. I think IMT has showcased something that can be transferable in a longer series, whereas NRG, even in their win versus FlyQuest, still impressive. I thought was a really back and forth game that had a lot of throws. So drafting matters a lot. And as long as Castle is not playing the Lee Sin or the Karthus versus Maokai thing doesn't happen again, as long as the early game is protected from an IMT side, I think they win this.
I think this is an incredibly important matchup
Yes.
for the mentality for both teams moving forward in summer. Summer playoffs, your placement matters so much. And again, we're best of threes. You only play each team one time, so critical here, I think, for both teams to really gain some momentum in the season.
Yeah, for me, I think I was talking to you in makeup, Kobe, where I was like, do I want to believe in NRG?
Yeah, it looks like you do. I see
don't
evidence
believe,
that.
I actually don't believe in either team, but I do.
But you
think
have to put something
yeah,
on the
exactly.
board.
What
in
in
their-
the
Had
heck?
a
What does that
build up to
mean?
I was
this
gonna
matchup.
say in their FlyQuest series, right? I also didn't think their game one was that bad either. Obviously, they gave up the Skarner to trade it for the Senna composition, but I still liked that to a point. I felt like they had windows in that game where they could have.
Emily
taken
is
it,
such a
so-
pessimist. The
I
glass,
am.
the glass is not even half empty. The glass is just broken. she smashed the
Smashed
glass on the
floor.
ground.
I'm
Well,
seeing more IMT believers in the chat.
Energy
There you
wants to
go.
make sure that their seasonal glass is not 3/7 empty after this one. And they need to pick up the W. Let's talk to the coaches as I cut off to them before the game. Thanks. I'm here with Anero, head coach of Immortals, and ThinkCard, head coach of NRG. I'll start with you, Anero. 1-1 start to the season, but also only 5 matches left. How do you feel about the team so far?
I feel good, but yeah, it's really weird. It's 5 matches left. It feels so short.
What are your expectations for today?
I don't know, win. You want me to say lose? I think we'll win. I think we'll be good.
ThinkCard, rough start to the year for Energy, but you're obviously no stranger to slow starts in the past. How is the team, and what have you been working on to try and pick up the first win?
Yeah, we're honestly feeling pretty good. We definitely started out pretty poor, but our last week and a half has been a pretty big upward trajectory, and it is kind of impossible to ignore like how much better we looked last week than we did in week 1, and we know we're going to look even better today.
I heard you guys talking before in the Travis Gafford preseason power rankings. You ranked Energy last. How do you feel about that now?
I don't know, we haven't scrimmed them much since then. We kind of stopped scrimming them, so I don't know if they're better. It's sick. I think they're better than Shopify, at least.
You also ranked your own team 8th when I asked for your preseason power rankings. Care to elaborate?
We're underdogs. You gotta always think that we're the underdogs, but it would be cool if we pulled through.
All right, thank you very much, guys. Good luck today. Let's get to the games.
If you guys wanna trash talk, be as good as this guy.
I run this league.
I'm just so happy to be here, you know.
The best part of the LCS, the glory that comes with it when you win.
welcome to week 3 of the LCS. Later today, we'll see if Team Liquid continue their winning ways and stay undefeated as they take on a 100 Thieves squad hungry for another upset after taking TL down twice in spring. But first, Immortals are looking to break into the middle of the pack as they face off against an NRG roster hunting for their first win of the summer split. I'm Azael, and I'm joined here with Emily and Jat for our first game of the week.
It's gonna be something. We covered it in waiting room. Kobe was making fun of me for not believing in either team fully, you know.
You could have a little bit more faith. One team is definitely going to win, and I will say from the coach's interview that
one team has to win.
Listen, NRG has been no stranger to slow starts in the past.
True.
Palafox is the player that I'm looking at who definitely needs to step up in a big way. I think there is a window for him to perform here in this series against Immortals, who hasn't shown that much mid-jungle synergy. If Palafox and Contracts come together, I think NRG could get back to it. And I really just do want to emphasize how important it is for them to not start 0-3. Because they're going to be, after this, have a pretty sustained break, come back for 4 final matches, and if you start 0-3, the best you can finish being 3-4 would be a pretty big disaster.
I mean, it's just crazy to think that it feels like the season is just starting, but they're almost halfway done after this week. So it is very important for NRG to get some sort of momentum going, because things have just really not been going their way. And even individually, they haven't been playing to the level that we have come to expect from them. You know, even when you think back to spring last year, where the team as a whole wasn't doing well, we were still having guys like Palafox individually look really, really strong. And we just haven't gotten to see that this summer.
Yeah, that, and also we kind of talked about how both of these junglers, I'm really glad that you brought up, obviously Contracts and Palafox working together, and then Armeo also being able to work with the rest of their team, because I feel like both of these guys would rather be affecting their lanes in a way. I also think, obviously, as we start going through pick ban, I will be curious to see if Ivern is taken off the table, only because these are also the 2 junglers where it's routinely banned against both of them. And they're both just such huge Ivern enjoyers. IMT also taking the Senna off the table for NRG. NRG is still one of those teams, and FBI is one of those players that I think of when I think of Senna in the LCS.
Yeah, I do wonder if we're going to see a Corki ban here. Otherwise, I could very easily see the Corki first pick coming through to Mask. I know in other leagues around the world, picks like the Lucian have come in to be a bit more of a Corki match, but I still think, without seeing it, that a Corki ban would be the most logical choice here.
We see the Talia ban coming through, and then Corki first hover, Corki first pick. With Tristana out, I will be curious, like you said, to see what Palafox ends up bringing to the table in that mid lane. But Ashe is up, and Ashe has been something that obviously her place in the meta is still incredibly solid because of what she can bring.
Absolutely, and when we talk about the jungle matchup, Ashe always brings so much for the jungle matchup because of the hawk shot. Tracking the enemy jungle is going to give Contracts a pretty significant advantage. Ezreal Leona as the quick snap answer here from the Immortals bot lane, who traditionally, they have been the real hope for this team. They are generally the one to carry it if Immortals are going to get the win.
Yeah, and also we see the Sejuani coming out for Contracts. I think some of his better performances in LCS have been on this pick, and again, it is something where he can sync up with his lanes. He'll have that vision from the Ashe, and the Ashe Kalista coming out, that double hail of blades, really, really aggressive 2v2.
Yeah, and that's going to be where this early game is defined now, is around the bottom lane of NRG versus IMT, because even if we haven't seen Ezreal Leona for a bit, that's a very traditional kind of power pick duo, but it's more about later on in the game because Leona will bring so much tank and CC. Ashe Kalista will basically slam you early. I do wonder if we see a lane swap here.
Yeah, I'm also curious to see one thing that I've noticed about Huhi just generally against other supports is that while he has the highest kill participation of any LCS support at 79%, he also has the lowest mid proximity and kind of a general low proximity to other lanes outside of bot lane. Which is really interesting when then you look at someone like Ole on this Leona who might be able to get those early roam timers down, especially from first back, and be able to affect this mid lane matchup.
So there's the Ivern you were talking about earlier. That's going to get banned away. Maokai, which was played in both the games for Armeo last week, also banned away. And when you are looking towards these kind of squishy double range bot lanes, generally the thought process is, all right, bring a ganking jungler, utilize the Leona, try to punch them in that way, because the isolated 2v2 is so difficult. So we're going to have to see where our Mayo wants to go as far as the junglers are concerned. In week 1, he did play a very different style of champion. He played the Xin, he played the Rek'Sai, he was able to win on both of those, but went straight to the Maokai in week 2.
And I think they've given him a good window where he can play a bruisier jungler here up against Sejuani, knowing he has the front line, or just go with what everyone else has been picking as an OP champ with the Zyra. I love it.
Yeah, and obviously we've talked so much about how fast this Zyra clear speed is, and for me it really is going to be about how much playmaking our Mayo can also bring with that fast clear time to be able to affect his lanes, especially on the bot side if we don't see any sort of swap coming through.
I mean, when you're looking at this Immortals comp, it feels like just a lot of poke, honestly. You know, you have the Corki, the Ezreal, the Zyra all poking and prodding away. Then your go button, of course, is going to be the Leona or potentially a flank from the Renekton. On the other side, there is some pretty powerful engage as well, and it's pretty low commitment engage, and with the Sejuani ult, with the Ashe ult, they can get fired away. And if you are actually able to connect on one of these squishy targets, then they can go in for the follow-up, look to get those 100-0 type of kills.
Generally speaking, I think I'm favoring the Immortals composition a little bit, but that's mainly because I just love Zyra comps that make sense. Being able to full clear in under 3 minutes, and then also having Ole on Leona, which I think is the strongest support on the patch right now due to the tenacity rune changes and also Warmogs being such a great item for her. It just makes a lot of sense as long as they can get through that early laning phase with the Ezreal Leona.
Yeah, for me, it's about where the junglers decide to go early, kind of piggybacking on your point. I do slightly favor the IMT comp as well, but I'm really curious to see if this NRG bot lane can get that push, maybe set up a dive with Contract Sejuani, depending on where he paths.
Yeah, I think for our Mayo, it's going to be a lot about defending the plays that the Sejuani is going for, because not only is it about attacking that potential bot lane for something like a dive, Jax Sejuani, also a really powerful duo, so even though we do think of Renekton as one of these strong early game champions, you can be preyed upon by the Jax and the Sejuani. There's so much CC stacking the passive with that secondary melee champion as well. And if the Jax gets ahead, we know he's going to be a really big threat in the side lane, and playing through side lane is one of the hardest things for some of these kind of poke comps to actually deal with. So we'll see if Mortals are going to be able to get another win here, or if NRG are going to be the ones to get on the board.
I've got to say that the importance of this match is extremely high for NRG, because even though starting 0-3 traditionally isn't a death knell in the LCS, when it's 0-3 match score and you're playing single round robin best of 3,
it's basically 0-6.
It is actually 0-6, which you don't see many teams start 0-6 and then still have championship aspirations, which is where NRG is going to be right now. And then one small thing that is a little bit unlucky for NRG actually is the way side select works in best of 3 LCS is the top 4 teams from Spring get it in 4 of their series, and the bottom 4 get it in 3 of their series. NRG was a bottom 4 team. But the way the randomization worked after that, this is the 3rd match in a row that NRG's actually not had side select. So it's a slightly unlucky against them at the very start of the season, and it's even more important that they don't have that negative momentum of starting 0-3 or 0-6.
Yeah, and obviously, I know you keep bringing this up, Chat, but we see the NRG slow summer starts as they did get perfect game by EG. Obviously, this was in single game best of 1s, not best of 3s, which you kind of underlined the importance of being able to win this match against IMT. And then early on, we did see NRG kind of full invade. They were spotted out by an Immortals ward, but placed that early vision down on the bot side jungle. So they should know when our Mayo decides to path down here, in addition to scouting out for a potential swap that did not happen.
I mean, they have 3 wards down in the jungle, so he is going to be absolutely spotted out anywhere he wants to go. We'll have to see exactly what Contracts is going to do. There is a ward on his Raptors as well, so they're going to get the info, of course, that Contracts is clearing from top down towards bot. And both teams are going to be fully aware of the information.
I do wonder what NRG is using all of that early vision for, because they didn't disrupt Armeo's very early clear. It does seem like he didn't necessarily clear 3 camps super fast. We'll see what he actually does the 6 camp on. I've seen it as low as like 258. But at the moment, The first wave crashed into Ole and Tactical generally okay, and there's no dive being set up, so it looks like a relatively okay early game for the Immortals bot lane.
Yeah, it's just going to be about how much of this farm can they actually pick up, right? Because it is 19 CS to 8. There is obviously a couple more there for him to farm, but you know, NRG knows that Zyra's now on the bottom side, so they are going to just crash the wave, allow it to collect and come back towards them. This is the window where they have to play a little bit safe here, because this is where Zyra's going to be ahead of that pace of the Sejuani, and they should be aware that the Zyra could be down here.
Yeah, they're just going for it.
Well, Huhi in a lot of trouble. Is going to have to flash out. The Stranglethorn is not going to actually connect, as Grasping Vines, excuse me, the Root doesn't actually connect on him there. FBI will hold on to his summoners, but it is both of them spent by Huhi. They target the support because he's the one without the cleanse.
Oh, watch out. Contracts now maybe getting a little bit of river control. They really have to scrap over this wave to see who gets it.
Yeah, we'll see. Contracts is here, wants to hold on and try to keep his bot lane safe in this 2v2. And he's just going to sit around here, not going to be able to actually challenge very likely for this scuttle, but now as Huhi moves up, Contracts is going to try to push in. Armeo, though, could just cross and potentially go for a double scuttle. It is going to have to be a base here from Contracts, and a slight advantage for Immortals at the end of the day.
Yeah, and I am kind of a little bit surprised because I guess Contracts was not in a position where he was going to be able to come down and help them without skipping a camp.
He was spotted. They didn't track that ward. Try brush.
Yeah, I feel like this early set of decisions by Armeo, the first gank is good, but everything after that, I think they're missing that like slight bit of extra you get with Zyra. Like when you have the chance to double scuttle there, you just go for it and slingshot your way ahead of the Sejuani, because as it is now, it's actually just going to be 7 camps to 7 camps, and he does have his first item now that's going to help him clear faster after that, but he could be a lot farther ahead of the Sejuani at this point.
He could, but I also do like that at the very least he was able to get a pretty good back for Tactical and Ale, as you see them roaming up topside, presumably for a grub take. So, I mean, in this lane where they were getting hard shoved in, obviously, like you said, it could have been a little bit more efficient, but I do think that is what this allowed, right? Because now they're going to be able to set up for grubs, and they're setting up for a dive on topside.
Yeah, they're actually just going to go for the 4-man dive here. Olay going to look to start it out. When's the counter-strike going to come through? The stun arrives. The Rune is there to follow. Doke going to go in. He got first blood in the 1v4. Big Doke stands tall in the top lane and gets the kill onto Olay. He had no flash. Starting out that dive without flash was very risky, and Doke was able to get the punish.
I think you got to lead with the Renekton there instead of the Leona. I think the ordering by Immortals was just a little bit impatient. I understand Ole has probably made that gank happen so many times in the past in scrims, and maybe just didn't realize until it was too late that he didn't have flash. When you bring 4 to a level 5 top laner, you usually get the kill for free, so Dokeless surviving this is a great outplay.
Yeah, and I mean, this is absolutely not the way Immortals want to go, right? As we see him go in, get the stun. He still dies for it. They do trade 1 for 1, but that's actually so crucial. We see Thinkard reacting.
I mean, that's one of those reactions where he knows it's bad that was even a possibility, but he's happy that he got the return kill, because it still doesn't help him a huge amount. He did lose the wave. His opponent top laner did get the kill, and now we're actually in a full swap situation.
Yeah, I was going to say, now we see those lane assignments coming through out of IMT. No grub set up yet, but they do have this bot lane duo away from that pushing Ashe Ballista.
Yeah, they do, but at the same time, you know, they were farming bot lane. You sent 4 members top. You end up giving first blood over to your opponent. Yeah, you got a kill. Yeah, Dokla doesn't get a huge advantage off of it, but bot lane is creating an advantage, right? That is, across the map, still a very good play for NRG, as we're seeing Immortals pushing on top side. They're taking the grubs with the Zyra, and we'll just have to find out how much of an edge can Hui and FBI get in this 2v1.
Yeah, a lot happening right now. Both neutral objectives, both duo lanes farming plates off of a solo top laner trying to hold.
They want to redive, maybe.
Ultimately, it's just a big trade. Contracts could consider a dive onto Castle, a level 6 Renekton's tough, and Armeo could consider the dive onto a level 6 Jax, but that would also be tough.
Yeah. And we'll see. Contracts is pathing down here.
Yeah,
they do have the wave in a really good state right now.
We'll see if they can start it off properly. They are going to pull aggro, and Castle's just stuck behind the pillar. Nice flash away from the Sejuani ult, and now the turn to the stun. He gets the kill in the 1v3, and that wasn't even that close, honestly, to being able to take him down. Once the Sejuani ult missed, I feel like they just had to take it and back off.
Yeah, neither of these dives have worked out the way that the teams initiating them would have wanted. As we see this, I fully agree. Once the Sedge ult goes wide,
yeah, you know when you stick your toe in the water to see if it's too hot? Normally, if it's too hot, you don't then jump in. But that's what Contracts did. His entire body got scolded by the Renekton underneath the turret, and he kind of gives one away.
Yeah, I mean, that one was a little bit tough, right? They don't have great CC to set it up. They could have potentially led with the Kalista, throw in the Ashe, but then maybe, worried about the Ashe just going 100-0, getting burst down. I feel like they should have just walked up with this Sejuani point-blank queued and then thrown the ult out of it and tried to actually start it that way. They were trying to have, your support hold aggro on the very edge so we can step out at that last moment, but it's more important to hit that Sejuani ult, to have all the skill shots there to follow, and trying to get a little bit too tricky, I think, for their own good in this situation is Mask and Palafox just been farming it out mid lane. Hasn't really been too much action there.
Yeah, and that's kind of what both of them would want, right? Like, especially with this Aurelion Soul pick, kind of you want it to be scaling, and then also kind of see if you can get Dokla to a point where he will be able to mow down side lanes uncontested by the Renekton. So yeah, we have not seen any action mid, which is actually kind of surprising given how many other teams have kind of really tried to get their mid lane prio in place.
Yeah, there's the attempt, I think, from Huhi. That's the Ashe equivalent of a mid lane roam. Just fire the arrow, see what happens, be like, all right, if Leona comes, don't say I didn't try. But I do understand why there hasn't been more action, just with it being Corki Asol. Yeah. They're two more passive players, and also just because the Ashe Kalista creates so much priority around double hail of blades, all inning early. And then you also have Ole, who's not on the Ashe Leona, and he just wants to fight every time his flash is up. Speaking of which, his flash is up and he's running bot lane.
Yeah, we'll see.
Gonna find out that he was actually spotted there. Armeo is around in the area, so could be a bit of a skirmish here, but it is difficult when you are spotted if you don't actually get the jump, and they don't have that Ashe arrow available for a little while. They do have the Sejuani ult back up, though, if they'd like to look for something.
Yeah, and on top side, we also see that the Renekton is now dirty farming up here. In terms of getting that prio, obviously Dokla will be able to catch this wave, but I am curious to see what IMT does as we see Armeo taking this down on top side, them having set up vision, or bot side, set up vision around bot side, see if they want to make some plays, because I still think, I'm trying to think of the scaling in this game. The scaling in this game is still pretty good for the Corki Ezreal as well.
Yeah.
But you don't want this Aurelion Soul to get to a point where he can take over the game, or Jax can take over the side.
I think the Asol scaling is good, but I just think having the Leona as a team fight starter compared to the support Ashe, at least from the bot side, is going to outscale for them. And then Corki's Ira Renekton is just fine, as Contracts is just trying to escape after this Gromp.
Yeah, and I will say one thing that could be difficult is we're going to see the Ashe arrow actually connect, but nice little buffer there from Mask, as he's going to be able to Valkyrie out in time. Range can also be a struggle sometimes for the Asol, right? You know, when there's a lot of poke, if we're talking about like a level 16 Corki and a level 16 Ezreal and the Zyra plants and everything poking away, as Immortals are going to be looking for 6 grubs here. They're first to the spot, but NRG are potentially collapsing. They're very split right now, though.
They're giving up a decent amount for this, though. Dokla's potentially going to get solo first turret gold for himself, so yes, you're going to get 6 grubs, which can help you get plates, but you're giving away a lot of plates just to get it.
Yeah, and again, you want this Jax to kind of become a monster in the side lanes, right? As we see, looks like PP and Contracts, might be looking for something else.
Yeah, FBI looking to try to start it out. We'll see if they're going to throw out the ulti. Contracts still holding on to it for now. It's going to throw it, forces the flash. Nicely played by both sides there, as Ole just splits the uprates with the ulti, not able to stun up anyone, lands the slow on 2.
just the 3v3. You can see Contracts maybe looked a bit indecisive. I don't hate trying to get the stun before throwing out the ult, and still does get the flash at the end of the day, but the overall outcome of that play is giving a big gold injection to the Jacks, who now completed Triforce, so you could secure the 6 grubs. Don't love it in the short term, but Immortals, who had already taken 4 plates, now has about 2 minutes to get more plates, and then obviously has the grubs for the rest of the game. Really need to see if they can create side lane pressure to take advantage of these grubs. Otherwise, that Jax is going to be a problem.
Yeah, and for me, I am curious to see who gets this next setup on this bot side for Drake as well.
Oh, Dokla just jumped in, and that's kind of the anti-timing as Olay is now here. Does he have a ward to jump back? Doesn't look like it, but is going to be able to get out of range here and should be okay.
Yeah, never used his Counter-Strike, so was never in huge danger there, knowing that the Leona ult was down and could always E the Q.
Oh, Castle's taking a lot of damage here, and there is the empowered ulti, and he's going to let it rip. Castle, no flash available, pops the ulti, going to try to kite this one out, but it is the Rylai's burning him down, slowing him up. Palafox grabs the solo kill as Castle was just disrespecting that ace ult damage in the side lane.
Yeah, and as Palafox grabs that solo kill, you also have FBI who keep pushing in mid. You have Contracts going for that second Drake to stack that up for NRG. IMT will be able to get a return tier 1 on top side, but this is a pretty good position for NRG to be, especially with the Drake control they now have.
And I think that's all brought to you by Dokla versus Castle in that top lane. It's like, even though they weren't directly against each other, 3 people went up for Dokla, nothing happened, and then Castle dies 1v1. So off of that lost tempo from Immortals, that's where NRG could get that Drake uncontested.
Well, Immortals still playing towards this top side, looking like they want to set up for a Herald now, which obviously going to be empowered by those grubs a little bit. If you do drive it in, you're going to be able to get 12 of those little mini Void Mites to spawn up. Dokla playing pretty carefully around this top side, though, realizes, hey, Herald is up. They could be up here going for it. Is just going to back off because he has no vision whatsoever. And his bot side is pushing in pretty heavily. You can see that Contracts is down in that bot enemy jungle. They see no one there. So Dokla just kind of intuits that, yeah, they got to be top.
Yeah, and they should be able to just take this uncontested as NRG kind of continues to just clear bot side, potentially set something up here. The wave's not here, and now IMT are looking mid.
I think they want to use this Rift Herald mid and try and break it open a little bit because they've lost control of their bot side of the map. I think a retake is actually pretty risky, but if they just hold mid here with Ezreal, Leona, and now the Corki's moving down a little bit too, I think they should wait for the next wave, drop the Herald, and try and make something happen.
Yeah, we'll see. Here we go.
Yeah, NRG's looking like they want to fight this, though. They're actually right here, and they're going to go in, and they find Armeo, and Armeo is just going to get burst down right off the bat. Castle's TPing in, but he's just going to have to run immediately. He's going to actually jump into the Herald. They're trying to block him on his way out, but he's going to crash into the wall, potentially. Tokyo Drift, he's going to get out of there.
Take a top lane, man.
But is it even going to get a charge? I mean, it looks cool. It looks stylish, but that was the Herald they played for. Someone could go top and kill that thing off at the end of the day. That was great play from NRG. They anticipated the Herald being dropped down mid. They immediately went for and burst down Armeo, who wasn't able to actually flash the play.
And Contracts found the ult this time. Dash R, no hesitation. Armeo doesn't flash it. Everyone was on the same page. The ASOL ult comes down as well. So the teleport from Castle is just far too little too late. And that entire setup is blown up by NRG getting that engage.
Yeah, and getting that engage onto Armeo is super important as well, right? Just because of how much control Zyra can have in these team fights with her ultimate.
I mean, and he had flash. He knows it. That's kind of look of disappointment on his face. He didn't react to it. If he flashes out and then turns around with his own ulti, it's a very different play. So it's one of those things where got to be on point.
And I see Armeo just barely missing out on a few things, going all the way back to his early jungle clear, not double scuttling, being about 10 seconds slower than the other full clear Zyras that I've seen. That makes him maybe a little bit late to the first gank where they would have had a higher chance to kill, or maybe even, like I saw a River game where he pushed the enemy tank jungler off the blue buff, right? By being those small 10 seconds or those small fractions of a second before flashing away. And that's the difference in this game. It's still highly winnable, only 1,000 gold difference in 2 Drakes, but they're losing on some pretty slim margins here.
I do think that is when we talk about how these AP junglers have come into the meta and whether LCS junglers are super, super comfortable with them, right? These are the kind of small windows when we look at someone like River playmaking on something like the Zyra after a super fast clear, or Blabber just having such efficient farm on the Karthus. Armeo just has not looked as necessarily comfortable with the Xayah, where Contracts, obviously, bot lane dive did not go as planned. He's whiffed a few Sedge ults, but he is still very comfortable with this champion, how she looks.
Yeah, and Liquor said something to us last week where League is a lot more about where you are than like what you actually doing on your champion, and obviously both are a bit important, but I think that's even more important with junglers, but that's why the clear speed matters, because you just get more time to be in the right spot, and that is where the Zyra should have the edge, hasn't necessarily taken full advantage of it this game.
I mean, the Sejuani has really been keeping up in farm quite close, right? And it's probably going to be Warmog second for Contracts, especially against a team that has this much poke. It's going to be very valuable to just be able to be that person who's stepping forward, who's eating the initial damage, healing back up before objectives, and just trying to go into these fights at full health. Olay threatening a little bit on the side here. They may try to look for an angle onto Palafox, but Huhi does spot them out as both teams trying to get ready for this potential Dragon. NRG has the first two, so Immortals don't want to give it up, and we'll see if NRG can kind of bully their way in.
Right, let's see here, because Dokla is free pushing that top lane, so NRG actually wants to take their time here. They don't need this Drake, but the best teams here will make Immortals work for it. So they want to get some cooldowns and buy Dokla as much time as possible. They're a little too fearful of not having eyes on the Leona. They don't want to lose the fight, so I think they just end up giving this up as Dokla gets the push in top lane.
Yeah, and that is the trade-off, right? Where Dokla should be able to mow the rest of this turret down pretty quickly, and what you're looking at from NRG's composition is now who is going to be able to deal with this Jax.
Exactly, they put a lot of emphasis on getting him ahead. You know, we talked about it earlier with the grubs. You know, it's 6 grubs for all these plates in the tower for Dokla. It's another tower going that way as a nice little sidestep comes through from Tactical. Now going to be looking for Mask. We'll see if they can find him. The Falling Star connects, and there's the Glacial Prison as well. He does flash out. He's just going to try to stand and fight. He gets over the wall, is going to be able to survive, and Palafox here fails the flash and gets taken out. Castle arrives, and now it's Boar for dinner. Contract's gonna have to flash away from the Croc as Castle had his number, but Immortals find the kill onto Palafox off of a play that was engaged by them, but not able to actually finish off Mask before he got out.
Yeah, moment of trying to get a bit aggressive there. Palafox was very strong with a bounty, but just gets caught by the Zyra as he's trying to overchase, and I love the aggression from Mask of standing and fighting towards the back here.
Yeah, and here you see, obviously, the power of the Zyra coming in, the fail flash. Palafox has had a really rough split thus far, like a rough year compared to like what we know he's capable of.
Yeah.
And a lot of it comes down to these kind of individual, like slight misplays.
And it's kind of a Merc Treads diff, honestly, for Mask. You know, the early Merc Treads did allow him to get out of there, to survive through those stuns, get over the wall. And he had it calculated very well. You know, you pointed out in the replay chat that he's actually not even immediately blast going over. He's getting more damage in before he has to get out. He had it calculated out very, very well, allowed them to turn around, get that kill. And now we'll see what Immortals can look for next, as they are starting to get pretty strong. Obviously, Triforce is done for Tactical and Mask. Their Muramana going to be stacked up and ready here for Tactical soon as well, and that's a big 2-item spike for both the mid and the AD for Immortals when it's done.
And I also think it's important that NRG is getting control of the Baron, not because they can necessarily burst the Baron super fast, because we have Zyra in the game, so if ever Immortals does have a window to take Baron, they can do it in under 15 seconds, but because they're a little bit behind in their solo lanes, right now Immortals is stuck playing
He's looking
defense.
for an angle, again, not quite able to find it. He's been fishing for Tactical. They are going to try to push them back, utilizing the Asol E there. That's a little bit of a zoning tool, and now Armeo gets caught, but there's no way to follow up on that. Contract's a little bit ambitious with the Glacial Prison, just lets it fly, and now both their engaged tools are gone, so Immortals can play a little bit more confidently, step a little bit more further forward.
Yeah, I think NRG was really confident there because they had the big Asol ultimate, and I think Contracts was hoping they could just chain somebody down. Agreed that it was a bit too far back though, but they're gonna just continue holding this mid prio. They still have the big Asol ultimate, so they're hoping they can just catch someone with normal Sejuani engage, I think.
We'll see if they can actually do it. Contract's poking away, and in comes the falling skies. It's going to hit the dot on multiple people, but no stun. Masco potentially in trouble. Tactical over the wall, and it's Contract's first to fall. Immortals again turn around the play. They're able to get the kill on the other side.
Gotta say, that's unfortunate for NRG. They were really trying to make a play happen around that ASOL ult, but as you were alluding to, Azale, without the Sejuani ultimate, the engage isn't going to be that clean, and it's not like Immortals doesn't have a super slippery team. Like, Corki Ezreal, really hard damage backline to get a hold of. Zyra, really hard to dive through. So when they go for this play, it has to be clean. It's not clean on Damask, and they can't complete the kill.
Well, look at where FBI is, right? Like, he's unable to come around and do any sort of damage in this fight. And when we talk about how NRG have kind of been trying to do this playmaking, this is where a lot of their engages, the rest of the team can't come in and commit on.
Here's the Baron
looks like
thought.
they are potentially stacking up some of these seeds. They have eyes on it now. Dokla has spotted it. But I'm just a little bit confused as to why NRG even feels that they need to force these plays. You have an ASOL that's scaling. You're winning in the side lane with Jax. Why are we the ones engaging? You know, force your opponents to try to make something happen. It's now they're going to be starting it up. The Baron is in trouble. Tactical's going to have to cleanse and try to get out of there. But the real target is the Baron. It has been spotted. Contracts is in the area, so it could be a bit of a flip. Dokla also has an angle to flank on the side. Immortals are going to have to back it up. We'll see if NRG can get anything from it. There's the stun onto just Olay, though, and Olay's going to be able to tank through it. Dokla going into the middle of the team. They take down Olay, but it's just the support that's been targeted. The Stranglethorns gets dropped, but no plants were even spawned from it. So yes, the support does fall. Immortals, though, will be able to retreat. Slight win there for NRG as they get the mid-tier 1 and the enemy support.
I really feel like in this game, as in life, patience is rewarded. Because the people that are forcing, I'd say more often than not in this matchup, just with the way the comps are matching up against each other with strong disengage, trying to dive into a Zyra, trying to dive into an ASOL, end up losing. This time, Immortals was just way too hyped on the fast kill Baron. Like, that thing wasn't even close. It was super telegraphed. It was over top of a killed Scuttle Crab, and it just expended so many of their cooldowns that by the time NRG was patient and disrupted it, it was a very easy fight win and Drake take for NRG.
Yeah, and I think the big thing for me here is also just the execution of it, right? Because obviously IMT do want to get this Zyra into Baron. They do want to make the most of how her plans work and are able to take down that objective super fast. She has incredible control over some of these neutral objectives, but then it's the commitment to it from the whole team and then the actual setup, right? And that's where I think we've seen both teams in this game kind of struggle.
Yep, and we'll see who's going to be able to take a hold of this game. NRG now at soul point, so they're going to be looking to try to grab that next one. Does put some pressure onto Immortals, but really it's anyone's game. It's only a 400 gold lead here, 25 minutes in. It is very back and forth. Neither team has really been that clean on their engages. And it's going to come down to who can do it when it matters most. This next fight can potentially, at this point of the game, be not only the fight win, but maybe a Baron, maybe the Soul. And this is where one mistake starts to cost you so much more.
It really does. I think in terms of who is most likely to get caught out, it would be the two people with Warmogs, weirdly enough, because they're the ones that are tasked with moving into space because they can heal up any poke. But then, because neither team
look where Palafox is on the minimap. Palafox is actually going for the Ezreal. He's going to look for Tactical. Tactical is forced to flash out. The falling sky stuns him, and he gets him. The Sejuani all over the top, snipes him down from Contracts. Big play from Palafox.
So I did not have ASOL catches Ezreal on my bingo card for this game, but I need to see how Palafox pulled that off because he still catches the Ezreal post-flash, and now they're going for more.
Yeah, Armeo is potentially in trouble here. He's going to try to back it up. In comes Mask. All of them are grouped up, and Dokla is going to go in, lands a big stun on multiple members. FBI's involved as well. Castle flashing forward, but Contracts is there to peel. Castle's got nowhere to go, and NRG are mopping him up, wiping him off the map.
And that is the fight that NRG are looking for. They are potentially looking for a reset. We'll see if they reset and go for Baron or go for it. They're pretty low.
They got Warmogs, they got Callista. I think they're going to start at Palafox, and Dokla can both teleport back. This should be Baron. That is a game-opening fight, and it did start with Palafox, the guy who's had such a rough year, who needs to will NRG to victory here, makes a huge pick onto Tactical that starts it all before the big fight. Not sure which replay we're gonna get, but I want to see it again.
Yeah, and this is where I think with Baron, again, the Jax becomes even more dangerous as we see the replay of this fight. Palafox walking up, and yeah, Tactical is just there on a ward. They're able to get on him even with,
wow.
Yeah.
Great angle from Palafox approach. You called it out there, Zale, on the minimap. That's the type of pick you hate to see as a coach as well. And then that led to this.
And it was so important because he actually used the fly so far up, so even when he shifted, he was still in range to continue slowing him.
Watching this fight one more time as well, you could see that the engage was just clean, and it's the fact that it's a 5v4. Immortals needs to be conceding more of this ground here, not getting caught where the turret's not even necessarily protecting them. NRG with decisive plays, now with Baron pushing mid.
I just feel like we haven't seen a single time where Immortals are able to land the poke before they engage to the fight. They're just kind of going for these 100-0 plays, but you have Ezreal, you have Corki, you have Zyra plants to poke and prod and try to rot them down before you commit to that engage, but they're struggling to do it. Feels like they're getting a little bit antsy and then just over-committing into these fights.
And Dokla's also so much stronger than everybody else in this game because he's gotten 2 solo turret golds early. He's level 16, so it's pretty easy to leave him down bot lane and basically get more people towards him. That opens up the mid lane as NRG is just trying to stack gold on this Baron.
Yeah, and now they should be able to rotate in and get this bot tier 1.
Big ult again.
They're gonna look over the wall, the skies descend, and Armeo is stunned up. Are they gonna be able to finish him off? Doesn't look like it. Castle bodyguarding. Contract stunned in the tower range, but the Merc Treads are gonna be able to keep him safe there as the stun expires and he just backs it off. It's a big chunk, but it's a lot of ultimates spent and doesn't really amount to too much for either side.
And I think NRG needs to be careful not to overstay here because they can get Soul if they're doing the right thing, which is why ASoul and Jax have now started both of their recalls. The Jax can teleport back, and then after the turret goes down, NRG is gonna not reset again and try and set up for this Drake.
And it's a small thing, but you can see how Contracts is being so annoying, actually bodyguarding, blocking Mystic shots for the cannon because he has the Warmogs. He can just heal it right back up. They are first over by that dragon, and now Immortals again gonna have to try to shove their way in. We'll see if they can do it, but look at this deep TP from the Jax. He's gonna try to come from behind them. He is spotted now, so they have information that he's there. The Ash Arrow connects onto Olay. Olay is getting low. He looks for the Zenith Blade, can't connect, and now Contract's just trying to back it up as Dokla is here, but he is very split from the team. Castle gonna force the counter-strike as Dokla just jumps back to his squad. Olay has got to let this Warmogs kick in and heal back up.
Patience is key for both of these teams. Neither of them want to over-engage early. Dokla not over-committing. Huhi out of mana, but the FBI poke hurts.
Dokla's looking, he flashes forward, he got Mask! Mask is gone, and everyone is just burning down. It's a double kill for the Jax, and it's all of Immortals crumbling. It's a clean ace for NRG. They're gonna march it down bot lane here, and we'll see just how much damage they can get done.
And all of that gold and like turret plates, everything, the investment into Dokla really, really paying off. When we talk about when this NRG team is at their best, it is through how they are able to play with these solo lanes, right? And when they looked their best, Palafox having some mistakes, but a really clean ASoul game overall for the game. And then again, Dokla, all this early investment really paying off. No one could contest him in side lanes before, and a really excellent flank around the backside of that team fight.
And the biggest issue we've heard about NRG since their championship was having different ideas of how to play the game, but the way that manifested, don't steal. Okay. The way that manifested.
Why don't you want to steal? You want the chaos?
Yeah.
Was them just looking really incongruent in team fights. This team fight, they were all on the same page. It's back, 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 and when they go, it's go. Like, as Dokla was getting that kill onto Mask, Contracts was also engaging on the other side, so they instantly both engaged on 2 completely different fronts of the team fight, and that's why it was so successful.
And I will say, something that is really positive about this for NRG is that even when the plays haven't looked good, they've all been committing to the same thing, you know, like you're talking about. They have been on different pages in some of the previous games. Even when some of these engagements are flubbed, they're at least all going for it. They're all kind of working for it. And it kind of feels like watching this game, that's something that they've been talking about and something that they've been working on is just, you know what, we're all going to commit to the call, we're all going to go for it, we're all going to be on the same page, win or lose.
And I think that's really key for a team like NRG that we're talking about, how many like internal communications issues they had, especially in this past spring, bringing community in. As we see them set up, they should be able to get this pretty easily on this.
Oh, Armeo's caught again. There's not a lot to follow up, but they're going to just kind of poke him down and push him back. Jax is going to be shoving up that bot lane. No one there to answer him just now, as Mask is actually cheating up towards mid lane. This is that kind of difficult situation where Immortals are very likely going to have to choose one side and fully commit to attacking it, try to burst someone down right off the bat, and hopefully that buys them time. Because really now, on Immortals, you're hoping that you can get towards Elder and maybe take that. That's probably going to be the only thing that could really pull this game back.
I think the next step for NRG here is waiting for this Baron to come back up. It's in 30 seconds. They've cleared bot. Dokla just needs to make sure he doesn't get caught or TP'd behind here, because with the setup that NRG has on the top side of the map, they should be able to take this Baron down fairly easily.
It's just so hard for Castle to do anything. You're an item and a half behind the Jax. You know, it's 2 completed items to 4. So even 2 members might not do it, right? You know, you might need a full 3, which it gets kind of close to checkpoint at that point. You need to send so many people down to answer him. And now NRG just immediately onto the Baron. The call from Immortals looks like it's going to be try to get down behind Dokla and maybe pick him off, maybe take the Baron off of him. So they're sending the whole squad down here, but Dokla's playing it pretty safe, and he might have better chances than Immortals are hoping for. So we'll see.
He baits it, or he dodges it by standing in place. He doesn't run further back in the lane.
Mask in trouble, though. He's caught by this Edgewani ult. They don't have the damage to fish him down, though, because it is just the support and the jungler. Despite the fact that it is an Ashe, it is just the support Ashe.
So as you can see, Palafox kind of bringing this wave in from top side. Dokla escorting the wave in on bot side. This is really nice from NRG. We've seen them kind of bring out these compositions where they do want to side lane and have kind of flubbed some of it when they have been in positions to win. So it's really, really nice to see this split push coming out of Dokla and NRG being able to close this out fairly cleanly. Hopefully.
Well, we'll see if they're going to be able to do it. Dokla escorting all of these minions in. Armeo has to come back to help him try to clear it out, and the wave is stacked up in topside. Mask in trouble. Mask stepping way too far forward, and Mask is just going to die for free. And that may just be the death knell of Immortals as they're all starting to fall. Dokla flashes forward, takes down another. Castle sure to follow. He's low. He's gone. It's Contracts and Dokla running over Immortals. Tactical can do nothing. Hit as many Qs as you want, but they're not going to make a difference here as NRG marches into the base. Will finish off the Nexus here and take the lead in Game 1 over Immortals.
Very big Dokla in this one, 358 CS. And also this bot lane you see on screen, Deathless with the Callista Ashe. So overall, a pretty clean game at the end of it. Only had 4 deaths throughout, 17 kills, stacked up the Dragons, and have one more game win to get their first series win of the season.
Yeah, the early investment in Dokla really pays off with this Jax pick that they saved for him on red side. Again, Contracts, not all of his early plays worked out, but I will always prefer a Contracts that is trying to read his lanes and making plays around it. And then Palafox on the Ace-Hole.
And specifically with Contracts, the fact that they didn't tilt after the bad play is the bigger positive for me.
Absolutely. And hey, LCS fans, Fantasy LCS is happening on Sleeper. It's not too late to sign up, start a league with your friends, and then crush your dreams with your own LCS super team. You can head on over to sleeper.com or sleeper.app to give it a try. And now let's head on over to the LCS Lounge to break that one down.
What's up, guys? Raz here. Just want to break down a specific lane swap play that IMT had in this game. Now, of course, IMT lost. Really clean play from NRG at the back half of the game around mid lane, but wanted to focus on this because the question that we all had, how dead are lane swaps? Now, in this case, we see NRG's composition. It has Ashe and Callista, 2 heavily banned champions, really laying dominant. And in this case, you see the Zyra. Now, as we play this game out, one thing that Kobe talked about at the beginning of the day was just how fast of a clear Armeo has. Even with the vision of Armeo's pathing, he's going to be on Krugs at the time that Contracts is actually just finishing up blue. So by the time it gets to 3-11, he's going to be looking for a gank here. And it's really important to mention that, yes, NRG, Huhi, and FBI should have recognized that this was going to be a play, but Armeo's full goal is just to be able to get prio for his lane, and I'll tell you exactly why. So as we run this through, that's both sums from Huhi. FBI is kind of put in a bad position, so by the time Sejuani is able to join up here, what are you actually going to do? You're going to get prio from both Ole and Tactical. The 3v3 at this point in time, I think, should lean towards IMT, and so as you move on, this should be a skull crab for Armeo, but that's not going to be a sole point, and as we kind of speed this up just a little bit, you'll see as Sejuani bases, because you have nothing else to do in the bot side of the map, Armeo is going to secure this push from both Ezreal and Leona, and I'll tell you exactly why. Just so they can go for a lane swap top. So not only are we utilizing the full, quick clear from Zyra, but also you're going to finally be able to get Ezreal and Leona out of lane, because in an extended lane, no matter what, this is going to be tough for them. And you get a beauty point for this one. You also are able to push for a lead on Castle from a 4v1 dive here. Best case scenario, if Sejuani recognizes that this could be a 4v2 dive, but this should always be successful. Now this is going to be a critique towards IMT because they actually pull the trigger on this dive way too quickly before Tactical and Armeo are in position. And with Ole not having flash, I think he ends up dying for nothing. So that's the one problem you can fault from this one. But in the end of the day, this is a great and kind of potentially repeatable play that you can do as a team. That by this time happens, top lane is now, the whole, I think it was an 80% damage mitigation from turrets are now off. You can now position yourself, prime yourself for a Grubs play. I love this play from IMT. They just fell off a little bit as the game went on. But now we move into the next game. Maybe they can come back. But as we head to break, Meteos, Palafox, and some of our other pros got a chance to play test League's newest champion, Aurora. Go take a look.
So, now that you guys have had a chance to play Aurora, what do you think?
I think OP. Might jump? She's jumping all over the air.
That's kind of crazy.
It feels like one of those champs that's really fun for me to play and really not fun for the other person to play against.
She can definitely be played like top lane and mid lane. I honestly didn't even read her abilities. I was just like playing her. She seems very fun and can't wait to spam her in solo queue. Look. I'm about to predict you right here. You flash. Oh my god.
Bro, the champ is broken.
I feel like it should be very hard for you, but I ran it down, so you won.
Oh, look at this.
No shot.
No, he's got to try again.
You good, dude? They're watching.
Hey, man, chill. I got it.
Yep. Wow. Pulled it off at the end.
Wow.
Not bad.
Not bad, not bad.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Control vision. I'm a Zara. Okay. We will win. You stun? The flash. Go. Run. Protect it. I'm on Jack. I'm on Zyra. We can go Nash now. Yeah, we can go Nash. Yeah, look at Ezreal. Yeah. We can go. Yeah. Who can't protect it? I'm going bro. Good shit, guys. Yeah, boy. That's what I'm talking about. Tom. No, I'll wait, please.
for Game 2 of Immortals versus NRG. I'm Azael, joined again here by Jat. Emily is off to the lounge to do some analysis.
Absolutely, as one does. And I would say that Game 1 from NRG was very promising, mainly because the performance of Palafox and then the coordination of the team by snap engaging at the same time are things that have been incredibly absent for a while. So they've been speaking about the fact that they redid everything in the offseason in terms of their structure and how they communicate with each other, and that they've been improving heavily week over week. A lot of that felt like just talk until actually just this last game. So we'll see if they can stay consistent with it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it would be a massive win if they are able to get it. This season is going by very, very quick. You only play 7 series. Of course, you are playing about as many games or more games than you played in the past, but it is single round robins. You're playing 7 series. Every single one means so much. And this is a team that had that big run at Worlds, took down G2. We're trying to build off that hype and excitement coming into this year. The expectation was that they would be a top team in the LCS. It has not come to fruition yet. Of course, there is still the possibility that it could. It looks like we might have a little bit of a salty run back on the initial picks. It is going to be the first pick, Corki, for Mask. And will NRG swap anything up? Because Ashe is available if they want to grab it again.
Yeah, I don't see why they would change it up. They were deathless in the bottom lane, controlled the game pretty well. Ezreal never got off the table, so it's just the Ashe Sejuani, which is exactly the same as what they picked their first red side game. But the big pivot is actually from Immortals, where they got Armeo's Ivern locked in early.
Yep, so Armeo going to be able to grab the Ivern, so that's where the major change is going to come. Also going to be grabbing Cassante up in the top lane there for Castle. So a couple significant changes. Does mean the bot lane is going to fall towards the second round, so some more bans are going to be likely thrown at Tactical and Olay. But honestly, there's so many options in the bot lane, I don't really think it's that big of a deal. And now we have to find out if it is going to be Dokla with the counter pick here. And we'll be able to potentially, so that could be top or mid. It should be top. Generally, we're just seeing ADTF these days. People are playing it in solo queue a little bit mid, but it's almost exclusively top, it feels like, these days.
I think if a mid laner were to play it, though, it would be Palafox. He has wide champion pool. He's willing to pick things early. But I do like these pivots by these teams, actually, just mainly knowing that the Ashe doesn't have to be in an Ashe Kalista lane can actually work very traditionally if that's what the comp desires. So even if Immortals wants to throw a Kalista ban here in the 4-5, which I think they probably should, it's not like NRG is going to be out of options, and they made sure they got their choice of counter pick in early by picking the TF.
Yeah, absolutely. And interesting that it is going to be a Ziggs ban thrown there over towards Tactical, because there's not any AP jungler. Yeah, Armeo on the Ivern is going to deal a little bit of magic damage. Yeah. But they are thinking, hey, you need an AP carry in the bot lane, or you're going to be in trouble. We're just going to be able to stack armor.
It's true.
They are going to be banning some of those. Will they ban another thing like Karthus can be played bot some? Would be another one that potentially could get targeted. There's also hybrid picks that can be thrown towards, but instead it is going to be Leona, which is something that Olay has been liking a lot.
Yeah, I think just really quickly on Leona, I'm going to keep saying it because I was talking to some pro players. The difference in the tenacity rune being removed and just lower access to tenacity throughout is the big thing that's driving a lot of Leona's power here. And it's also, I think, enabling compositions kind of like this from NRG, with like you have Gold Card, you have Sejuani Stun, you have Ashe Arrow. Yeah. Like unless you're buying Mercury Treads, you're not just going to freely reduce that CC.
So it is going to be ASOL and Nautilus as those final bans coming over. Hui available, is a very popular control mage in the mid lane. Azir, another big option there. So we'll see what Palafox wants to go towards, because likewise, they do need some AP damage. They need some sort of source of magic damage, especially when you have Ivern behind a real tank like Xante. You need high DPS champions to be able to try to deal with that. So the Azir going to make sense here, looking pretty stock standard for NRG. The big question for NRG for me is just, is it going to be double range bot, or are they actually just going to play Ashe as the AD, as the farming AD, and play a more traditional melee support alongside it?
Yeah, right now, if I'm just looking at what makes the best comp, I'd say it would be a melee support, but Nautilus, Leona are gone, so it's just going to be the Kalista, and it's more a response to what Immortals is doing. So Immortals has gone Lucian Nami, very aggressive 2v2. I think they want to be able to match that with range of their own, but they're hovering on it a little bit, so we'll see if they end up locking it in.
I mean, this could be a really spicy bot lane in the 2v2 if it is 4 ranged champions down there. That really does draw the junglers like blood in the water, so we'll see how it's going to play out here. Obviously, a great game from the bot lane. FBI and Huhi playing really well in game number 1 were a big part of the advantages that they were able to get in that first game. Palafox as well, really stepping up from what we've seen so far this split, finding multiple big plays, including that basic solo kill that he found onto Tactical's Ezreal in mid lane, which really kind of led them towards getting that first Baron.
Broke the game right open, and this is a slight tweak to the Corki Azir that we're used to seeing. I do think that Palafox is going to be in the position of playmaker once again, but in terms of the overall energy composition, every individual on that team has the ability to make plays. So that's where their coordination test is going to be had, is whether or not they can execute this composition or not.
And overall, it's very similar stylistically to what they did last time, right? Doka's playing a split pusher, you have Palafox on a control mage, and then the other 3 are playing the same champions. You know, how you actually execute on a lead is a little bit different. You know, generally with TF, you want to bring those advantages, get the push, and then group with your team, try to find plays. Something they are lacking is, you know, that additional melee champion for Sejuani to play towards, because Sejuani plus melee is such a strong duo for the 2v2s. And on the other side, for Immortals, it is really kind of more about these 3 protect 2. You know, as far as this composition goes, it's about the Corki and it's about Tactical Solution. They have to have good games for Immortals to have success here.
They really do. Tactical didn't get off the ground in game 1. We know that when Tactical isn't ahead of his lane opponent, Immortals loses almost all of their games. Armeo, another player who has been receiving, let's say, very heavy criticism since the first week victory they had over Shopify Rebellion. They lost 2 games pretty handily to Cloud9. They lost game 1 where his Zyra didn't look great, but now he's on one of his specialties. This is one of the picks that he had a ton of success with last year when he was playing on EG. And sometimes the early games can get a little bit unique. I would say the advantage of playing Ivern against Contracts specifically is actually a little lower, since Contracts understands the champion very well on his own.
Yeah, exactly. And these guys have played against each other quite a bit. You know, this is coming into this series, I believe. It wouldn't be likely updated after game number 1, but very even as far as the head-to-head goes. You know, there has been definitely a little bit better stats-wise on the side of Contracts. And as you said, their pressure, I think, is kind of on Armeo, because he has been the one receiving a lot of criticism. And there's you know, in this new era where there are less teams in the league, it is even more competitive for these spots, right? You know, if you're not performing, if your team isn't doing well, they are going to be considering roster changes. They're going to be, you know, worrying about that. So Armeo, the pressure just kind of keeps building for him.
Absolutely does. You can see on the right of your screen there 1,000 damage per minute, or damage per minute in game 1 by Palafaker. His name changed just for the graphic once you hit 1,000. His name is definitely going to change. But early laning phase, just going to be conservatively trading, neither jungler invading each other, and I think the most likely spice is going to be in that bot lane where we have double Hail of Blades against the Lucian Nami.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, if someone really overextends or kind of disrespects the play, then maybe the junglers are going to be able to find an angle, but bot lane can get spicy for sure. Lucian Nami not going to be able to really contest at level 1 whatsoever, especially against double Hail of Blades and, you know, barrier. They are set up to really succeed in that 2v2, but you need a couple levels generally for the Lucian Nami, then things can kind of start to turn online. Once you hit 3, you can start to look to fight back a little bit more, and then it becomes more that kind of skill-based matchup that we all do want to watch. But Mask thus far doing very well in the 1v1, you know, pushing Palafox back, looking to get chip wherever he can. Mask did not have a very good game in game number 1, was caught out a number of times, it felt like, including on that final push. But you know, here is the stats for Palafox between last year's summer and this year's summer. Not the start he has wanted. This does not include last game where he did have a good game. That would be a bit of a boon to the stats. But you know, talk to me about, you know, some of the things that Palafox kind of maybe needs to get back towards that we saw from him last year.
Yeah, it's strange because confidence is a hard thing to manifest when you're just watching a game like this, but it's the decisiveness factor that I feel like he's lacked, even in spring. Then he also just ends up making a lot of individual mistakes. So I remember his Ahri a lot of times in spring, he was just missing a lot of skill shots, never being on the same page in fights. But when Palafox goes in first, that's the big play. Armeo's bot, though, as FBI was trying to get spicy.
Does throw out the trigger seed. They do have him slowed down. The bubble gonna whiff. FBI does heal. Neither side flashing just yet. They're kind of holding on to it. FBI does have the barrier. He's going to have to use it, but the barrier came out a little bit late. Didn't actually absorb any of that damage, and FBI is going to get sent back to base. It is the heal and the barrier traded out for the heal on the side of Olay, but of course, Tactical and Olay very healthy, whereas FBI has to base. We'll see if who can kind of try to hold this wave. or how much of it is going to be lost.
It's crazy how similar this is to the jungle clears that happened in game 1. Both junglers full clear. Armeo goes bot first, gets multiple summoner spells, gets the first Scuttle Crab, and then also hangs around until his bot lane can fully push in the wave. There was going to be no problem fully pushing in this wave, in my opinion. The FBI was clearly going back to base, and Contract is almost certainly going to be trying to get his top Scuttle Crab, but Armeo still make sure they can get that wave in, and Contracts first out back to top Scuttle.
It is a little bit funny, right? Because they had mid-push.
Yeah.
There was, again, an angle for, they could have maybe gone for double Scuttle, right? But instead, he decides not to take the risk, is just going to go back to base, grabs his tier 2 boots, has the Lucidity boots, and we'll see, as they get the base here for the Lucian, what the buy is going to be. Double longsword, so it does have a pretty nice buy compared to what FBI did get. And it is going to be that little bit of an advantage here as they do still have that cleanse available. Of course, not going to be too useful until Huhi does hit level 6, but still that slight edge for the Immortal spot lane.
Yeah, now since he has Smite, I think he would have thought about taking Raptors, but they were very easily going to collapse on Armeo. So Armeo not being able to get many early Ivern advantages, even though, when I look at the bot lane as well, even though FBI got pushed back, the wave bounced really favorably for him, and it's Immortals really cloning game 1 once again as they are doing the 5-minute swap top lane.
Yeah, and this is honestly a pretty costly swap for Tactical, because look at that big stack wave that he could have gone back to grab. Instead, they're actually giving that over to Castle. So unless the Lucian is able to get a lot of gold up on top side, this is actually a pretty costly swap for them, because that's about 10 plus CS that he actually misses out on. Does also mean the NRG, like game 1, are going to be able to grab the dragon. And we'll see, because the grubs aren't there to spawn just yet, so they're not going to be able to actually do any sort of a trade. It just feels almost purely advantageous for NRG.
NRG teamwork working great right now. Jopa already ready to catch that bot wave. If they continue to have this type of teamwork, it would be very good for their overall season, because we have a visualization of the new LCS schedule for NRG and how important it actually is. So these are 7 slots. They have an L, they have an L. So that's already this much of their season that is gone, unwinnable. If they added, so that's already 28.56%. If they added another loss, that would be a huge amount of losing and only having those 4 games to have here. But if they go L, L, W, who knows what happens for the rest of it. 1 and 2 is really not that bad compared to 0 and 3.
It's the beginning of the roller coaster towards being world champions if you get a win today.
Also, they're going to have side select for 3 of their next 4 series. They're going to have the break, by the way, after Thursday, Friday. The next LCS game is going to be July 20th. Mark that on your calendars. It's going to be a break. So even though it's just 2 weekends, because this weekend's a little earlier, it's going to be a time for teams to reset and really have a second shot at this summer split.
Exactly. It almost feels like another beginning of the split, like a second start to the split, because there's so much scrim time for some of these teams that will be able to, really make some big adjustments, and we'll have to see what they can get done. As Huhi and FBI lying in wait here, won't be able to really find much of anything besides a little bit of poke, as obviously no level 6 for Huhi just yet, so not going to be able to find any sort of a big play. And Contracts now has been spotted out. Armeo does take the Scuttle, is in the area, so both junglers are aware of where the other one is. Both of them have hit level 6, and Ivern going to be able to clear out this ward, keep themselves safe. It's been a much more kind of patient game. No fireworks have erupted down in the bot lane. Mid lane's kind of farm fest similarly to the first time. And Castle is kind of just gracefully losing in this 1v1, and that's kind of what's expected, in this matchup. As a tank player, if you can just kind of gracefully go down a little bit of farm, a little bit of gold, you are feeling very, very good. And right now, he's basically dead even. There are more minions for his opponent to farm, but you don't care about being down a couple CS in this matchup at all.
Especially not as Cassante. Where you do care about being a couple CS down, though, is in this matchup. 56 to 69 as the waves are about to meet. So 2 full waves of gold down against the Kalista Ashe lane as the Lucian Nami. Not all of that is from laning. It's from map movements here. So Tactical on the back foot. He's not going to be the one to drive this game forward as of now. And Contracts is just really spending a lot of time up here. And just his presence there is preventing Ole and Tactical from doing anything aggressive.
Yeah, he's honestly doing a really good job, because it feels like he is just hovering and hovering and hovering. But then you look at the farm, he's actually up farm in the jungle matchup, right? And he kept up very well in the Sejuani versus Zyra also. So that just kind of tells me that Contracts is pathing very efficiently. He's been at the right place at the right time. Ash arrow, not quite going to hit, as Huhi just lets that one fly from
Another mid
very
gank.
far away. Another mid gank. Yeah, this Ash support pressure mid lane is crazy. But throws it out before he bases, so he figures, there's not really anything to use it on in this next little while anyway, and he will have it back up before the next dragon, which is maybe where he's thinking there's going to be a fight.
Absolutely. 2 minutes from there. I do need to see if Sejuani ends up being really useless in this game, though. And that's because of what we talked about in Champ Select, of being the only melee. Like, and it's a bit of a draft point, because the beginning of this draft felt like a clone of the Game 1 draft with the first pick, Corki, into the Ashe Sejuani. But then, since NRG was so willing to pivot away and counter the other things that Immortals was locking in, they looked at it at the end of the day and said, crap, we picked Sejuani with four range champions. So Contracts has to just be much less potent in teamfights and in ganks, because no one else is going to help him proc his Brittle.
Yeah, I will say at the very least, if you are going to play a melee engage champ, at least you're not Vi or something that you have to throw your body in, right?
True.
You can just throw out the ults and kind of fish with them, a little bit lower risk. But it's kind of the meta. I mean, it's how many AD carries can you fit in a team? Is Huhi going to get called down? It does force out the Fate's call, as he was getting chunked a little bit low there. I mean, if you want to count TF as an AD carry, there's 3 on one side, 2 on the other. Even if you don't, we have 4 in this game.
GG, it's over. Yeah.
It's the
5.
AD carry diff.
5, yeah.
Well, I said 4 if you don't count the TF.
Oh, okay. I'm counting the TF.
Yeah, I would count it 2 personally.
Yeah.
That's 5.
I liked actually how early FBI used his Callista ultimate there to preserve health on Huhi, because they want to have full health for him to move up and actually fight this Drake. This is where we're going to have a fight. Castle has GP.
The bubble connects.
Dokla has TF ult if a fight does end up starting. Still 22 seconds, though, from the start of the fight.
Okay, I was going to say there was the ulti advantage on the side of NRG, but not really anymore. And now just going to summon up Daisy here with the shield to get a little bit of poke on Huhi, trying to retake some of this space. Both teams kind of posturing pretty lightly around that bot side, but Contract's going to say, you know what, screw it. I'm going to go top side where I have pressure. I'm going to play towards those grubs. If you want the dragon, you can take it. Doesn't want to give up 6 grubs again this game.
Oh, this is really interesting, actually. They're basically conceding this. It was going to be a hard fight to stop for Dokla because he has no TP, so he'd have to move pretty far down the river consistently, and I think Castle could have really started abusing him in the top lane, and they may as well trade, especially if it's not even going to be a trade. Immortals is opting for plate gold shared between the Lucian Nami instead of this Drake, so it's actually just grubs for a plate, which I think NRG is going to be really happy with.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an interesting choice to not actually go for the dragon whatsoever. Maybe Immortals doesn't actually want to play towards dragon, doesn't want to play towards the soul conditions. They don't even want, more dragons to spawn or something.
Yeah, they might not have had vision, because I'm thinking about the way Contracts snuck through. Like, he crossed through mid.
He crossed through mid. They definitely knew.
They definitely saw him.
It was an option, but they decided not to go for it. Not a big deal. A lot of teams are going to prioritize gold early over an individual dragon, but we'll see where it does go from here. As it is going to be the Ardent Sensor Rush with double AD carry, I think makes quite a bit of sense. The Ardent Sensor now completed here for our Mayo, and over on the other side, it's another cheap support item. That seems to be the meta for a lot of junglers these days. We saw it last game as well from Contracts, is the Zeke's Convergence. Quite a strong individual item. It has armor, it has MR, has health, has ability haste, and it's dirt cheap, so you can get a really quick one-item spike. They're going to look on bot lane.
Is huge. Just a quick dodge there. Those Ashe ganks not quite working out yet, but that one was actually the closest yet, since it was a close range.
And they got the flash, so that one's definitely worthwhile, as they do force out the flash there from Mass. He is, of course, running TP. He does have the Merc Treads, but then they are that close on top of you. You cannot rely on the Merc Treads to keep you safe in that position. Tactical, and potentially in some trouble here. Gonna have to dash out as the bubble does land, and the culling's gonna come through, chunking them down. Nice little Sejuani ult to actually interrupt the culling there onto Tactical, but it's just a trade of ultis, and again, not too much of a big deal on either side.
I think it's going to be really hard to kill people this game after seeing some of these early fights with Cleanse already being brought by Tactical, and I think Ole's probably going to be bringing Mikhails. We got shields as well coming in from Ivern, and huge numbers of ranged champions. Like, teams don't necessarily have to commit and then also have a good way of dodging things, but maybe we'll see some kills around this Drake.
Contracts is now spotted. He is right in on top of him. Daisy trying to do her best to tank this one up. Armeo likely going to have to flash over the wall. Does have to do so. The TP coming in now, but the TF ult is here as well, and they're going to be waiting for him. Nice buffer. He's going to be able to immune the gold cards. He just W's away to safety, but that does mean it's NRG's Dragon and the TPs used for nothing there from Immortals. They committed both.
Yeah, that's a big loss for them. Lose cleanse, lose TP, don't even get the Drake, don't get wave pressure. Incremental advantages is all NRG needs to keep stacking in this game. And I think we did see an example of how hard it is to actually fight in this game, because if either team were to send someone all the way in, like if Castle, as the only melee champion on his team, decided to all in there, he probably dies. And a nice dodge there by Tactical, having no cleanse. Pops Ole in the noggin though.
That one hits. Count that. Mark it up on the stat sheet.
1%.
Yeah.
We did it.
Yeah, exactly. He's on the board. Ash Arrow does connect. Is building up quite a bit of CDR, has the call fields, has the CDR boots as well. So is pretty comfortable just kind of firing those out. Azir going to be scaling up, Corki going to be scaling up as well. You can see the Kraken now done for Dokla. He obviously went for the Swifty Boots rush. Move speed so important in these ranged versus melee matchups. It really is about, can you stay on top of this guy when you're trying to chase him down, and can you avoid his potential all-ins when he's looking to get aggressive. Palafox down on the bottom side knows it's his turn to play defensive, just backs it all the way off. His team is playing on that top side, looking for that Herald. Of course, they split the grubs. They're going to be able to grab the Herald. It is a trade, though, for this tower on bot side, and Mask's going to be able to get solo gold on it. So we'll be feeling pretty good about this situation so far.
I don't love these trades. We'll have to wait to see what happens with the Herald, though, because the bonus gold on the first turret was increased post MSI to try and curb lane swapping. It really accelerates the solo laner when they're able to get that. So even though Palafox had a really solid game one, now 33 CS plus that solo turret gold means he's 1,200 gold behind the Corki. That's madness.
Yeah, it's a lot of gold. You know, isolated solo gold on first tower is crazy amount of gold for sure. And like you talked about last game, Herald is just potential gold. It is not guaranteed gold, right? Last game we actually saw that actually work out, where NRG were lying in wait and stopped the Herald. They actually killed it off top lane before it even got a charge, because Castle TP'd in and they had to use it to run away to top lane in kind of a funny play. But yeah, you're giving up that guaranteed gold over to Mask. Either way, though, NRG maybe just kind of confident in their scaling, feeling like, hey, it's okay if we're trading gold, it's okay if we're in these situations, maybe we'll win out later. I
think it is worth it if they can break mid, just because Lucian Nami needs to have mid control to be effective. That's one of the big things when you see these items completed. You just pop the culling and you can push any squishy out of mid lane, but without that mid lane turret for their own defense, it's much harder for them to posture aggressively. You can flank in behind them. As of now, though, not a setup to actually make that Herald happen, and there's that Lucian Nami mid-prio on display.
Yeah, Huhi gonna get chunked down, does pop the heal there. As you can see, that Pierce Rend, a lot of damage coming back from FBI. Played this lethality build last game as well. The poke cannot be understated with this sort of a build from the Kalista. You can chunk people very, very hard, and that CC can be really dangerous because the follow-up coming through from that lethality Kalista is a lot.
Absolutely is. Where are you on the scaling of ADTF? Because I've heard vastly different opinions. I think it depends. Like, I've seen late game ADTF actually take over team fights if he can find the right entrance, but compared to Cassante, I think you'd imagine that Cassante will have more effect later.
It's generally a lot easier, I think, for the Cassante to get done what he wants to get done. As you say, you know, if TF can find a really good angle, get like an isolated 1v1 against the AD carry who doesn't have cleanse, you hit the gold card, you can kind of win that. That can be really big, but oftentimes as ADTF late game, you just become someone who's relegated to just a gold card, right? You're just walking forward, fishing with gold cards, allowing your team to try to follow up on that again and again and again. So we'll see what he can get done. There's the Fate's Call. The Ash Arrow does follow. The cleanse comes through and the flash. Nicely responded to there by Tactical, but a good aggressive play from NRG, who he actually almost went down there. He was quite low, as that would have been unfortunate, but they do get the end of the summoners out at the end of the day.
Yeah, very important to get the cleanse off of him. That unlocks contracts to start firing his ultimate when Tactical tries to play aggressively on mid lane. He's going to stick around most likely since Ole's return and is pumping him full of heals. That's the second game in a row there here where Tactical, while holding mid lane, has gotten dangerously close to dying. So it's definitely a spot that NRG is attacking with how aggressive Tactical, I think, has been playing.
Yeah, they have not been hesitant at all in either game to throw out their engage tools. You know, NRG are just firing them out, and you know, whether it hits, it hits. If it doesn't, it doesn't. You know, it's pretty low commitment on these sorts of plays. It is going to mean no summoners for Tactical if they wanted to try to commit to this next dragon, because that would be the third dragon for NRG. It is not going to be one of those big ticket ones. It's Chemtech again, so NRG definitely going to be a bit disappointed to see that.
Yeah.
As you know, you're maybe a little bit less concerned, but it's looking like they want to go for it either way. They're going to drop the Herald towards mid, try to play for Prio there, and then utilize that to get down for this third dragon.
Okay, maybe they just soft contest this mid wave because Palafox is just free pushing on bottom, not even here yet. Do they even get this crash? Yes.
Well, they get the charge. Not going to be able to get the kill. Palafox has come up, and they are on the Dragon. Immortals now looking for an angle. They're going to be TPing in the Cassante, so everyone is here. Dace is already dead, and Dokla just harassing them from the side, but there's the Tokyo Drift from Contracts. Nails the ult, and the Ash Arrow is there to follow, but it's just to push them back and actually claim the Dragon here. They're just fishing with this low commitment CC here. Mass actually going to bail out. TP's up towards top. Now the TF's ult has been popped because they know Mass can't come. He's going to actually TP in, flashes the bubble, it looked like, or flashes the root there from Armeo, excuse me. So it doesn't get much from it. Mass is going to be able to actually grab the top lane tower. So it is, at the end of the day, kind of just the Dragon for the turret trade, but that's NRG again on Soul Point.
Very interesting set of plays there. Dokla definitely going to regret that ult flash at the end. He got the Cassante.
At least it wasn't a blue card.
At least it wasn't a blue card to flash in. I don't think Immortals is that upset about this because Mask is now the carry.
Yeah.
1000% the carry. 2 solo turrets taken for him, 233 CS. If we, in 5 minutes, are wondering like, wow, how did Corki get so huge? It's because they've actually conceded so many of these other minor objectives, and he's going to need to be powerful for that soul fight.
Exactly, that's the thing. That's the trade-off, right? Yeah, you got the Corki with all these items, but now there's huge pressure to make that next fight work, because if you give up soul, then all of a sudden these concessions here and there to get enriched don't pay off whatsoever. So that is going to be the big risk, and we'll see if they can actually make it work out. Partially, I think they were also nervous because Tactical, again, was missing double summoners for that fight, so I don't think they wanted to hard commit to it, but they have got to make this next one work.
I think that's the bigger thing. They were probably losing that Drake anyway, so they may as well give themselves an out, and that out is 1000% Corki here. Looks like FBI will be able to complete this kill, and even though it's still a deathless game, if we do have a fight, that's going to be completely what breaks the game open since it's this late and Baron falls. I'm going to curse it here in terms of a short versus long game, but I feel like games where first blood takes forever, the Nexus doesn't take that long.
Yeah, it's like a 25-minute first blood and a 28-minute win.
Exactly, because it just blows up as soon as the first person dies.
And this is actually the latest first blood of the season so far when it is connected on. And if it keeps going, maybe we're going to set some more records. It's like I'm watching LCK.
Can we get Elder before first blood? Has that ever happened?
Let's find out. Can we? Yes. Will we? I don't know. We're gonna try to figure that one out along with you, as both teams playing it pretty patiently. He does throw a long distance arrow there again. Dokla's in the area, potentially ready to start this one off. If he can lead with the gold card, Palafox could be in trouble. Contracts is going to wrap around, and they do force out the Valkyrie, so now Mask is in a lot of trouble as Contracts is behind him, but he got pushed away by Armeo. So Armeo and Tactical there to reinforce means that Mask is going to stay safe. Immortals had the right read on the play. They keep their Corki secure.
Yeah, nice defense. I think if NRG overcommits there, they would have had a failed gank, and then Mask really gets going. You can see the reason he has the 200 gold bounty is because of his CS. It's so high in comparison to the average CS of NRG that's just a display of how fed he is. 1.6 thousand gold up on Palafox's Zir, who isn't
Fate's
weak.
Call is going to get thrown down. Tactical, potentially in some trouble, but there was no Ash ult available, but instead, the first blood is secured. It's on the Nami, the latest one of the split. Armeo now looking, he connects the root onto the TF. Dokla's gone as well. It's a trade of kills. NRG on the run. Can Immortals get more? Mask wants to try to chase him down. They're going to try to look for Daisy. Try to catch up, get some slows here, but I don't think they're really going to be able to do it. But look at that big one coming through from Mask. That was about half the health off of Huhi. So this Corki's starting to hurt.
The aggression by NRG not working at first.
It's just on the Cassante. Doesn't have the Pathmaker to buffer, but we'll be okay.
Palafox would have had an option to try and ult people back, but I think the team was just too weak, and he would have ended up just suiciding himself. Interesting play there. Didn't necessarily see the angle at first for NRG to go in, but when they just get the support and then TF falls on the back end and Immortals is the one to push afterwards, you'd almost say that play isn't completely worth it.
Yeah. I mean, if you have the Ash Arrow, I get the play, because your Fate Call, knock up, and then the Ash Arrow, but he used the Ash Arrow on top lane. So he's kind of just like, I'm here, throws out an auto attack and then runs.
And you can see they can actually finish the play at the end, but Dokla had to teleport so deep in, he gets caught by the Ivern. And at this point, Mask is untouched. He still has Tactical at full health in the back of the fight. It's a fine death for Ole. The team doesn't lose out from here, and they're back to pushing mid.
All right. Well, they grab the tier 1 mid. Now that it was just kind of an even trade on the first blood, do you still feel like it's going to be a fast game? Because the first
You're pushing it.
I'm with you in a lot of those games where it's like the first kill in a late first blood is like a 5-0 into a Baron or something.
Yeah.
But this is just a 1-for-1.
I agree. I still think it's going to be a fast-ish game because of the soul point being in 6 seconds.
So it's going to be a bloodbath over at the Dragon. That's where Jack's predicting.
Well, based on the current game state, it's not looking like that. It's looking like
it's going to be a bloodbath for the Dragon.
I wanted it to be, but it is not that.
Well, I'm saying the Dragon is still being brutally killed here in front of our eyes. All right, well, they do find the arrow. Tactical cleanses out, but he's going to be snagged by the arrow right off the back. Nami ult there to peel them. Corki does get it for free. That is just the Summoner's force there, as the tidal wave was enough from Olay to keep him safe. Mask, though, in some trouble. Remember, he has no cleanse, and in comes the TF. He's going to try to flash away, but he flashes in the middle of everyone. Just gives the kill away anyway, and now NRG are going to be going up towards that Baron. I think they want to try to force something here. We'll see if they can get the push out mid.
The Dragon heist was great by Immortals to prevent the soul point, but at what cost? Mask killed on the retreat. NRG doesn't have that long. The 30-second respawn timer has the teleport available for Mask Corki, so they got to go quick.
Yeah, we'll see. Tactical looking for the culling, gets a big one. Is going to actually force out the Fate's Call there. No buffer again from Castle, as he doesn't use the Pathmaker as the gold card comes in. But that's enough. NRG a little bit gun-shy here. They're going to pull back. Not committing to it. I thought they might have wanted to go a little bit more aggressive because really the only damage threat is Tactical with Mask off the map. You know, there's not a lot of poke, there's not a lot of damage. Culling was used in Chunked Out Hui, but like, what are you going to do after that, right? You then have to kind of commit to the fight. So I felt like maybe NRG could have stayed around a little bit longer and tried to get a turn.
I think their Baron damage is probably just too low. With Lethality, Callista, and the Azir. It's 16,000 health Baron.
Yeah.
It's a tough one because it's just one guy, and it's this early in the game that I think they're still taking a bit of damage from the Baron. I understand why they would pull back.
Yeah, and they are still at soul point. No, I get it. I think they can kill it pretty quick with ADTF and Azir, but clearly they didn't want to risk it and decide to just kind of pull back there. But it is, at the end of the day, meaning that then the pick doesn't really amount to too much, but Mask did waste his flash on that previous play, and now Immortals trying to, again, check these brushes, utilizing Daisy, just sending it forward, scouting out, so they're not going to get picked off here. They get some vision down, and are going to be able to reclaim at least a little bit of that, as it just feels like, again, a game that we're moving towards these team fights eventually, but it just has to be one of the teams has to kind of draw the line in the sand. You know, NRG can give up the next Dragon again if they want, but you would suspect that that would be their major advantage. That would be their major win condition, and they want to fight for it.
I think they do want to fight for it, but I do wonder if the poke from Lucian, Nami Culling, and now the full 3-item Corki is going to be a little bit too much, because neither of these teams have, you know, upon further viewing, great ways of actually engaging on the other team. I really liked the way that Castle has stood in front of any of the NRG engage, whether it would be a potential Ash Era, but mostly just gold cards, to not give Dokla good targets to burst down. It's making them surprisingly squishy, even though they just or surprisingly slippery, even though they just have the one cleanse and no Mikhail's yet completed.
Yeah, and Dokla hasn't really been able to create too much of an advantage through side lane. Yeah, he has a gold lead, but that's kind of just what TF does. You print money with your passive, so you're going to create a lead in that way, but he hasn't really been threatening towers too much. He hasn't really been, you know, kind of pushing that forward. Corki's down also 16, which is when the poke becomes very difficult to deal with. Tactical, trying to play confidently here. He has the LDR, he has the rapid fire, so wants to step forward and poke away. But anytime it's just on contracts, honestly, you don't really care because he's sitting on the Warmogs, and by the time anything happens, he's right back to full.
It's true. He's got 2 supports, though, so he's got to try.
He's going to turn. He lands the arrow, everything coming through. Is the gold card going to be there as well? Where did he actually come in with the ulti? Couldn't quite see it on the map, but not going to be the follow-up there as he just tanks his Hedge 1. He ult, the Ash arrow hits, but the cleanse with that CC reduction coming in right after it. Tactical is totally safe and is able to just walk it out while Palafox is pushing down mid.
And Palafox is most likely wanting to take this whole turret. Immortals just says, now is the time. NRG has no hard engaged tools, so Immortals just starts it up. Let's go.
It is getting down pretty low. They want to force the TP. Palafox is basing first. He's still not TPing. Now he's going to be TPing in towards the rest of the team. Will Immortals just back it off? As this is getting really dangerous. If they back off now, NRG might just commit to it. It's going to be a flip potentially. It's down to 3K. Eyes on the junglers. Can Cassante pull him out? He does, and it is secured, but Cassante then is going to be going down for free, so Immortals have got to run. We'll see how many of them can actually get out. He almost dies. Has to flash out as he gets thrown in with the fake ult. Great bubble from Olay. Does disengage on 2, and now the question is, can Tactical get home? He's gonna save himself with a Baron recall. Thumbs up, see ya later. It's just the 1 kill for the Baron. Well played by Immortals.
No time to really take stock of what happened, though, because Soul Point is up in 35 seconds. Immortals already trying to run back out. Castle 20 seconds, but has the teleport. So Immortals just buys items straight back on the map, and it's going to be the same play over and over again. Really love that QSS that Tactical just bought, because he's actually playing like the second front line for this team. The most underrated part of Cleanse is that 75% CC timer reduction for 3 seconds afterwards. Saved him a couple times this game, and we have another potential brawl here if NRG want to take it.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, he knows this fight is so important. He has to buy the QSS. He has to be able to play aggressive on the Lucian, or they just won't have enough damage to get through the front line. So Tactical stepping forward here, trying to get what he can done. There's the TP in from Castle, but both teams just kind of lining up for 5v5. Dokla looking for some poke here. The Ash Arrow gonna whiff. Castle's going forward, but he's not getting too much done. They secure the Dragon, though. Again, Castle just used to push the enemy jungler back and try to take something from that. NRG could potentially run towards mid, as they do have a wave there, but at the same token, Immortals are just gonna go towards bot, look to try to push that in. Palafox is just out of vision, won't be spotted, but he will be there to defend as Contracts has gone back as well, and Immortals still on the push.
They want to push here, and NRG might try and counter with the fight. Castle's doing so much work this game, though. One of the most effective 0-1-1 Cassantes I've ever seen, holding off the TF and giving them
Contracts in trouble. He has to flash out of there, barely survives. Tactical is going to try to follow up on this great flash from Dokla as Castle tried to get behind him, look for the flash, and he wanted to be able to pull him back into the rest of his team. Tactical came in to try to support, wouldn't be able to get the kill.
Some really obnoxious Ivern stuff going on here too, with the Baron Cannon minion that you can't see, who's just hitting your turret. They're gonna hold him there and really just wait for the next wave, try and really choke this turret down.
Yeah, Castle is chunked out pretty low. Another gold card does land. This time it's gonna be buffered with the Pathmaker, but they have the shields, constantly throwing the shields up, but look at the damage from the Azir. The stun does land, and now it's Immortals on the run here as Mask got incredibly low there. The TF ulti has been popped. Can they actually find an angle? Tactical down incredibly low, gonna pop the culling, trying to look to turn it around. The Pathmaker used defensively. The Sejuani ult doesn't really get too much. Neither team can fully lock down the other, and it's just this game back and forth where one team gets the edge and then they're able to find the other team just disengaging.
The Moonstone Ivern as well as the Nami are just keeping Immortals' health bars so full. They get chunked out, which makes you think that the fight would be over, and you look up again, and they're at 80% health. So Immortals has really stuck around in this game, and they're gonna have to keep doing the same things. The reason this last play worked is they're just getting set up first. They throw out more poke, and the Corki is fed enough that the poke is really substantial, and it makes Contracts be able to go in. Then everybody else is incredibly squishy, so they just can't. And then Immortals gets the objectives and slowly, incrementally finds their way back in the game.
And we had some really close margins there because Contracts flashed out with, I want to say, 5% health. Then we had Castle stunning up Dokla and flashing behind. If he got the all-out, Dokla is for sure dead, but he barely flashes over the wall and survives. Then we have, Immortals getting incredibly low and almost dying. So it is the slimmest of margins here, and we are getting later and later into the game where one-sided fight could mean the end of everything.
Yeah.
It's so dangerous when you make a mistake in these later stages, but you like to see Tactical playing with confidence here on the Lucian. We saw a lot of credit being given to Jan, who was having some really strong games on his Lucian. A lot of people talking about him as potentially the best Western Lucian, and Tactical trying to give him a run for his money, trying to have a strong carry performance here, and we'll see if he can really step up and find those big plays that his team is going to need from him if they're going to win.
Completely agree, and boy, do they have some tools to keep him safe from the CC of NRG. He has Cleanse, he has a QSS, and his support has Mikhail's. This is going to make him so confident. And he also has Ivern shields that are just refreshing on him. But like he can still die pretty fast. That's the thing he's gonna have to worry about a bit. I don't think he's gonna die from CC. He's just gonna die from getting hit in the face by a Callista Q and a couple of Azir shots.
Exactly. I mean, we saw him stepping forward. He got autoed by Azir a couple times. You lose like half your health. At this point in the game, especially when Death Cap's completed a little bit later on for Palafox, you are heavily outranged. A couple autos is sometimes all it takes. Pierce Ren comes through from FBI, then all of a sudden you're dead. You can't cleanse that. And it is going to be Immortals moving over towards the Baron, trying to secure some vision, as that's going to be the next objective up here. 45 seconds until that does spawn. About a minute, as NRG would have their third crack at a potential soul.
Man, I really jinxed it when I said the game was going to be fast for having a late slow blood. But I'm here for it. I want to see these teams battle. Chemtech Drake is the only one that hates this because he might die like 7 times this game.
Yeah, it's kind of messed up.
If Immortals can get the 4-of-a-kind soul, which they're kind of trending towards. Their poke is better than NRG's poke right now, and NRG actually just can't engage. There are too many cleanses and CC breaks on Immortals, especially with who is presenting themselves to be hit.
Yeah, Dokla down here on this bottom side, just trying to take away as much gold as he possibly can. He already has 3 full items completed. We're seeing that really across the board for a lot of the players. They have those 3 items. Palafox, of course, working on his 4th. Tactical working on his 4th as well. Mask already has 4 done. It is a 0-1-1 Corki, but he is ridiculously strong.
Yeah.
And Contracts really seems to be the only one they can ever hit. And they keep getting the poke down, but not really anything more than that. It's a bit of an aggressive Valkyrie forward there from Mask, but felt confident with his 2 supports behind him that he would be able to look for that sort of a play. Tactical again, just playing through mid, looking to get Prio there.
Dokla
as it is Dokla. Yeah, Dokla over on the Dragon here, spotted out, but Tactical is getting hit a little bit on the other side, trying to control mid. Matt's gonna go forward. That's the Fate's Call, immediately used. Contract's trying to turn around. There's the cleanse, there's the tidal wave coming through, but they got the flash off Tactical as well, the culling coming through, and now there's no flash for Contracts, no way out. The jungler is down. Dokla's trying to rush this, but there's no way he can kill it in time. It should be a 3rd straight Dragon here for Immortals, and the question is, what else can they get after this? Do they have time to take this and go for the Baron, as that might be the angle? It's a long respawn on Contracts.
I think they can, at the very least, get the Drake, and I think this is the correct call. Even if they could get the Baron with the Dragon being down, giving up the soul is a no-go with how slow these fights are. So now both teams on soul point, and I think if Immortals doesn't try and rush it here, they just keep running the same play. This could potentially be slightly impatient because that'll corner them in, but they get the chunk on Palafox.
Oh, that's a big chunk on a Palafox. Armeo doesn't actually have the ult right now, so they don't have anyone really to actually tank this up. So they are taking quite a bit of damage on it, but it looks like NRG aren't even feeling confident to try to fight it with no jungler. They don't want to risk their game on this play, so they're going to push up mid. They're going to try to take it tier 2. But Immortals slowly but surely dragging themselves back into this game. The Ash Arrow doesn't hit anything. More items being completed. BT now done. Another item now completed as well for Tactical. He's got the IE now on top of the QSS. Still has the cleanse.
Yeah.
And he is going to be really difficult to take down.
He can definitely kill Contracts. So Contracts isn't the guy that can move up in mid lane, especially with his IE now.
They're looking for a flank. Tactical has no flash and no way out potentially. He's going to get swept back in and he's gone. It's Palafox. Colin Palafaker makes the big play in the mid lane, right where Faker caught Ruler, takes him down. Castle's falling as well. How much can NRG get on this push?
Such a clutch play, but with no Baron buff, they need to wait for a few more minions. Mask can clear a lot, but NRG, they need to make the most out of this because that was a miracle catch by Contracts and Palafox.
Yeah, they're going to try to potentially even just end the game. There's not a lot left in the tank here for Immortals to defend. They do have the Baron buff. They just need to try to focus on taking down these minions as fast as humanly possible. But it is the Valkyrie back for Mask.
Mask doesn't have any rockets. He's got to wait for them to respawn. Here they go.
Yeah, here they go. Dokla's just going to step forward here. Does land the gold card. And on the side, Mask is gone. And just like that, NRG grasp victory from the jaws of defeat. Taking it back. Immortals got the Baron. NRG got the game and the series victory. Their first of the split.
And that is a classic NRG win. They clutch it out at the very end of the day. Palafox and Contracts, when they stack up the soul point, it looks like Immortals, in that moment, it looked like Immortals had total control of the game. Tactical had been playing godlike the entire time, but he had no flash at the time, and NRG just sends it With that kill, they end the series, pick up their first match win of the year going into the break.
It's a crazy end to the game. We got Kobe on stage with the NRG homies. Kobe, take it away.
All right, thank you, Azael. I've got both Palafox and Contracts here. It seemed like you guys needed that win. How are you feeling?
Pretty good, honestly. I told myself I wouldn't shave until I got a win, so I guess I can shave now.
Yes. Thank you from all the fans.
I was scared because we always lose to Immortal, except the last time when we played Vayne and it was going horrible until we won. So this game, I was pretty happy, you know?
Yeah, I mean, this one started, the pressure started to really mount. They were getting objective after objective after objective. What was the comms like at that point? Were you like, we have to make a pick, you know, we can't do these standoffs anymore? What was the team feeling?
Yeah, I mean, I was just trying to get numbers advantage through sight somehow, but I mean, it was getting definitely tricky at times. They have Cleanse, McHale's, QSS. It's like my champ's kind of useless at that point. So, yeah, I mean, just thankfully they overextended on mid after Baron, so.
Yeah, I mean, you two are the ones that got the final pick towards mid lane. What was it?
Well, so what happened is we're going to trap them in red side. We're a little lost, right? And then Han is like, Lucian no flash? What the fuck? And then I was like, wait, Lucian no flash? And then the game ended.
Good comms, clean stuff. All right, well, I have to go back to the beginning of game number 1 and also ask about the tower dive. The first tower dive on Sejuani, where the ult gets flashed and then you still go for it. What happened there?
I was warming up.
Yeah, there we go. Our energy warmed up after this victory. Is this going to be energy summer?
I mean, good vibes. Scrim's been going pretty well, I think, and we've just been like, we started off pretty low, and I think we're on the up and up, so.
Perfect. All according to plan. I'm happy to hear that. The fans will be happy to hear Energy Summer all going according to plan. My last question, we have FlyQuest versus Dignitas tomorrow. Are you Team Dig or Team Fly?
I'm Team Dig all the way. Let's go.
It's Dig season, baby.
There you have it. They're Team Dignitas as well. We're going to throw it to break. We'll be right back.
Didn't you hear? Bill's a good gillionaire now.
Basically, my new connection is so strong I can game anywhere. Check it out. We've got Gamer Rocker, Gamer Floaty, Gamer Couch.
Whoa.
It's got wheels.
Gamer Bench, Gamer Throne, and Gamer Mower.
What's that?
It's hard to game while walking downstairs.
I get it.
That's smart.
Live like a gagillionaire with low latency everywhere. AT&T Fiber with All-Fi.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We'll start off with that because right off camera you said, I don't even know what that mid game was really. It was all a blur. But first win on the board, just generally, what's the environment on the team like right now?
It's actually pretty good. I'd say after this win, I can actually like breathe. If we lost this game, I think we'd be in a really bad spot. So with the 2-week break, our morale is gonna be a lot higher. So yeah.
They went over some of the comms, especially on that last-minute catch onto Tactical. Yeah. In terms of improving your communication, especially in situations like this where it looks like the game is slipping away, how has that been going from spring to summer?
I think we're just more connected. That's kind of the thing we're going for, just everyone connected to the same play. Had a bit of blunders in the game, but in the end, we brought it back. I mean, Lucian no flash, and then we were just like, all right, let's just send it on him, and then we got it done. So yeah, just high pressure situations, and I'm glad we performed well in them.
And then this always seems to happen against IMT. They brought up on stage. Obviously, last time was the Vayne top, but today you got to bring out the Jax. Looked really great. How has it been for you overall, especially with the state of top lane right now?
I mean, people know my opinions of top lane with the range top, but my coaches don't agree with me. But one day they will, and that day I'll be unleashed. But it's pretty. You can pick anything right now. But I mean, last week I played Cassante 3 games in a row, so maybe not anything. But yeah, it's pretty versatile if you're open-minded.
All right, we will hope to see if your coaches let you play range tops, and we'll shoot it back to the broadcast.
Welcome back to the LCS Lounge. 100 Thieves TL is up next. And a reminder that the LCS will be dropping one signature Ahri collection bundle this weekend. Log in and watch on lolesports.com to get your golden Ahri ticket. And speaking of GOATs.
Okay.
Let's talk about Impact.
Yeah!
Yeah!
Impact played with Faker. Also,
he did
way back in the day.
Without Impact, where would Faker? No.
No.
He set, which is crazy considering he won a world championship before coming here.
Yeah.
But last week he set the LCS record for most wins by a player. He passed Bjergsen.
That's crazy.
Yeah. It's kind of insane as we see like all of these teams that Impact has been on reuniting, obviously with TL this split, but Impact is just, I know we talk about him as the rock of the top lane, but he really is. He's just so stable. All of his teammates always praise like how willing he is to play for the team, how smart he is about the game, how impactful he is in their communication. And what an LCS career, honestly.
And we got to see him in whole hosts of jerseys. You got to even see the graphic of the wins that he had per team. I think that's incredibly important because the consensus from the players that have worked with him and have played against him is that he is just flatly a winner. He will do what it takes to win, regardless of what champion pool he has. He will always make sure that the team is always on the right direction. Whenever, like he's with the Evil Genius boys or with the Team Liquid boys, or of course now, just talking about the players that have recognized, like, oh no, after review, he's always going to go deep into our team issues.
Yep.
And the result of that are the victories he ends up getting. And it's just nice to see that he got rewarded for it.
He's just built different.
Yeah.
The fact that you can be in the LCS for this long, playing at that level on that many different teams, and still be one of the best top laners in the league is amazing. So Team Liquid haven't lost yet. 100 Thieves did drop their series last week. Let's pull up the predictions as we're about to get into our second series of the day. Anybody bold enough to take 100 Thieves?
That's a no.
No.
Discord, definitely no.
We were like, no. They're like, no, not at all, not happening.
I think 100 Thieves could take a game based on maybe them getting like a really, really favorable draft. We know they like to fool around, maybe have some pocket picks coming in. But TL, we saw it, especially in their first like really stifling win last week, their side lane control, the way they played around that Tristana, right? Their map movements. This is something we talk about Spawn drilling into this team. He's back. As Jan said, they can't fool around anymore, you know? But this TL team has just looked like they have such better understanding of map and wave control.
And it is nice to see that the consensus around the league is that Team Liquid is just the best team, because last split, yes, in the regular season they had troubles, and people were always zeroing in on the consistency of their carries of APA and Jan. You cannot say that anymore.
No.
So you're really just trying to dig into what their weaknesses are, and I hope that 100 Thieves can show us that.
We'll have to see. Spawn, who you just saw on stage, is someone you talked to right before the series along with Golden Glue. Let's check that out.
What's up, everyone? I've got here Coach Golden Glue from 100 Thieves and Coach Spawn from Team Liquid. I was getting a little too used to seeing Rainover in your position. You have to ruin a good thing. How's it going? What's been happening, actually, in the past few weeks for you?
Not much has been happening. After MSI, I had to get my visa, and then my son was diagnosed with ADHD, so I had to stay home and just take care of a couple of family businesses. But it was actually really nice to watch Rainover do the interviews, and he won every game that he did the interview. So I was trying to encourage him to come back and continue to do the interviews, but he said, that's my job, so I have to do it.
And now you can set a precedent of getting him to lose some of these games, so he's having losers interviews. So like for you, you just came off of what was a tough last week. What's your thought process bouncing back and trying to get him to losing ways?
Yeah, obviously, so I think our first week we had really clean wins, and our second week we had really sloppy games. So I'm just hoping we can bounce back and set the norm that we're going to play more like week 1 and week 2 was the fluke. But, you know, we had a short week of practice because obviously we're playing on Thursday, so there wasn't too much we could change in just a couple days. But I'm just excited to play versus Team Liquid. You know, they're first place right now. They won last split, and they're about to go to the big other tournament in like 2 weeks. So I'm hoping we can send them off on a loss.
How demoralized will you guys be on that loss?
I mean, we're not actually really thinking about like too many wins, too many losses, to be honest. It's hard because it's single round robin, so every game does really count. But obviously our goal is to make sure that we're in the best form and condition going both into EWC as well as, you know, playoffs and then Worlds. So we just got to continue to focus on us, make sure that we're working on the things that we know we're deficient in and getting better at that. And then if that leads to wins, that's fantastic. But ultimately the long-term growth is what we're looking for.
Last question for you. Last split, we heard a lot about your guys' scrims. This split, actually not too much. Is that good? Is that a good sign?
Yeah, actually, so our scrims, well, we'll definitely still have days where I'm like, wow, what are we doing? But we have had some better days of scrims this split. So I would say we're like a bit better than last split, but you know, we could still use some work in scrims.
I think the real issue is there's some bigger crimers now than 100 Thieves out there. So it used to be the 100 Thieves criminals, but now there's a couple of other teams out there that are a little bit shaky as well.
Where the hell are the police? There's a lot of criminals out there. All right, thank you guys, and good luck in your matchup today.
Welcome back to the LCS, everybody. It's time for our next matchup, our next best of 3. It's Team Liquid going head-to-head with 100 Thieves. I'm Captain Flowers. I'm joined by Kobe. How you feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling amped up. I mean, this series should be a really, really fun one. Team Liquid are kind of undisputed at the top of the LCS, not only with their wins, but also talking to every single team, all of the players, even if begrudgingly a little bit, and them saying, oh, you know, later in the season, maybe we'll take down Team Liquid, they all agree that TL is definitely the team to beat. And I feel like 100 Thieves, with how creative they have been in drafts, not just this split, but also last split, and their willingness to play so many different types of comps and plus so many different like wild cards, I feel like this is a very good team to try and push Team Liquid to make Team Liquid show something more or maybe even expose some cracks.
Yeah, and I think that part of that story of what you're talking about, making Team Liquid switch it up, can be told when you look at the junglers specifically. I think that IMT's one of those guys who's been still playing a lot of the old school, low econ, tanky style of stuff, as opposed to, you know, this new age Zyra, AP jungle, speed clearing thing. And if River can really put the pressure on IMT in the jungle, I think that could be an angle where 100 Thieves generates some of that pressure.
You saying you're not impressed by Sejuani Maokai only junglers?
It's not my favorite flavor of jungle, my friend.
Need to show you a little something more.
Yeah.
Definitely a little something spicy.
Yeah.
It's interesting because in the coach interview, Spawn directly said, yeah, we're in a state right now where we feel like we're going to try more things and we are going to try and work on what we think we are currently deficient at. So that would, you know, make us assume that they're going to try a little bit here, even in this series. Let's see if we get a little taste. Rainover's got a smile on his face. Maybe a little something special coming out this series.
And it was interesting to hear from the coaches too. Like, you know, Golden Glue even mentioned, like, hey, because the schedule is a little bit different this week, you do have less prep time. You do have less scrim time. There's not as many opportunities to try to change things up or test out something new. So that will be even more interesting in this specific situation because of the fact that, all right, you might be able to cook, but you got to put the microwave on overdrive, man.
This week is going to be LCS just lightning round week. We're gonna be in super quick mode here. See what they've got. They're working through a couple things on stage at the moment, trying to get this lobby ready. And we'll be able to jump right into it here. Also, this is the only time, just because the patch just came out yesterday, and the pros voted on it, so we are still on the older patch, not technically on the one that was just released yesterday on the live. So at least they were like, you know what, we're not going to shift everything that much in this short practice time week, and they're going to keep it a little similar.
Yeah, having only 3 days to practice and scrim and whatever, on top of having to play on a patch that just dropped 12 hours ago.
Hey, I was pushing for the patch.
It'd be pretty intense.
I say make them play on the day-old patch. Make them play on it, but we will get into the draft here soon enough. The lobby is up, and we are ready to go. Rumble here has remained a primary ban. If we are still looking at topside as well, you know, like the Renekton and the Cassante have been these super, super blindable, very easy picks up there. Yep. With a little bit of like Twisted Fate, like we just saw, thrown in as a bit of a counter.
So 100 Thieves, they get rid of the Rumble. Team Liquid now pretty much mandatory to ban the Skarner. If it wasn't already mandatory, it's now double mandatory because Rumble is kind of the usual answer into it. Some teams might be willing to try something like a Mordekaiser, but again, I'm always just expecting to see my poor little Scorpion banned away.
And it's interesting too, because we're getting pretty deep in the bans, and with 100 Thieves banning Tristana, Team Liquid are forced between the choice of, do we ban Skarner like we know we need to, or do we ban Corki because we think 100 Thieves are going to jump right on the Corki and then you can't do your little Corki Tristana trade? I would say ban Skarner 100%. Quid already played Ezreal. You know, they will play. Quid will play anything. Quid actually has the deepest champion pool of any of our mid laners, if you're just counting this year. So Quid has been so flexible. I don't think you need to feel pressured, even though Corki Tristana is the meta, the name of the entire game right now.
Yeah.
I still think if we're remaining on the patch,
all right, lock it in.
They let them both through in favor of banning out Ashe for bottom side pressure, and so Skarner's gonna, you assume, be the first pick. And the intention here for TL is like, fine, we'll give it to you, but now because you banned that Tristana we were talking about, we will take the primary Corki.
Okay. So no Tristana to answer the Corki. We also have Senna banned away critically by TL. Remember that this champion counts as multiple bans, I feel like, because there's so much stuff that she enables to be played with her down there in the bottom lane with the farming supports. As let's see what else Team Liquid wants to go with here. They want to make sure they get value out of giving the Skarner away. We have not yet seen a team give Skarner away and not regret it.
We have also not yet seen IMT not lock Sejuani or Maokai. We get another one, baby. In a world that has been filled with AP turbo clearing junglers, the tanks are also very good. Of course, we just came off a series where back-to-back, you know, NRG contracts, very strong Sejuani. The champion right now is just insane because of Warmogs plus the Zeeks, both incredibly efficient. The Warmogs buff is just exactly what Sejuani wanted. She already in previous metas would rush Warmogs, and now it's 1,000 flat health, and they increased her health scaling on her W damage. It's just insane. So let's catch up with it though, as the Ezreal plus Leona are locked in. And a friendly reminder, even though I don't think Quid will play at this game, he very well could. This is a real flex pick here, and Quid was not only proficient on mid Ezreal, he was extremely good on the mid lane Ezreal. So definitely putting some real pressure here into the draft.
Yep, absolute highlight reel moment when he got that quadra kill in the 3v5 Baron defense. Okay, that's what I mentioned earlier. This is one of those other champions that you see picked as a response to the Skarner in top lane. Usually it's Rumble or it's Mordekaiser. Now, will the Mordekaiser and his ability to win in the direct matchup be able to outweigh Skarner's impact in the game as a whole? That's also what we're going to have to see. How experienced is Impact in the Mordekaiser versus Skarner matchup? That's another thing that's going to factor in here, because if Skarner gets ahead, it's still really difficult for Mordekaiser to be able to respond to him. Remember that Skarner's one of those champions where if you're trying to shove the wave in, it's so easy for him to punish you, especially on a champion that just can have ambient damage around him like Mordekaiser with that Steel Storm or whatever the passive is called. I don't even remember the name of the thing specifically. But if Mordekaiser got his passive currently working and Skarner just slams him into the wall, into the turret. It's bad news bears for Mord.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm very excited for this one because Mord does some really interesting things to your team fights as well. If he's able to, you know, like blast cone towards the backside, or sometimes it's even optimal to try and just ult the tank out of the way for the rest of your team. Very fun too with split pushing and your ability to 2v1. Dissuades junglers from ganking you the later that you get when you have access to your ultimate, but we'll catch up here as Karthus and Zyra both banned out, referring to those AP really quickly clearing junglers that are especially good versus Sejuani, who's much more gank oriented early.
Yeah, I don't think you could have picked two better bans for TL in the second half of this draft. These two champions are exactly those types of accelerators, those high tempo junglers that are gonna make it harder for Sejuani to maintain the relevance that she wants to if they are not kept in check. So banning those both out seems really smart to me. Kalista and Nautilus banned away by 100 Thieves, just getting rid of a couple of those options that they don't want to deal with down there in the bottom lane, but still plenty left to pick from here for the side of Team Liquid. And it looks like the man who showed that North America just might be able to pilot some Lucian is ready to pilot it here again.
Yeah, he is well acquainted with this duo. It's one of their favorites. They've talked about it a lot, but the Lucian Nami here for Yawn and Core JJ. See how much pressure they can put, and see if 100 Thieves then want to pivot a little bit. They lock in the Brand though. Brand is so good versus Sejuani. Right up there with the Karthus, with the Zyra in the turbo clearing, but also just has massive, massive AoE damage that you can bring to the team fight. Brand is also interesting in that the range is really strong on this champ, so yeah, we'll see about the early clears, and it's gonna be a kind of a race here. Can UMT actually get enough done in lanes to deal with river power clearing?
And hey, it's Quid on the mid Ezreal, reconfirmed with a Felios locked in bottom lane. There alongside the Leona. Nami, most likely the option to be locked in next to... Oh yeah, dude. You know what's actually the most messed up thing? Lucian's one of the only champions in this video game called League of Legends that canonically, by the lore, has a wife, and he spends all his time hanging out with a fish instead of with his wife.
Yep, definitely. Definitely a funny one. The meta is more powerful than lore. Okay.
The meta is stronger than love.
Yeah, true. I also do want to go over a little bit. The Mordekaiser is kind of the main pick of this draft. Even though you may not be familiar in the recent history, Impact has played for so long that he actually has 17 games on Mordekaiser because he played it during, if you remember, the Omega powerful Bruisers meta. Juggernauts, that's what they're called. The Juggernauts meta when they were turbo OP. And so he has a 64% win rate on it with 17 games. So not too shabby there. Definitely trusting in Impact here, despite how strong Skarner currently is.
He has 17 games on Mordekaiser. How many of those 17 are against Skarner? I'm going to be willing to bet it's about...
I'm just going to say 0 without checking every single match. I'm going to say 0 of old Skarner, unless it happened to randomly be picked by a jungler sometime back then. But we'll get into it here. Right on to the Rift. 100 Thieves versus Team Liquid.
All right, let's do it. It's time for 100 Thieves and TL. Team Liquid going to accept the challenge of being the team to show that there is an answer to Skarner in the LCS on this patch. Nobody else has done it thus far, but you talked about it. Yeah,
and they failed.
Yeah, everybody, there's been attempts, don't get me wrong, but the attempts have not succeeded. Sniper also using my favorite Skarner skin after the rework. I think the Robo Skarner is just completely badass. He looks super cool. He has 2 chainsaws and 3 harpoon tails. He's just cool, man. All right, wait, let's see what we got here. GLHF, U2, Oh, man, come on, what is this?
Wait, that's good. It's cute. You got to start out. You got to start out somewhere.
Oh, you lull them into a false sense of security with polite manners. And then you change it up, hit them with the curveball. Okay.
Yeah, as soon as you get that first kill, immediately into the type racer.
All right, so let's just go ahead and compare what we got here. We have the barrier for Meech versus Cleanse on Yon. Wants to make sure he can get away from those engages from the Leona. We know how powerful the CC chaining is from her, while Ayla has the Ignite to try to guarantee that they can get one of these kills if they catch one of these two Team Liquid players.
Yeah, just to hammer home our point about how many games Impact has played. Just in the LCS recently, he passed the first place for all-time wins in the LCS, and you saw there Sniper ranking against all of the LCS top laners that we have ever had. 190th, you know, pretty respectable.
190th.
He's a rookie, okay? He had one split.
Yeah, that's 190. I think one of the producers told me earlier that the grand total of players that have played in the LCS is like 364, so he's almost in the top half.
That's pretty good.
So yeah, we're
wow.
chilling.
That just makes me think. So like, about half of them didn't make it more than one split worth of wins, basically.
It's tough out here, man.
100 Thieves that have a lot of wins in spring, so that's definitely more wins than you would usually get by only that small amount of time. But back on the Quid Ezreal points, really where it took off was the quadra kill and getting Baron for the team. And so this, I think, will be a more interesting kind of test. Even though a lot of players that we've talked to directly and interviewed have said, yeah, Quid is actually insane on the mid Ezreal. It's not just that one game where he got fortunate to get gifted a bunch of money towards the Baron.
Missing the Q there, though, means this trade is going to be a lot more even than it would otherwise feel.
-1 Q.
Yeah, we're going to have to keep track of those. -1, but not really that consequential here just yet. Back in bottom lane, currently the priority here belongs to Yon and CoreJJ, that Lucian Nami, that classic bully lane here on the bot side of the map. But River is also hanging around, clearing through the Krugs. If he tries to come in through the Tri-Brush, he is going to be spotted out by the wards. So I would hope that this doesn't really lead into anything, since Team Liquid has the knowledge and the information on River's positioning. Ayla and Meech can comfortably step up here, and it'll be Ayla sweeping through the brushes. But Umpty's ready to join up here too. Instead, just going to put his attention over onto the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, he should get it. They both have smite still. Save the smite for the Scuttle Crab, so they're able to get that quite nice, and he can path up and get the top side one as well. By the way, the top side, I just want to point out a small thing that Sniper did. This is what you want to do for Skarner. Especially, it's even more important on live patch where Skarner got further mana nerfs. But Sniper pushed in and he got his recall off on the early push at tower to go buy that tier.
Yep. Gotta make sure you can spam.
Yeah, it helps out a lot on the patch that we're currently on here. It was a small mana nerfs, but on live it's even more so.
Ooh, Umpty not going to be able to find his recall there as River interrupts him. But also important to note what you saw up there, the interaction between Sniper and Impact, where it looked like Sniper kind of grabbed Impact at a wacky angle. The hitbox on Skarner's E is not exactly as it seems. It's a little deceptive. Yon having to pop the cleanse down here in the bottom lane. Heal from CoreJJ also used alongside the Ignite and Barrier from the 100 Thieves bottom lane. All non-flash summoner spells are spent down here in this 2v2, Kobe.
Yeah, they're going pretty hard down here. You would think maybe it's going to be junglers again visiting. Brand, of course, is doing full clears down to the bottom side, whereas Umpty here does have Raptors to go, or the Krugs to go to after Raptors. So it's going to be the choice here from Umpty. And even though there is a ward on Raptors, going to head on down to this bottom side because it has gotten a little bit spicy. And he does know that it's also a clear towards bottom side there for River for the Brand. So we'll see about round 2 of junglers meeting up towards the bottom side.
Yes, sir.
Now we got a little wraparound here, though. Looks like a bit of a cross because 6 minutes in is Void Grubs. So we're seeing, again, the classic bottom lanes on first recall here. Go up to the Void Grubs. They're going up there ahead of time, 5.5 minutes. They get their purchase off. They go up to the Void Grubs with their jungler, and they burn them down.
So one thing that I'm also interested in here with this switch up coming around is remember that in most situations when you're the top laner, when the enemy duo swaps up there, you've got to be respectful of that 1v2 situation. Mordekaiser doesn't really care about 1v2 situations because that's just 2 separate 1v1s for him. So 100 Thieves will need to make sure that they're respecting this guy. Don't put themselves in a spot where it's very easy for him to send somebody to the Shadow Realm. and get TL on the board. They are off to a very modest gold lead here early on, but it is River with control over those grubs, like you were saying.
Yeah, this is basically the most common early game play, and on bottom side the answer.
Okay, Sniper gonna get dove. 1v3, flashes back on the other side of the turret. CoreJJ still alive with about 100 HP, not looking so great, but now Umpty's gonna get grabbed. He flashes back into the turret aggro in time. It's first blood over on the other side, as exactly what I said would happen just happened. Impact gets a 1v2 at the same time. His team is getting a 3v1 on the other end of the rift.
Yo, that was vintage BM, okay? Back in Impact's day, back in my day, we didn't have emotes to BM with. We spammed the taunt like that. He spams taunt on the body, and Impact wants another one. Oh,
I called it, man. You cannot disrespect Mordekaiser.
That's some old man BM right there. Some original. That was juicy. Yeah, I mean, these two top lane champions are very different in dealing with multiple people ganking them. As you so clearly illustrated and talked about, we didn't actually get to see it happen, so let's take a look. And it's just the grab onto Meech under tower. He had flash. He did not flash the grab. He did not respect the top lane LCS GOAT. Impact just slams it down there, lands the grab under tower, immediately ults him. Meanwhile, Sniper has a much more difficult job here. He's not level 6 yet. He tries to get level 6. He goes for the cannon. He does get that. And then he flashes away from the bubble nicely. Eventually gets level 6 as this one dies from the tower. And so he's able to lock up Sejuani, but because he's so low already, Yon just kills him, and they get the extra kill, plus the flash, plus the ultimate down there, and Dragon picked up in the aftermath for Team Liquid.
It worked out well bottom. Honestly, top side, that was silliness out of Meech. He shouldn't have been there. I don't really understand what he was thinking. Like, did he forget what Mordekaiser does? Has he never read the tooltip? Come on, Meech. We gotta pay more attention than that on these types of plays. Otherwise, this Mordekaiser could quickly become a massive issue. Remember, if this guy gets so far ahead that he's raid boss status, all of a sudden the IRS is kicking in the door at 100 Thieves, demanding some QSS taxes.
And the QSS tax doesn't even work anymore!
Oh, wait, that's right! Oh, my goodness, I had
frustrating.
completely forgotten about that because I hadn't been seeing Mordekaiser for so long, but here we go. It's potentially a move up here on Quid.
Yeah, Impact out here teaching the kids some lessons. Flowers. And now it's just, how do you never really get a Mordekaiser back under control after they've been given a bunch of early money. So Impact is going to be a 1v2 god machine here for the rest of the game. This actually makes it very interesting. I was previously going to be looking at River on the Brand and seeing how much Brand was going to be able to do to kind of burn through that front line, but River's job is much more difficult now, so we'll see.
Ayla going for the flash engage there on CoreJJ. Flash for flash traded by the supports. You know, I think it's a little bit of karmic justice that I forgot the Mordekaiser thing because I was clowning on Meech for not remembering what Mordekaiser does. And then who was it who didn't remember what Mordekaiser did?
All right, Flowers, you're going to have to join him in Impact's lesson here.
Yeah, they got
Impact is going to take everyone to school. I thought you guys were skirmish. I love how APA actually always, he's typing so fast. You see this pretty frequently. He's got the letters misplaced.
Nothing's spelled right.
But nobody ever deducts points for that. They're just happy that he gets the message out.
All right, Impact gonna find another one here. Might not be able to kill him off inside the ulti, but he's got Umpty right there to back him up. Impact and Umpty making it a 3-0 game for Team Liquid.
Impact is gonna make them regret this one for sure. He just lays the beat down on another AD carry, burns another AD carry's flash. I mean, he's actually just the god of the game right now.
Yep, and when we look at the jungle right now, 1-0-1 on Umpty, and he's down 1 farm compared to River. The thing that I was looking at is, can 100 Thieves and River use these high-tempo AP junglers to really put the pressure on Umpty, who continues to just play tanks? And the answer in the first 10.5 minutes of this game is no.
Yeah, we'll see as River starts up these grubs with Umpty in the back. The 4th grub here, Sejuani grub.
Sejuani grub. He has to go back over the wall. He does not secure that first grub. And since 100 Thieves is committing a lot of manpower to the pit, it looks like they will get the full 6 grubs here in game number 1. Team Liquid, of course, did take that first dragon earlier on. Second one going to be spawning in under 2 minutes here, but because those spawns aren't synced up, it's not like TL can grab something back on the other side of the map for it.
Yeah, can't grab anything back. 100 Thieves, that's definitely something you can try and build around. It's just that split pushing is really hard when you're playing against the Fed Mordekaiser. So it actually is going to be hard for 100 Thieves to get full value out of 6 scrubs. Usually you're like, oh my God, 6 scrubs. I love that, pushing towers,
Yeah,
double
hooray.
mites. But 100 Thieves don't have a split pusher. Like, they just don't. Anybody who goes out there is impact food. So we will see. Quite interesting here. And I like the call from Team Liquid. They'll probably just try and keep up their dragon stacking. Meanwhile, both AD carries in mid and in bottom right now, even though they have swapped places, will gain control of the waves and be able to slowly push those in.
And you can see the itemization here for Sniper, going for the early bombies after that tier that you were talking about into a Spectre's Cal now, because he knows, all right, Mordekaiser's pretty scary. I don't just want to keep getting
fair enough.
Smacked around by this dude. Probably would like to be at least a little bit more defensive against that option. He knows that if the Sejuani comes back up here, that's also a lot of magic damage. So almost a 2,000 gold lead for Team Liquid. 12 minutes into the game feels really great for the early stages of this one. First item already completed for APA with that Trinity Force. Zeke's Convergence online for the Sejuani. We were talking earlier today while we were watching the first series just about how this item feels so good for tank junglers right now. It gives you a little bit of everything you want.
It's so cheap. Dipping into the support itemization actually always does feel good for junglers because support itemization is always so efficient. So anytime there's something that actually gets mana removed from it that is a support item, junglers just love that purchase. It is always going to be so efficient. Anything with mana on it always feels really bad for junglers since they have such good mana regeneration. And so we'll see. With a Sejuani ultimate ready and APA having Trinity Force, that is a recipe for a play right there. Umti's hovering around, but 100 Thieves also have that ward over in the new Banana Brush, so they're able to push them off. The only problem for 100 Thieves is they left bottom side open, so Team Liquid are like, great, APA is just going to get free money on tower plates.
Meanwhile, the fight breaks out, and Ayla could be in a little bit of trouble here. The bubble doesn't connect on him, so he's walking away, but not walking fast enough. Gone picks up the kill, thanks to the lockup from Umpty and Core JJ. The burn still on Umpty's Sejuani, but the True Shot Barrage won't find him. The last couple of ticks, damage over time. River makes it an even trade there.
Yeah, Brand passive and Leandri's is just so yucky for Sejuani to deal with.
Yucky.
That burn, that tick lasts a long time. Meanwhile, Yannick or JJ here. Looking to try and deal with it. Meech on the other side does have his flash, so don't get baited in here. Green and white guns is a really strong combination, so would be able to zone you off. He just puts down the turret while Brand goes to take care of the dragon. And remember, even when everything was going so bad for 100 Thieves, we kept our eyes on River, this critical Brand pick. And River is still keeping to his game plan. Sometimes at jungle, as the rest of your team is all dying, they're all feeding, you just got to remain focused on your own gameplay, especially when you're playing a Brand. A very selfish jungler here, so he was able to get the kill on the Sedge, he was able to get the dragon, still going to try and power through.
And against Sejuani in particular, I like the fact that you mentioned how yucky the damage over time was, because remember that Sejuani is so good against front-loaded damage. Because of both Arctic Armor and the Aftershock, she has so many resistances for those first couple of seconds. But Brand doesn't even care about that. Quid better care about APA, though! The Ezreal tried to flash out, but APA ain't gonna let him. River flashes forward to follow it up. That passive explosion is gonna make this one an even trade as well.
Yeah, both of them had Trinity Force, so, Quid wants to get a little dangerous in there, and APA gets another solo bolo. It does cost River his flash to follow up, but at least 400 Thieves side, he does follow up, and he tries to salvage something there. It's it's kind of River now versus the entire team of TL. Everybody else just makes space for River. Brand has plenty of teamfight damage too, so maybe he'll be able to do something about it as the game does progress.
Well, we've got Umpty securing the Rift Herald here for TL. For the first 10 minutes of the game, 100 Thieves owned the top side neutral objectives. Team Liquid owned the bot side. Now it's flip-flopped as we're making our way into the mid-game. You can see the Hollow Radiance purchased for Sniper. Doesn't quite have the same damage potential ticking up as you're in combat as a Sunfire does, but you do get the Explodey passive for better split push control, better just extra wave pressure to deal with impact as he's, still just the same strong Mordekaiser that we knew he was earlier. Jan and Core Got to be a little bit respectful here of Meech and Ayla, but they aren't too afraid of anything. River is currently clearing through his camp, so I don't think 100 Thieves will probably be looking for a whole lot. As you said, Brand is the protagonist. You're not going to do anything important in the story without the protagonist there, so just kind of chilling right now, farming it up. TL still 2.3 thousand gold ahead.
Everybody else, just relax, okay? Don't try and do anything too dangerous. My eyeballs are actually on the bottom side. Thank you. Perfect observers. They're psychic. The bottom side, because the tower's so low here, and APA versus Quid is actually flash advantage now for Quid, because APA used his, of course, to get the kill last time around. But I was shocked that there was no trash talk afterwards. There was no typing from APA, even though he was able to get the kill. Maybe it's because Brand answered, and so he's biding his time. He was like, all right, I'll wait for the next time. But everybody from 100 Thieves kind of rotating through to ensure that they have full vision coverage of this river.
All right, the Rift Herald is summoned up in mid lane, already in charge range as soon as she spawns. One more auto attack or two might get it done, but now Ayla's here on the front line. Umpty's gonna be careful. The Brand ulti with the True Shot Barrage together is gonna burn him down, but it'll be traded back for Ayla. A 1-for-1 in mid lane as the Herald finds its second charge, and Meech is in a real bad spot. Impact is an absolute raid boss, and I don't think 100 Thieves has the gear. Sniper tries to get back underneath the tier 2, and Quid's going home in a body bag. TL wins the fight.
Top die, support die, mid die, any carry die, and Impact is all over the map right now. Honestly, let's just give player of the game, Impact.
Well done, Mr. Impact. Here's another look at how it went down.
All right, so Impact comes out of the brush, out of the shadows here. He's able to get the grab onto Ayla. Count that one for Impact. Then he runs up to Meech. Meech again, not respecting his elders, so he runs him down effortlessly. Then he pops the ultimate onto Quid, runs Quid down as well. Quid is able to arcane shift over, so Impact flashes to follow and ensures his death. Even though other people were taking the final hits on those kills, I'm counting all 3 of those to Impact.
They are simply Impact's ads. He is the main boss, and he is making this encounter happen for Team Liquid.
He's a benevolent boss, so he's like, here, you know what? Share some money with the rest of the team. You can have this one, you can have that one.
Here you go. Here's your paycheck.
Everybody knows at the end of the day, the one at the top of the damage meters is the Mordekaiser. He's got teleport ready too, so keep your eyes open for the split push from Mr. Impact and see how they are able to use both him and APA to get top side and bottom side pushing for themselves. Meanwhile, a little bit of a trade here as Umpty's going to try and focus on the Raptors, and they go for it!
They go after Yawn, but he's getting away for now. River wanted to chase after him, but the TP coming in forces 100 Thieves right on back. A full culling, mag dumped into Sniper. He flashes over the wall to escape. 100 Thieves have all 5 players here in mid lane, but they weren't able to make anything happen thus far. Team Liquid feeling all right about it.
Yeah, really good peeling, I would say, from Umpty there. Even though Umpty was not in the middle of your screen, he threw a Sejuani ult from Raptor Pit to stop Sniper from getting the ultimate onto Yawn. Yawn was able to escape there, able to live because of good peeling from his team. And good peeling is what really makes 1-3-1 split push work. Enemy team tries to force on you mid, Yawn's able to escape, and it just looks easy for Team Liquid as they got bottom side of the map. They got the secondary tower there with APA split pushing, and then they're able to retreat over to the Dragon, keep their stacking alive.
They're 6,000 gold ahead, man, and the clock is only now about to hit 20 minutes. You can see the Infinity Edge completed there for APA. We've got the Rapid Fire Cannon and the BF Sword in the inventory right next to it. That second, almost third fully completed item here for Yawn. This is becoming really suffocating really fast for 100 Thieves. I don't really even know what the goal is here other than hope that Team Liquid makes a mistake in going for a Baron too early and you can try to punish it, maybe get some massive AoE from the Brand, because it feels like Meech's Aphelios is invisible this game. Sniper hasn't been able to make a meaningful impact on the Skarner, and Quid 1-3-1 on this Ezreal. He already showed he's losing these to APA right now.
Yeah, honestly, I'm just so proud of Team Liquid for how well they're able to split push. Yes, you know, the beginning of the game with Impact getting so many kills and Impact being such a force, that's one thing, but here we go.
Bang. Ayla wants to make the engage. He goes after Core JJ, but 100 Thieves just can't back it up. Yawn now again, nice placement of the calling. He just completely fills Ayla full of bullets. Impact just dancing on him again. One big hammer right over the top of the head. He's out, he's done, he's out of there, he's gone. With the enemy support dead, with the enemy top laner down on the bottom side of the map, APA has all the space in the world to take out yet another tier 2 turret. Meanwhile, the rest of his team just moving in, putting down some vision, stealing away the enemy blue buff, stealing away the enemy jungle camps. Again, just forcing this economy to be more and more in favor of TL.
It's just textbook. It's so nice and refreshing here, watching Team Liquid play by the books, taking away these options from 100 Thieves, and then being able to outplay them, you know, when they actually do get into the fights. But the setups and being able to set themselves up for good outcomes, do their lane assignments first, then also getting the outplays is just bodes quite well for this team. And this is the reason everybody right now, all the teams, all the players in the LCS, all looking at Team Liquid at the top of the rankings and just hoping that they can craft ways to try and take them down. 100 Thieves here. We will return to our River Point flowers for their perspective, because that is really the only perspective kind of remaining. It's just that now he is so outgunned. There's way too much money on the side of Team Liquid. I mean, APA's got 2 levels over him on the Corki here, and the poke damage is really annoying.
Oh, River, he's not gonna be the one who gets caught, but it's Sniper in the middle of everybody. Yawn flashing away to escape the impale. Ayla into the back, looking to lock down the Team Liquid AD carry, and 100 Thieves already found a kill. They're about to find a second. River goes on a killing spree, and APA tries to run back over the wall, but he's running into the 100 Thieves side of the map. Ayla, Quid, and River still looking for the chase. APA crashes and burns. 100 Thieves just found a 3 for nothing. Impact trying to split push in the bottom lane at the same time. He does not quite have the cooldown on the teleport, but it's coming up in just a moment.
3 seconds there on Impact's teleport. Is he going to try and walk up? He would only have Core JJ to play with. I guess it's too late. I think 100 Thieves have made a miracle comeback. In the few seconds where Impact did not have teleport available, they strike again. 100 Thieves making a comeback here. Let's take a look at it. Sniper, he forced Yawn's flash over to the side, and it's Ayla and Quid. Ayla and Quid go right over the Sejuani to assassinate Yawn. Beautiful stuff. Meanwhile, River was able to burn down the rest of Team Liquid and set them up to just be easy pickings here. Quid again gets the shutdown also, so massive, massive stuff, and River invested his flash and able to ensure they could get that shutdown as well. That is so much money into the mid Ezreal, into Quid, who really rewarded 100 Thieves. Last time they were able to pick him the champion. I mean, he got the Baron plus the Quadra, and this time around, 100 Thieves with the Baron buff. They're getting teleported on behind them. The flank is coming. Sniper has an answer.
All right, we got a TP coming in to reinforce 100 Thieves, but Impact has already found the pincer attack. He flashes forward. He's going after Quid. The Ezreal tries to stay alive, but it ain't gonna happen. Impact burns him down first, and now Sniper's gonna head for the hills. Leona ulti slows him down for a moment. Umpty's trying to get back away. River lighting these guys up as they try to continue chasing down the injured 100 Thieves players. Umpty with 200 HP. Impact at death's door. But Yawn, APA, and Core are still chasing the remaining 100 Thieves players out. Sniper has no ulti. Ayla regenerating rapidly here with the Warmogs. 100 Thieves is still looking for maybe some kind of a play, some kind of a punish. APA coming around from the side. Ayla not gonna jump in there here just yet. 100 Thieves, they will end up walking away from this one. The fight, still that kill onto Quid. The punish from TL. The pincer attack works out, and it earns them soul point here with their 3rd drink.
Yeah, Impact says, I'm still the main character of this game. Nice comeback, 100 Thieves, but I'm going to put a stop to it right now. Yeah. Ensure that we get to our Dragon Soul point at the very least. 3 dragons now for Team Liquid. Though the gold that 100 Thieves got off of that team fight play into the Baron, plus presumably this mid tower.
Oh, we aren't done yet. The mid lane tier 1 turret's still going to be standing with 1 auto attack left on, and 100 Thieves is making a critical mistake trying to push this now. Ayla dies next to Meech, and the remaining 3 players have to run. APA's on the hunt, needs a couple of more rockets to make this one work, but he's got to be sidestepping brand spells the whole time. You could see what 100 Thieves wanted to do. They wanted to burst down the turret, they wanted to take the fight then, but it survived with just enough HP to make it not work. Team Liquid gonna win another scrap.
Yeah, it's a little bit risky to rush into it. That tower is so low that they're probably going to be able to get at some point, but they really wanted the money now. to try and cash in, try and get the Bloodthirster completed for Quid, try and see if they could hit another power spike. They do get kind of pushed off there, and Team Liquid collecting some more kills, so they increase their goal lead once again, and they set themselves up for a Dragon Soul here for Team Liquid. Still fairly far off, over 3.5 minutes, but that is kind of the next goal there. Baron gonna arrive a little bit sooner than that, and so it might be some earlier posturing around the top half of the map, but I kind of expect them, with the mini comeback that 100 Thieves had, to maybe play it a little bit safer and aim for Soul.
Well, if we compare the overall states of the game we've experienced so far here in this one, Team Liquid at their greatest heights were about 6,500 gold ahead. Right at the time of the big Baron play for 100 Thieves, the lead shrank down to 2K. Quid escaping here as Team Liquid wanted to move into mid lane. Sniper might not be so lucky, pops the shield, walks right on away. Skarner's shield combined with Fimbulwinter is so much extra effective HP with these shield spams coming out, so you really have to put a lot of DPS into killing him. But yeah, we're back to a 4,000 gold difference, so kind of split in the middle between the greatest Team Liquid lead and the biggest 100 Thieves comeback state so far, as Meech loses about 40% HP to Jan's calling. Jan then dashing right back away with a pursuit. Umti's still hanging around on the side here. 100 Thieves has to be careful with how far out they want to push. Impact does not have his teleport available yet. That's something that Team Liquid needs to be cognizant of. A fight without Impact is not a fight they want to take. You need to have the Mordekaiser around, but APA is once again threatening in the side lane.
And Impact is here. He's made his way down. APA, it's a crazy pincer they have here, but they do have a bit of a pinch.
Yeah,
it results
weird.
in one rocket, a big one. A big one, and they're going to be able to walk the rest of it out here as 100 Thieves are able to filter down to the bottom side eventually.
Yeah, nobody from 100 Thieves is dead. Nobody gets caught there or anything. APA now could be in a pretty rough spot. Quid getting himself back away as APA and Quid are both barely hanging on. APA down to about 200 HP, and Meech takes him down. That's a big pick for 100 Thieves.
Luckily for Team Liquid, the death timer is going to be enough time before Baron spawns so that 100 Thieves don't get a true comeback off of this, but that was definitely an error from APA. Both flashes from Quid and APA invested in that play, but the extra kill, the extra money, we'll see if 100 Thieves can make use of it here, and maybe these two mid laners might get punished for having no flashes as we do get to the critical Baron setup. 30 seconds ahead of time here. Impact doesn't quite have flash for this play, though he has gotten to his level 16 for rank 3 ultimate. 20 seconds left on his flash.
Okay, Ayla gets caught by the Sejuani ulti. The Glacial Prison locks him up. Skarner ult won't accomplish anything as Jan steps out of the way of it. Ayla is picked off. Umti down to about 1/3 HP, dashing out of the way of the True Shot Barrage there with the Arctic Assault. River's still on the side. TP coming in. Yes, APA makes his way into the fight, but as soon as he does, he's hit by the WQ combo from the Brand. Takes him down to below half health just with 2 spells plus the burn. The Brand damage is absolutely insane. That is a Pillar of Flame followed up with I think Seer is the Q. But yeah, that's just, man, this guy does so much damage so fast. Team Liquid having to pay their respects towards that. River trying to get himself back out here. You can see he's 3/4 of the way to level 16, to that final level on the ulti, that massive team fight power that 100 Thieves will have to rely on if they want to find a win in one of these big fights.
Yeah, River's been doing a lot of work this game so far.
Jan's callings also just completely cutting through these health bars on 100 Thieves. Nice aim with the True Shot Barrage there, though. River now clearing out some of the brushes here off to the side. The Drake is up. You talked about it earlier. This is Soul if Team Liquid secures it.
Remember, too, even if you try and go for a smite fight, Impact can just ult the enemy jungler.
Yeah.
Take him into the Shadow Realm so that it's not a fight at all. They should secure the Soul.
Yep, Dragon Soul secured for the side of TL. Impact is going to get stunned up, but he goes for the Shadow Realm on Ayla to get himself out of the danger that he does otherwise be in. APA flying into the middle of everybody, but he's only flying into his own death. The Corki Valkyrie was a little bit too audacious, but Ayla's going to be traded back. Impact goes godlike, and River goes down. The Brand is out of the picture, and it's Team Liquid painting the rift with 100 Thieves blood.
It's a triple for Impact this time around. Takes him into the Death Realm, and Team Liquid will take the Baron as their payment. That's going to put a nice capstone on this one. Soul acquired for TL, Baron acquired for pushing after they go spend all of their money. Impact truly is one of the greats, god of top lane here, has not died a single time off of his Zhonya's Hourglass, keeps on diving in. Even when APA jumped onto 100 Thieves there, and you thought it was gonna get a little bit dicey, Impact comes out of the Death Realm and just destroys them all.
And you could see, even right there, IMT recognizing because they killed off everybody on 100 Thieves, he doesn't have to worry about securing that Baron immediately. Impact very low. He might finally die. Meech, red, white, don't fight, shuts him down.
Teleport, teleport, teleport. All right, we finally see a moment of weakness here as Impact does go down.
Nicely done from Meech. That is big. That previous fight there at the Dragon Soul was the first time this game that River died. Impact was the only remaining unkilled player, but now nobody's sitting there with that perfect KDA. 100 Thieves, they've got 30 seconds before that enemy top laner comes back alive. Jan holding the cleanse. He sidesteps the hard CC from the solar flare, not that scared of just the slow. IMT getting himself away. His Arctic armor is going to block that slow there from snipers. Quid nearly dies just to the calling. Thrown up into the air by the Nami wave, but he's so far away they won't be able to find any additional punish on that one. Meech finally putting out some DPS here as APA wants to make his way in, but APA is going to get caught instead. Who is flanking who? APA gives away a pretty critical blunder here just as Impact is back on the map. APA is now out for the next 50 seconds. 100 Thieves pushing onto the tier 2. The little baby grubbies helping them out.
These are objective bounties too. How much can 100 Thieves get? We've got a pause.
Bruh.
Somebody just called a team meeting. They're suspect APA.
Team meeting.
Wait a second.
I saw him go into the vent.
Emergency meeting. What's going on here? Corky's a little suspect. Honestly, though, it was a really good turn from 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
You know, full credit to Ayla here, doing a lot to lock him down, take down that Corky, because that was the critical pick. Allowing them to push right up mid lane, get the extra money. We will see. Hopefully, this is nothing of note, and we can smoothly resume play.
I hope so, man, because this game is really fun. Even though Team Liquid has been
I'm having fun.
In a significant lead for most of the game, I like the fact that we're still seeing 100 Thieves try to make things happen. It's not the sit there, do nothing, and hope that they don't win. Like, it's actual attempts at playmaking. They're still trying to find these angles. They're still trying to navigate these fights despite the fact that their opponents have this massive gold lead. And yeah, Ayla being able to set up these picks. River always watching to the side. He knows how Team Liquid likes to play these fights. He knows that APA and Impact are creeping around in the brushes trying to smack somebody over the head by surprise. He's got his helmet on.
This junglers should watch these River VODs. I mean, River is so good. Even when a lot of the team is faltering, you know, they're creating openings for the enemy. River stays so focused. He's really, really good at you know, making his own opportunities really here. So you mentioned it though, the level 16 on him, the triple item power spike, the brand. See how much they can actually do. I've got some good news for you. It is just an audio issue. So
Let's go.
At the very least, we won't have to, you know, chrono break or anything, and we'll just fix up the audio here real quick and get right back to the action.
Okay, looks like we are back. Let's do it. Still a 17-10 game favoring Team Liquid. They command a 4,500 gold lead. They have the Cloud Soul. 3 minutes until the Elder Drake spawns. 4 until Baron is back. I always get a little bit nervous in these kinds of standoff situations because it's like everybody's hanging around, still seeing.
Especially because top lane's got all the way up to the top turret. So it presents an interesting situation where you sometimes think there's going to be a pick. If somebody's got to go answer this top wave that we're seeing right now, then maybe someone's straggler recall, like the timers are desynced, and that's what IMT was fishing around for.
Yeah.
Sejuani hunting, looking for those late game picks that can just finish off the game right there, but he doesn't catch anybody. No straggler recalls found here, so it is a full reset. Team Liquid, they've got APA back and alive. He's got double summoner spells heading down mid lane to join the rest of the squad, and Team Liquid still have a commanding position, especially with Baron buff allowing the split. IMT just takes the whole tower.
Yeah, easy peasy, man. IMT gonna crack the first tier 3 turret in the base of 100 Thieves. Team Liquid now just deciding to back up here a little bit. remember that because of that Cloud Soul, you're talking about these picks, talking about finding a straggler. It's that much easier for Team Liquid to do so because of the extra movement speed they're afforded. Yon goes for the culling, but immediately stunned out of it. True Shot Barrage chunks Core JJ pretty massively, but look at the health bars on 100 Thieves. These guys are not fit to fight. Impact is coming around from below. Sniper's gonna be in some trouble. He's stuck in the death realm, and Impact's ready to spread those wings. Sniper stays alive for now, but Team Liquid has forced 100 Thieves back. They cannot stand and defend. That mid lane inhibitor is gone.
Nice spacing there from Impact, even in the death realm. You could see it. As it was going to time out soon, he backed up to the Skarner ult range, and it kind of baited Skarner ult from Sniper and walks back, able to avoid it. So he eventually gets the ult for ult trade, plus the extra momentum that the rest of the squad was able to create while he was in the death realm. So mid inhibitor is the only casualty so far for 100 Thieves, and
they jump in. They're leading the way with Ayla, but he's going to be taking a massive amount of punishment. He dives first. Impact's traded though. Team Liquid still on the run as Quinn is still firing. He takes down Umpty, and he's ready to look for more. The Mystic Shot will not connect on Yon. Yon returning the favor here with a culling. APA's going for the teleport back into the enemy base. Quinn's going to be the one to answer. APA teleports on top of the minion wave. Quid makes his way back in time. Both mid laners now without the teleport. And Team Liquid escapes without any more casualties. It's still a 2-for-1 play from 100 Thieves.
I'm a believer in mid lane Ezreal. At the very least, Quid's mid lane Ezreal. This is now 2 games we have had. As far as the sample size, no way!
He even steals the crab.
What? That's, as a jungler, I'm like, that's more than getting in those last few, like 3 kills worth of skill right there.
Late game Scuttle Crab.
Scuttle Crab, while it's dashing, by the way. So many junglers get juked by Scuttle Crab's dashing. That thing right back into the ultimate. That was like 100 Thieves Scuttle Crab. It wanted to go into the Quid Ezreal ultimate, but last fight around, we saw the chase down, and you know, the weaknesses of Mordekaiser are always dealing with range that is perma-slow on you. It's so annoying for team fights. They're gonna burn down Elder Dragon. Here we go.
Yeah, they are rushing the Elder. Umpty has to be kept away from it. The Elder's already gonna be secured. Team Liquid, we're too slow. They didn't respect how fast Brand burns it away. 100 Thieves, 5 men strong. Looking to see if they can put this Elder to good use. Yon wants to step up, poke at him here a little bit. They've got this Elder for the next 2.5 minutes. Baron's gonna spawn here in about 45 seconds, but there's an inhibitor down in mid lane and one exposed in bottom lane. Team Liquid, though, does not have either one of their teleports. Sniper still has his. If 100 Thieves need to use him to hold the base and then TP in for the Baron fight. Team Liquid wants to avoid any big confrontations for the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's why everyone always primary focus on the Elder, because if you get the Elder, even when the objectives aren't desynced like this, if they're both up, then you get Elder, you get the wins in the team fights. But if they are desynced, the Elder guarantees you are going to get the Baron. Nobody wants to fight you. Wait a second, does it guarantee anything? They've got vision advantage. Yeah. They're gonna try and make something out of the vision advantage. It's so dangerous versus Elder, but they're gonna burn it down now in 100 Thieves. If they don't face check soon,
yeah. Team Liquid is just gonna do to 100 Thieves what 100 Thieves did to Team Liquid.
Oh, baby.
100 rushed the Elder.
Oh, baby.
Liquid rushed the Baron. It's super buff versus super buff. And 100 Thieves have control over the mid lane.
Wow, I really thought 100 Thieves was going to just force it through with their Elder and just have be okay with face checking because they have the Elder advantage, but they really believe that the face checking is more detrimental than even just walking into a fight here with Elder buff on. So they let him have it and have Sniper push bottom, but here we go.
APA's going in, but Impact already found the flank. He came around the long way from the side, and Impact picks Quid at a critical moment. Sniper tries to get out. Umpty wanted to block his way, but it ain't gonna work. The flash over the wall to get the Scorpion to safety. 100 Thieves has to regroup, and they have to do it now.
Team Liquid here winning against Elder Dragon. They are doing it. Impact with the flank around, gets Quid, uses his flash to do it, and they want to win the game on this, Flowers. With the Baron buff, they can push in, see at least get 2 inhibitors.
Yeah, they have Baron for the next 2 minutes. Elder's going to expire in 10 seconds. All Liquid has to do is wait that timer out. They can turn their attention to this bottom lane inhibitor during that waiting time. Just pop that one real fast, and there it is. Elder is now expired. 100 Thieves in a 4v5 for the next 10 seconds. 2 of their inhibitors are down. That mid lane inhib is going to respawn here in about 30 seconds. Impact again on the flank, making it happen there versus Quinn, but now Ayla's gonna get picked. APA takes him down. Sniper's gonna get stunned up, and he should fall too. APA's got the damage. A double kill back to the Corki, and right as Quinn is back on the map, Sniper and Ayla take their exit.
All right, Team Liquid. does have a Warmog, so they can just stick around here with the Baron buff, wait for the next wave, and try and push.
100 Thieves. Now they got to defend for another 40 seconds. This time it's a 3v5. The TP gonna bring APA right back in.
Here comes the wave. Bottom wave first.
Lane inhibitor re-killed. Both waves gonna be coming in at about the same time here. Umti making sure he stays mid so that that wave is permanently enchanted by the Baron as well. This turret isn't gonna last very long. APA has already cut down that first Nexus defense. Quinn shoots off the True Shot Barrage, but it ain't enough to kill anybody here just yet. One Nexus turret remains. River, Quid, and Meech scrambling to defend, but the super minions are leading the charge, and the second Nexus turret falls. Team Liquid only has to kill the Nexus now. Ayla back in the picture, tries to go after APA, but he ain't gonna land the solar flare. Sniper's back on the map now, speeding straight out of the fountain, trying to push Team Liquid out, trying to keep game one going, but the culling from Yawn does so much damage. He goes on a killing spree, and 100 Thieves, try as they might, will not withstand the tide from Team Liquid. APA's grabbing a couple more kills. There goes your Nexus. 24-12, Team Liquid takes game one.
What a fun game there. 100 Thieves and River especially made this game so interesting, even with how crazy fed Team Liquid were getting early on, how many objectives they were getting, how Impact was just crushing and controlling the game. River, the backbone here. Quid then stepped up later as they were able to get some money on him and some kills. But if we're giving out those awards, you know how like OP.GG has ace for the losing team?
Yeah.
It's ace for River and player of the game for Impact.
All right, attention all LCS fans. The LCS Summer Championship will be at the YouTube Theater in Los Angeles. And the MasterCard ticket presale is live on Ticketmaster. From now until 10 a.m. Pacific tomorrow, use your MasterCard at checkout for early access to tickets with priceless experiences. Now with game number 1 done, it's time to head on back to the LCS Lounge to break it all down.
Welcome back, Emily.
Hello.
It's gonna be us. That was a big.
It was something.
Yeah. We wanted to talk about the early portions of the game, though, Emily, that kind of started all this for Team Liquid.
Yeah. So before things went wrong a little bit in some of these team fights, I did think TL did a great job of setting up their early game. It starts here with Umti pathing down bot side. We'll see as Raz plays the clip that Yawn is just gonna push this wave in. And 100 Thieves have already lane swapped, so this is perfect. They lane swapped off of first reset, are going to be able to go in, get off a really clean dive onto Sniper, who notably does not have his ultimate yet either. He's still level 5.
Things are just there too.
Yeah, so it's, he gets it there, but then, yeah, Umti is able to, I mean, this is just kind of like a classic, like, we set up this bot lane dive, we know how to play Lucian, Nami, we're gonna be able to do this.
Very clean, but something showed up at the middle of the screen. It was a kill.
Yes, it was. So let's go topside, because this might not have been as clean from 100 Thieves. I was wondering if they were going to go for a dive and then send River, who's taking grubs right now, up here, right? Or up through here. But no, this is just Impact is able to get level 6, jumps immediately onto Meech. Meech is too far forward. And this starts off Impact taking over this like early to mid game, right? It really looked like after this, off of that bot side play, off of this top side from Impact, that TL would have the setup on this entire game.
Yeah, and so it's kind of demoralizing. Not only Impact emoting on you, not just that, but the fact that you are able to get the play off bot side if you're 100 Thieves and you're like, okay, we lost our Skarner, that's fine, that should happen, he's on the weak side of the map. But then on the strong side of the map, that gets completely destroyed. So pretty tough overall from 100 Thieves side. That makes it so Team Liquid gets that dominating lead, and then as the game goes on, it's like a bit weird.
And this was, he's our highlight, right?
Exactly.
It's Impact. Like, we kind of set this up. You and I have talked about how we've seen Mordekaiser as an answer to the Skarner. Obviously, they're letting Skarner go. And Impact locked in the Mordekaiser, which we've actually seen banned against him. And we've seen this as the answer that kind of 369 and a few other LPL tops have gravitated towards. It doesn't always work out. In this case, Impact is incredibly familiar with this champion.
Exactly, and I'm glad to see the kind of new picks. An old pick for Impact, but a new pick versus the Skarner in the LCS for us, and it's going to be something that we tend to love and we're going to be continuing to track. So that being said, that's a win from Team Liquid. It was a bit of a back and forth. Not really happy from APA, as you can see, as he's rushing to the back, but maybe he caps it off with the third game. That's, or the second game for us. But as we get ready for game 2, Jat sat down with Inspired and Jensen ahead of tomorrow's grudge match between Dignitas and FlyQuest. Please take a look.
They were flaming Inspired a lot. It's so weird to have this opinion. If you say it publicly, you're blaming your teammate. They can't take it, but there was like legit nothing. I was gaslit into thinking Annie is like super OP. Bro, we had like 100% win ratio with Annie. He thinks any PR is good PR, I guess? It's a nice position to be in. I kind of like it. Some people don't like it. I don't care. Not a good look.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the LCS, everybody. It is the middle of our series with Team Liquid and 100 Thieves. Game number 1 went the distance for 40 whole minutes. But right before we get into game number 2 here, we're going to take a look at this week's Pagoda moment featuring Impact's triple kill from last game.
I loved your call. Impact is a raid boss, and you didn't think 100 Thieves have the gear to deal with it.
They didn't, man.
They almost did. It's like in the middle. They got some catch-up gear there for
a couple of drops,
and they had a little bit of a hope, but not in the end. Very interesting, to follow the rest of this series now, because I still have my eyes on River. River and Quid both definitely have the potential here to carry and try and push this series to the full 3 games. But so far, we actually had a blue side ban of the Skarner by 100 Thieves this time around.
Wow.
They don't want to first pick it again.
Well, I mean, if I'm 100 Thieves, based on what I saw from that first game, I know that I don't want to pick it again because Sniper was just not effective on the pick. We only saw, I'm pretty sure the only Skarner ulti I really saw hit was that one where he defended against the dive. He hit level 6 in the middle of it earlier on, and then he absorbed Cullings, but there's not a whole lot else that Skarner was really doing. We didn't get to see him have any of those big flanks through the walls where you can get a nice engage. We didn't see any of those big multi-ultis to turn around a team fight. It doesn't seem like a champion that he has the practice on.
You, at the beginning of the game, posed the question, like, is this going to be the first time we see an LCS team have the answer? And it actually worked, and we got a definitive answer there. Impact looked great on the Mordekaiser, so they don't want to do it again. And we are going right back to the standard here. So Umpty still will have yet to play any of the AP speed clearers, just the Maokai and Sejuani duty for him. But honestly, that is how Team Liquid best operate, is when he is on one of these facilitator junglers and provides a huge front line for APA and Yon to be the carries for the squad. And the Zeri is one of Yon's favorite of the AD carries here. We'll see what they pair it with on the bottom side of the map. This is just in seeing the Ashe. So you're expecting 100 Thieves to go with, like, the Ashe plus Kalista or Ashe plus Varus or anything like that. And so they think, oh yeah, it's fine. We'll go with, Zeri plus some sort of enchanter maybe into that, or like Zeri plus Rakan, maybe something.
Well, I also thought there was a pretty significant AD carry gap in game number 1. I think that Yon had a much greater impact on the game overall. Meech found a couple of bright spots towards the end of the game, but even at the very beginning, it was Meech's misplay into Impact underneath the tower in the top lane that started Impact's snowball rolling.
And Yon creates so much space and so many chunks with the culling. Yeah. So many opportunities there opened up by Yon with the culling. Really nice Lucian last time around, but let's see. Do they need to get the pairing with the Zeri now? Is CoreJJ's champ pool that deep and they're not worried at all that they'll let it pass into the next round of ban phase? I think that they will. Looks like they will. They'll get Impact back on a tank. So this has been the same old standard recipe here from Team Liquid. They've gone tank for Impact, tank for Umpty with a Cassante plus Sejuani combination. And we expect, APA to be on one of those mega AP carries.
And I like the change here from 100 Thieves. They know that Team Liquid is not afraid to double ban Karthus Zyra in the second half of the draft. They're saying, hey, Brand might have been scary in the previous game, but he wasn't enough to win. We think Zyra might be the answer. Let's go ahead and lock it in before they get a chance to ban it away. So they'll have that alongside that Ashe and that Renekton. Yone banned out by TL. Rakan banned out by 100 Thieves.
Yeah, that was that other pairing that I mentioned with Zeri, where Rakan gives you a little bit of Enchanter, but also it gives you that great engage. So they're most worried about that one. CoreJJ always does look the best on these engaged champs, the Rakan as well as the Nautilus. So they're taking some of the playmaking tools away from the team captain CoreJJ. And what will they go with instead? Red side final counter pick is available to Team Liquid.
Yeah.
They will reserve their final counter pick, I believe, for Core JJ, having spent their early protection ban on the Yone. Oh no, okay. They're not gonna lock it in for APA yet, and they'll just lock up the cow.
So they aren't going to have any of that enchanter power that Zeri normally likes to be paired with. However, Alistar is a great engage, flank, tower dive. Really good for those purposes, but it's Seraphine picked up here for 100 Thieves.
All right, the Seraphine. Let's see here. What is going to be the final piece to the puzzle? They've already got the jungle Zyra. Is this Seraphine going to be for Quid, or is it actually going to be for bottom lane? Looks like mid lane here if the Ezreal is locked in. Oh no, actually the Ezreal is a Quid.
Yeah,
they could technically still do either, but yeah, it'll be the bottom lane Seraphine.
My guess is support Ashe, farm Seraphine, mid lane Ezreal. That's my prediction.
That checks out. Ooh, I would like this actually. No way he throws that down, right? Okay.
Well, we don't know yet. We don't know yet. I don't trust these guys until it's locked in. Okay, yeah, now it's locked in. We got this.
Okay, APA Ziggs doing some of the hovers, but finally locks it in. The classic, the APA Ziggs. The thing that he was called a one-trick for, even though it was kind of weird because the whole time he was getting called a one-trick, they were like, he's a one-trick of Ziggs and Aurelion Sol. I'm like, well, that's two
League of Legends players might not have all passed math on their first go. Sometimes, you know,
multiple tricks.
You gotta put a couple of these
but
together.
This is the primary of the two tricks that he has always been called out for. But here we go. So we're gonna get a little bit of Ayla Seraphine, it looks like, because we passed the 20 seconds mark. So it isn't gonna be the farming Ashe and the support Seraphine coming here.
Do I get at least a half point for that since I had?
I'm gonna give you 75% of the points you got.
Hell yes, bro. That's a C. We're passing this class. Let's go.
I grade on a curve.
I like that. I like that. All right. So let's see how this is going to shake out for 100 Thieves. What's the biggest difference, I guess, you would want to see from 100 Thieves in this game compared to how they played in the first one?
I mean, it would be nice not to give over 2v1 kills to Impact. So I'm going to say that's
a good idea.
That's my main change.
Okay.
So looking at the bottom lane, if you do the same play where you swap 5 minutes up towards top side of the map for the grubs for the top side play, when you go after Impact, you better not miss, because then he will take over the whole game. And Cassante is another one of these champions, post level 6, can also do some funny stuff where we'll push you inside tower range. So got to be cognizant of that. Don't give over any unnecessary early advantage. And I honestly believe in Quid and River here, especially on the side of 100 Thieves, to give us a full 3-game series.
I hope we get one. I mean, it's my favorite part of best of threes is getting to go the distance and like really see what everybody's got. As Jan, man, he has got himself in a pretty bad spot there. Had to pop the cleanse immediately at level 1.
Yeah, pop the cleanse there. Down 1 summoner spell. Let's see. Ayla's going to recall. Jan is going to recall. They'll have plenty of time, so not super long-lasting effects here off of it, but no cleanse. We'll see if that actually ends up getting punished. It's a pretty short cooldown. It is going to be the standard here, though, for River, just like we saw on Brand. Start top side with your AP and clear towards the bottom side. But I always mention this with Zyra. It's not as important as like Shaco, but the early invades to pop the seeds is always quite nice. And they're going to do more than just pop the seeds here.
Yeah.
They want to take the blue buff.
They're going all the way. Core JJ is even here. But
nice Q from Sniper. That was a nice little chunk.
I like that. I like that. They're just trying to de-aggro the buff. Just get it to reset. Sniper and River are calling. All right, just let it go. Let it go. River's going to go down to his other side of the jungle instead.
Yeah, full lane swap here. And so it's just going to be Umpty starting on their stronger side of the map. Guess what, top laners? You do not get to be top laners. You have to roam Summoner's Rift and look for your true purpose, which is either to help your jungle clear. Yeah, either to help your jungle clear or just trying to be annoying to enemy mid laners. Cassante can't be very annoying to enemy mid laners, so Impact is going to try his best. Just
you're not scared about that level 1 unprimed in Tofo strike hitting you for 75
look at the top laners. Wait, go back to the top laners. This is funny.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are they doing?
Impact just ran right by Sniper. They're chasing each other around. They know. They know the other one. Neither of them really have much to do. So, Impact has slunk his way towards mid, but he's only level 1. Uh-oh.
Okay, he's gonna go after River.
Wait a second
you said
here,
he's
buddy.
level 1. So level 3 Zyra. Impact is, still level 1. He's gonna try to get a. That was not
That's
good.
payback
That is
for last game,
that is
buddy.
First blood. That is first blood for Quid. That was.
Check the PayPal.
A regretful decision from our previous game's raid boss.
Yeah, it looks like he's been demoted for this game.
All right, Impact. Let's see how you bounce back from this one. He does at least teleport back underneath the tier 1 turret in time to catch the EXP for most of this wave, but it is still pretty hard for him to walk up and try to farm any of it. You can see he's still at 1 farm now. He got his first one. CoreJJ is coming down to help him here, try to make this a little bit more palatable, as Sniper is at least getting a little bit of farm for himself on the other side of the rift.
Let's see. APA teleport back off that.
Impact recall even got canceled. Oh, it's such a rough early game for Impact in this one, man. If you're in this spot, this just sucks. You do not want to be feeling like this. Almost 4 minutes into the game. He's got 1 farm, he's level 2, and since he already teleported down to bot lane, now the bottom lane is back there. They're like, yeah, sorry, buddy, you need to go back up top now. So he's just spending all his time getting that cardio in.
At least his jungler is like, here you go. I will hold the wave right in front of tower. I won't take it. Tries to make it at least a little bit playable for Impact as he will walk back towards his tower. APA versus Quid. This is quite interesting because like Ezreal has been emerging as this Quid main pick. Not the other mid laners in the LCS don't feel as enthusiastic about this pick as Quid himself does. And then of course APA's signature champ. So I want to see which one will actually come out on top as APA gets to call 2 other members of TL.
Okay.
To come help him out.
Remember though, Ezreal's really good at using that arcane shift to buffer away from Alistar, and so the Alistar just leaves.
Yeah, and in lane swap scenarios, you always have a whole side of the map to play to.
Yup.
Your side is the other half of the map, and they've got wards on it.
The Ashe-Seraphine combination is so annoying because all Ashe has to do is tag you, slow you down a little bit with that volley, and then it's so easy for Seraphine to lock you up with that E.
Yeah. But again, all the vision that you leave behind after a lane swap, like we're talking about, that sets you up to have a really easy side. There goes CoreJJ back in.
Jan doesn't connect there with his good old zap. But he is down to 300 HP, and Umpty's coming around from behind. Meech flashing away from the W there on Umpty, gets himself back to safety. Team Liquid, the 2v2 wasn't looking so great, but the jungle pressure ends up turning things back around for him here a little bit, but some nice return damage on the back end of the play from 100 Thieves, as River is now going to find Umpty here in the tri-brush, force him back into the lane, taking a long way back into his own jungle.
Honestly, if they're able to defend, but Quid is coming over, so I don't know if they will be able to defend. Goal here for TL is to soak the wave, but Quid is on the way. Here comes the Ezreal.
All right, what are we going to see from 100 Thieves? This is a 4-man play, but it's 3 from TL. CoreJJ going in for the engage as Meech is the target. Mega Inferno Bomb from all the way back in the jungle. Umpty's going to grab the kill credit. 3.5v4, Team Liquid comes out on top.
From downtown, I love it. Ziggs is the lazy mid laners champion. You don't have to roam all the way down. Just throw out the ultimate from halfway down the river. CoreJJ makes the call. He sets it up, and APA hits the ulti there. Plus, you get the best of both worlds. Juicy turret plate money.
There it is. One more. Nice. And man, for Ziggs, it's even nicer because you know that once you get it low, you don't even have to care anymore. Just throw the stupid satchel charge at it, and kaboom, you're going to be enjoying all sorts of extra gold in those pockets. 100 Thieves was up over 1,000 gold before that play, but now things are pretty much back to even.
Yeah, I mean, the entire team there trying to overcome the deficit that Impact put them in for Team Liquid. Impact is still down some, but it's not that crazy now. It's mostly like levels.
Right.
It's a little annoying. The break point right now, though, the next couple of seconds.
Oh boy.
He's so close to 6 though. If Impact gets like a minion.
Yep, that's what they're looking for. Or just bring up the boys, right? Get the whole crew in there. Umpty chasing after him. He's got his ulti ready, but Sniper's not too afraid just yet. He's made enough distance that he's gonna stay safe.
Yeah, good flash. Necessary flash there. If Impact was able to get his level 6 and pop it right there, then Sniper would be in big trouble. So just going to be 100 Thieves picking up those Void Grubs again.
Okay.
River annihilates those, and then you get a nice, tasty full clear back towards bottom side for River. Meanwhile, Sniper ran back into the W.
Ooh, man, you're not going to be happy about that one, Sniper. The extra damage from APA is enough, and the Gator gets got. Nicely done from TL, taking the kill lead now.
There, tenacious, returns for another gank on the Sniper. They blew the flash the first time around. They get their kill this time around. Let's see about the full clear for Zyra, though. Gonna end up down toward bottom side, towards that dragon. So 100 Thieves still have eyes on trying to play through the bottom side, through the objectives here. Still a lot of money picked up for Meech on the bottom side. They've got the Void Grubs for this push on turret plates too, so this is melting through those things, really cashing in on the turret plate exchange.
And I really want to see if 100 Thieves tries to make a play here around this bottom lane duo soon, because one of the things I'm noticing, Ayla is very close to hitting level 6. You can see the EXP bar on the side about 80% of the way there. CoreJJ only just barely level 5, so there should be a window where 100 Thieves has that extra ultimate advantage, and we know how strong Seraphine's ulti is for making plays.
Yeah, and again, especially since Zyra was full clearing that time while the topside play went out, got the level advantage and should be able to have full bot priority here. So I'm imagining the next scenario to be 100 Thieves will be able to get their dragon, and then eventually they will be able to finish off this bottom side tower. So it should be like this delayed 2 objectives for 100 Thieves. Meanwhile, UMT, you're kind of forced in a situation where you have to finish up your clear back to the other side of the map. You don't have ultimate or anything, and there's no way you're going to fight them off of their bot side game plan. So I think you just have to accept that 100 Thieves are going to be able to get these.
Yeah, Drake totally under the control of 100 Thieves. Jan wanted to shoot one of the Zeri lasers in there and just see if maybe he could get a turbo random lucky steal, but it ain't gonna happen. Drake secured for the side of 100 Thieves. And they're still up just a very, very small amount of gold. Umpty has that ulti ready to go on Sejuani yet again.
Dive.
Sniper is the target. Immediately pops the Dominus once he sees the Sedge, because he knows what the plan's gonna be. But it's still so much firepower from Team Liquid. APA, 2 kills now as Quid gets jumped on back here in the mid lane. Jan going after him with the Zeri. Ain't gonna find enough to really threaten the kill, but Impact's in trouble down in the bottom side at the same time. Stranglethorns locks him up, throws him up. Ayla needs a little bit more damage to finish this one off. The high note ain't high enough, but River's gonna get it done with the Thorn.
Meanwhile, mid lane here, a Hex Flash.
Oh, Quid has to try to get away there with the Arcane Shift. Stays alive, even steps out of the way of the Zap on the back end. And he'll continue trying to defend here as the blue team first turret. You can see it on your screen right there. 100 Thieves taking that first objective there on the bottom side.
Yep. That turret we were looking at. Plus, you saw in the split there that they also got their kill onto Impact. So both top laners really enjoying lane swap game this time around. Both 0-2 on the top lane camp.
Hooray. Top laners just have to love whenever this comes back into the meta. Impact's going all out, and River could be in a little bit of trouble. TP's gonna come in to try to make it an even trade, but River is already down. Meech has the slows. Sniper needs to catch up a little bit faster if he wants to get a kill here, but Impact gets his mark and he gets away.
That's huge, and another taunt from Impact. Back-to-back games where he's spamming the taunts, even in this one where he actually gets to have some fun. He punishes River for the flash that River used to kill him in that long chase. So revenge there for Impact, however small, does feel very good.
All right, Umpty jumping in after Quid here. Again, man, it's pretty hard to engage on Ezreal just because the champion is so easy to buffer through so many CCs with the Arcane Shift. But Jan and CoreJJ is going to continue pushing things out here back in mid. Umpty and APA both coming down. This could be a really rough spot for 100 Thieves. They're not aware that Team Liquid's got the positioning that they do off to the side here. Team Liquid's ready for the ultimate collapse. River, Sniper, and Quid all trying to stay safe, but it ain't gonna work out too great. Immediately jumping in onto the Zyra, and APA goes on a killing spree. Jan's gonna get traded back. 100 Thieves makes it even here. Sniper barely staying alive with 300 HP left on the Renekton. Team Liquid, they're gonna claim 2 grubs overall.
Honestly, for 100 Thieves, that was pretty good. They still got to the 4 grubs. You just need to grab 1 to be able to get your breakpoint now. So they got their 4 grubs. So going 1 for 1, losing River, but still getting the trade kill there onto Jan. better than I thought it was going to be. Honestly, with the setup there, I thought that was going to be disaster for them. TL, though, since they teleport Impact or APA down there, they'll be able to blow that tower up.
Yeah, let's take another look here at how this happened, because it did look really, really dicey for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and especially I want to point out that items were completed here. APA had Ludens while, Quid was still on pieces for Ezreal. So the Ludens explosion damage here on ultimate. CoreJJ goes for the full lockup on Azira, and then Yon, he only is able to jump that small wall there, and he just jumps the small wall into the Void Grubs, and the arrow does land from Meech, so they got their 1-for-1 kill, and 1 Void Grub achieved to get to their 4 breakpoint. So not the end of the world here, 400 Thieves. Having 1 Dragon, 4 Void Grubs while facing the 1.2k gold deficit definitely is a position that they can still look for some sort of a comeback here. I will say, though, APA on the Ziggs is going to be really hard to deal with. I mean, that's 3 kills for kill credit for him. He already had the Ludens for the burst last time around. The Ziggs burst is going to also be hard to avoid, since you have Sejuani and Alistar holding people in place for a lot of this giant Ziggs bomb damage.
All right, Team Liquid's infiltrated the enemy jungle, seeing if maybe there's an opportunity for some playmaking here. Quid is the one to respond to the tier 2 push from APA and Umpty. Team Liquid knows that this is not the easy target to try to make a move on, but a beautifully placed arrow from Meech takes APA down to half HP, with Quid looking to follow this one up over the wall. CoreJJ could have tried to come in, but decides the better of it there with a Hex Flash. Quid does not end up getting the kill. Honestly, good for Team Liquid, keeping APA protected there.
Honor for Umpty here. He's got his locket completed, rushed to locket, and stands still right in front of APA after he got hit by the Ash arrow and is able to get him out alive. So well done. General Umpty escorts his mid laner away, and that Ziggs is a critical kill because the bounty is on his head for those 3 kills that we mentioned earlier.
Yep.
And he's got his 2-item power spike. River, though, ever the focused jungler, always focused on these objectives, always focused on trying to get his team to the victory march here. Right back into it. Does at least get the Rift Herald and immediately pop it mid.
We've got Drake spawning here. The first one went over to 100 Thieves. Herald's going to be summoned up in mid.
CoreJJ flanking. Is he going to find something? I think they blue pinged him. Did they see him enter that brush?
Might have.
Yeah, River's sussing it out.
Yeah, he's aware something's got to be going on here. 100 Thieves will not manage to secure the tier 1 turret over here in mid with that Herald.
Look at this cow here. CoreJJ just grazing on the enemy territory the entire time, but he gets found.
Yep, he's found. Quid stuns him up here. Team Liquid looking for the collapse on the enemy mid. Quid staying safe for now, but everything's paused up now. Quid barely getting away. Yawn going for the lightning crash, but it doesn't have enough damage. Sniper now in retreat too. Renekton's so very low. Quid shifting away from the potential explosion of the bouncing bomb. 100 Thieves, nobody died, but they're all so hurt. They're forced away from this bottom side river, forced away from this neutral objective.
Quid is literally Neo, dodging bullets in the Matrix here through the glitches. And while Team Liquid, CoreJJ's patience actually paid off. Yon has cleanse, okay. But CoreJJ's patience paid off there. They had such a good angle onto Quid, but you mentioned it. The Arcane Shift, put the flash there, used to get himself out alive. Team Liquid still claim their dragon for their troubles.
There it is for Team Liquid, still feeling pretty good about things here. Up 1,000 gold. Their opponents aren't. Drake stacking the game away from them. APA is about to grab another kill on another turret with another satchel. Ziggs is so deadly with these, man, and Sniper is about to get caught again. It has been a rough series for the 100 Thieves top laner.
Umpty, I feel like, is doing so much setup work this game. Him and CoreJJ. Let's see if Core gets this one too.
Oh man, where's he at?
Good hover there from Meech. He's got his control wards up to his top side, so he plays up to his top side. His whole team is to his top side. It's basics, but you gotta keep focused
gotta get
on
those fundamentals.
Yeah, gotta get those fundamentals. So CoreJJ fishing around, doesn't find anything there, but Umpty already did on bottom side. They were able to finish off that kill onto Sniper and more money into APA's pockets. Man, the Ziggs is just loaded here. Another needlessly large rod. The APA keeps on scaling.
APA Ziggs, man, this champion is so effective at just snowballing a lead, being able to hyper accelerate the pacing of the turret specifically. Team Liquid already has all 3 outer turrets down on the 100 Thieves side, and you know they're good, or excuse me, 2 turrets down in the bottom lane. Thank you, observers. Yep, see, observers are like, no, not quite yet, not quite yet. But that mid lane tier 1 will be the next thing on the menu if Team Liquid has their way. 100 Thieves looking to get some control over this top side river. There's nothing really here to fight for. Just about 18 minutes of the game. The Herald was already taken. Ash arrow lands. Once again, APA the target. True shot barrage. Ain't gonna hit. And Meech goes too far. Core JJ and Yon get the punish.
Team Liquid collapsing around their mid lane to get the kill onto Meech. Yon doesn't have cleanse anymore.
Yon's trying to get away, and he will successfully escape. Once again, Sniper, wrong place, wrong time. Feels good for Team Liquid, though.
Wow, guess what? Impact is pushing bottom side, too, so this is going to be a 4-1 split push for Team Liquid right after that kill. They're going to get so much money. Impact is all the way up to the inhibitor tower on bottom side, while the rest of the team pushes on mid lane here. This is so rough for 100 Thieves. 14 seconds left on Sniper. Those minions are going to go into the inhibitor tower. Bunch of extra money picked up here for TL again, slowly increasing this gold lead, Flowers.
This game looked so much closer during the early stages, and now, man, again, not even 20 minutes in, it's a 3,500 gold lead for TL. These guys are just outmaneuvering 100 Thieves at so many different spots.
I will say, no cleanse and flash on Yon still. The cleanse gonna come up pretty shortly, so if they want to punish, might have to punish quickly, but no flash on the Zeri. Maybe that's a little ray of hope for 100 Thieves. They need to get a good Seraphine ult to bounce off of Sniper.
Yeah.
But Sniper is just so weak. He's so weak this game that he dies so fast. It's hard to really even have any frontline for 100 Thieves to bounce the Seraphine ult off and find one of the long range ones.
Yeah, you look at the difference in frontline between the two teams. You've got Cassante, you've got Sejuani, and you've got Alistar versus 0 and 4 Renekton. Everybody else on 100 Thieves is a squishy ranged champion. There is nobody else who can do the job. The one guy who can do it is set so far behind that anybody on 100 Thieves is a viable pick if Team Liquid sets up for it.
Certainly are, and their eyes are on the same pick over and over and over.
Alligators are going to become an endangered species by the end of this game, man. Sniper is just in trouble once more. Yon and Impact, they make it look easy, man. UMT's hanging around in the Baron pit because he knows that the play for 100 Thieves might be to try to sneak that, but instead, Team Liquid's coming around. They're looking to make a move of their own. UMT and Impact going in for the initial engage. Stranglethorns ain't going to find a whole lot. Mega Inferno Bomb chunking Meech down to half, and the damage from APA is massive, but it's UMT who dies first. 100 Thieves get 1 kill, but they got to be careful here. They know the health bars are low. Honestly, well navigated by them. They survive the engage from the Team Liquid front line, and they get a punish on back.
It's really good awareness by 100 Thieves. They recognize that Yon is not there, the Zeri towards bottom side of the map, so they fight their way out in the 4v4 that's up there. Even with the teleport in from Impact, nice job recognizing and using their focus fire of range damage to actually take down UMT. No flash on UMT either this time around. So 100 Thieves, we saw some good comeback plays from them in the first game, even though they didn't actually accomplish a full comeback.
Yeah.
They had some nice moments towards the mid stages of the game to keep Team Liquid honest and really threaten them. So we'll see if they can do it again here. That's 1 kill, but you've got your 2-item power spike for Quid. This is mid-Ezreal gameplay now. With Flash available, with your Muramana transformed, Quid is dangerous.
Quid on that Ezreal, gonna have to step up and do some serious heavy lifting if 100 Thieves wants to bring this one back to even ground against TL. We got the Hex Drake seemingly in the sights of Team Liquid. Sniper's all the way down in the bottom lane. That could be a flank, but again, so many times when you're this far behind in a game, a flank is just delivering yourself on a silver platter into the opponents if it's not timed perfectly. APA on the Ziggs doing a great job just throwing down some poke, making 100 Thieves always be aware how far forward they can step. As one Zyra plant over the wall, gonna go ahead aggro that Drake, but it's still Team Liquid with control over the bot side river as a whole. The Scuttle Crab secured by Yon. as River and Quid step up. Sniper versus Core JJ off on the side. Snipers pop the dominance. Umpty standing right next to the blast cone, ready to jump into the river as APA continues throwing out minefields towards the 100 Thieves position. Sniper having to go all the way around, looking to regroup. It's going to be a smite fight here for the Drake, and it's going to be stolen by Umpty. The General makes the call, and Sniper gets caught again. 100 Thieves are trying to get out, but their top laner ain't going with them. APA picks up another. And it looks like 100 Thieves are gonna just cut their losses and head home.
I like that from Sniper. He throws out the, or excuse me, not Sniper.
I was gonna say, now wait, hold on, what part did you
I like it from Umpty.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Sorry, brother.
Umpty threw out the ulti onto River to stop any combo on the Dragon. And so then he's able to combo his W with his smite to steal away the Dragon there.
All right. That's
a bit of a slip.
Yep, it happens. It happens. We've all had some rough games here before. Let's take another look at how this went down, because it was a pretty extended engagement.
All right, so here it is. Umpty, he blast cones over, then he throws out the ulti, and then he W combos with his smite. I believe it was transformed anyways. I saw 1100 health, so that was pure smite. But anyways, they're able to get their extra top lane camp as well afterwards, Flower. Core JJ had been marking Sniper the whole time.
Yep.
You mentioned at the onset of the Dragon, he found him in the Tri-Brush combo there. They got the ultimate out. Core JJ has just been all over the place on this Alistar, controlling the battlefield nicely.
Yeah, the displacement can be so frustrating because you get knocked further into the Drake pit by the Alistar, and then Cassante drags you all the way into the middle of the river, and there's just no way home at that point. 10-4 for Team Liquid. At least for 100 Thieves, the gold lead hasn't kept ballooning. It was 3,500 gold lead for Team Liquid about 5 minutes ago, and it hasn't really changed since then, so they haven't been letting TL take more and more and more from them, but at the same time, they haven't managed to close that distance either. Still eyes on River, eyes on Quid. Remember that both these guys were first team All-Pro back in spring, Quid being MVP. Hitting some shots here on the Ezreal. Yawn sees the arrow coming, sidesteps away from that one, but still down so low on health. Has to continue his retreat. Good with the arcane shift away from the wave, but the Mega Inferno Bomb was just stopping the push. Core JJ, it's Metal Gear Alistar. He is behind enemy lines. He has infiltrated the jungle. Who is going to be caught, or will it just be him? Is it a game over for our Cal? No, he's out.
They send out the hawk shot, they see him, but they can't do anything about it. TL frontline looking for a pick, as always, pushing up here through the jungle, the little roundabout. Meanwhile, Impact is able to continue split pushing on top side, is able to force Sniper back, and it looks like that's just going to be the call here. Impact does have his teleport, so they'll get the reset.
All right, everybody's chilling. 3,000 gold lead still, Team Liquid. Next Drake, 2 minutes from now. 100 Thieves, we still haven't seen them land one of those super powerful Seraphine ultis. Meat's trying to cleanse away from the engage of Yawn and Umpty, but it's APA yet again with the bombs to explode those 100 Thieves health bars. Team Liquid get their pick. It's the enemy AD carry. It's both of his summoner spells already used. Sniper goes in for the flank, but immediately just has to reconsider his decisions as Team Liquid wasn't having any of it.
From downtown again, it's Core JJ that goes through the jungle, gets the combo, and allows the Ziggs Bob to land there. Meech down, no summoner spells. DL onto Baron. Let's see what tools we have left here. Impact does have ultimate, so Core JJ wants to mark River, and then if he gets somehow past Core JJ, which I don't think he is, maybe he does, Impact can always ult River away as well.
Well, oh man, Team Liquid's already, they should already have this one. Core JJ gets stunned up by the Ash Arrow all the way away. The Baron is down to 1,000 HP. It's going to be secured by Umpty as Impact drags the Seraphine back over the wall. 100 Thieves trying to scramble and make this fight still work, but Impact has already killed off River, and they're still looking for more. Ayla wants to flash away with a Mega Inferno Bomb, still catches him, and Yawn completes the job. Quid makes a double kill for Yawn, and Team Liquid got Baron +3. The previous fight, the flash from the Gator, from the Plant, from the Ezreal, from the Archer, from everybody, all got spent. There was was nothing left for any of these dudes to get away from Team Liquid.
Yeah, and those towers aren't going anywhere either. They pick up the mid lane tower. No flash on tower. The tower goes down. There's also no flash on Dragon. I think the Dragon's probably
Damn, Dragon! Stop wasting summoner spells. Let's take another look at how this happened.
All right. Bonk! Right on the head. Arrow was looking at the Baron pit, but as I said, Impact is going to mark River. And so Impact just locks up River, hits him with the Q3 into the ult, and
Wait a second.
I've seen this before.
I was going to say, I feel like, did we rewind the game? Because I feel like we've seen this happen
They're wearing
time
Baron
again.
buff this time, so it's a little bit different.
Okay,
It's like
okay.
a chroma of the previous play.
It's like spot the
Purple
difference
vision.
in these two pictures.
Yeah,
And it's the, oh, okay, they have Baron in this one.
They've got the purple. Uh-oh, Meech.
Uh-oh. Oh, no. Meech and Ayla could be in a pretty compromised spot here. coming around, throws out the Glacial Prison, immediately connects on Meech. Remember, those summoner spells still down from a couple of fights ago. Yawns on a rampage. Team Liquid looking like they are going to get this one closed out pretty quickly from this point.
This team just look like they have been on a war path since coming back from MSI. Man, they've gotten so good. They've retained the learnings from MSI and are steamrolling.
My God, man. That center super damage from APA's Mega Inferno Bomb is enough to get another kill, this time on Ayla. Nexus turrets are the target. 28 minutes into the game. 100 Thieves has to try to scramble to defend this in a 3v5. First Nexus turret's already down. There goes the second. Nexus is open. Team Liquid, they're going to make this second game look simple and clean, baby. Yon's unstoppable. Nexus still dropping. They don't even need to pad the stats. 18-4. Team Liquid clean sweeps 100 Thieves.
Look how far we've come to. APA and Yawn, the only carries you need. Everybody else on tanks. Team Liquid smash this game. APA gets his Ziggs. He doesn't die the entire time.
Nope.
Teammates are setting up his bombs the whole game. And Team Liquid make this second one look so easy.
All right, the series is wrapped up. Let's head down to Jack on stage.
Thank you very much, guys. Impact and Numpty after starting the series 3-0. Impact, first of all, game one on Mordekaiser, a classic pick, but also I wanted to congratulate you. Last week, you became the winningest LCS player of all time. Did that mean anything to you?
No. Okay, I feels great because that means like I'm consistently good player, showing that like I'm a, I guess, GOAT LCS player. So I'm really happy that I got it.
I mean, congratulations, passing every LCS player who's ever played in the LCS, and that's after winning the World Championship. But Umpty, how are you liking Sejuani so far this year? I feel like you're getting a lot of Sejuani time.
Is there any champion without Sejuani Maokai? I just don't know. Is there any option for me? And I think that it's just like, it's not a fucking anything, but I just think Sejuani and Maokai is just OP, man.
And this series against 100 Thieves, I know last regular season, you guys were a bit frustrated because they beat you in the regular season. How good did it feel to take them down 2-0 this time?
You know, actually, I just think that 100 Thieves is a good team. I just think they are the most famous team of the Joker picks. So I think they're just good. So I'm just feeling very happy. Yeah.
And Impact, coming off the LCS title, a decent showing in MSI, taking down Fnatic, and also being first place in the league. How do you stay motivated for the rest of the split, and who do you see as your biggest competition?
Now I guess it's Fnatic because we have to play against them now next week, and I think they were really hungry against us because they got shit on against us. So that's our goal now, to not lose to Europe. That's my goal now.
Fair enough. Congratulations once again on the win, and best of luck in the rest of the LCS season. That's it here from the stage. Let's head into the lounge. I'll see you soon.
Welcome back to the LCS Lounge. I am here with Raz. Raz, you ready to see who got Player of the Series?
Let's go for it. We got the bear with us, too.
I actually don't know. We vote, and then they just don't tell us who wins until we see the players pop up.
Yeah. I will say, though, the teddy bear is taking the spot of Jat. So
yeah, he'll be here.
What do we do with the teddy bear?
You like to drop kick it. I don't know. Okay. As we can see, as Raz drop kicks the teddy bear, Palafox ended up Player of the Series for Series 1.
Okay.
And then our boy, Impact, The man in the top lane.
The most winningest top lane
Yeah.
as we got. I saved this spot for you. It was being invaded by the teddy bear.
The teddy bear, yeah.
So.
It was really nice to hear from Impact, obviously, in that interview you just did, Jet, with especially him being like, this means that I'm consistently a good player.
Yeah,
and we kind of touched upon that. We're like, he's just consistently a good player. Pulled out the Mordekaiser into the Skarner in game 1, the Impact special.
Yeah. I think game 2 bought a lot of space with the Cassante, even if it was more of a lane Ziggs game. But still, it's all about player of the series, and he's consistently good.
Yeah,
He's just so consistently good.
Neither top laner was having a good time in that initial lane,
You hate to see
swap,
the lane
I
swap
think.
if you're a top laner and it's back for them, but he powered through it. That's the thing about Team Liquid is, like, it doesn't matter if you get set behind in the early portions of the game or something, they will always find a way back. Their fundamentals are way too good, so I mean, he's a piece of that. He gets the player of the series. We'll see if that means he gets player of the week. Look, we have another day.
We'll see what happens tomorrow. We got highlights from today, though, already. Let's take a look back at Palafox's series with NRG when they took down Immortals. Very, very, very important series.
How are we starting it with this?
Okay, so
because this was
neither dive ended up well, right? Jet and I kind of covered that on cast. So
oh my God, we're showing all of that play.
Neither of these dives ended up well, but you persevere through adversity. I think the other big thing is that we kind of touched upon in cast. There was not a lot of interference in the Aurelion Soul lane, right? So Palafox actually was able to scale up quite well. And then when it came to some of these team fights, the ASOL was able to have a pretty good impact.
Yeah, and I make fun of it, but like, we saw some of the guys a little earlier on, they were just making some content and just making jokes around how, like, they have a tough time dealing with IMT throughout the year.
True.
Yeah. And they ended up still taking the win. The last time it was when Dokla was playing Vayne top, had a really poor early game, but they ended up still finding a way to win. This one, they found a great way to win. Now we're looking at the Team Liquid 100 Thieves series.
11 kills on the Mordekaiser. He started 9-0. First team to beat Skarner in the LCS. They do it easily. And then this game, as we talked about at the very start of this segment, was so much about the Team Liquid fundamentals, just having the correct setup for all of their fights. APA, even if they haven't been winning a lot of early games, he just gets so much gold.
Yeah.
He's just always rich.
And I think the big thing behind that speaks to Team Liquid's ability to play the map really well, right? Because if they're saving a lot of these side waves, making sure APA is catching them, and also one thing that we've pointed out with the Tristana, I feel like applies to Ziggs. They're really, really good at rotating either the Trist or the Ziggs around the map to take turrets. And I mean, you can even see them doing it when they play Lucian as well, Lucian bot with Jan.
Yeah, and at least in this series, they showcased their versatility within the draft. That game where we saw the Mordekaiser top lane, as you mentioned, was the first loss that Skarner ended up taking. And I felt like was just a great showing that we got to finally see the Mordekaiser again for Impact, whereas the Ziggs pick into Ezreal, I think, is a really smart idea. I mean, you're just basically getting a free scaling lane. You're not going to get harassed that much under turret, and you're just going to be a beast in the late game. And they ended up picking the win. They're now 6-1 in score in game record, so that means they're catapulted to the top.
They're guaranteed at least a tie for first going into the break, because Cloud9 will have to 2-0 tomorrow in order to keep pace and tie for first. Also really important there that NRG didn't start 0-3. That's important for them.
True.
Looking forward to tomorrow, Shopify will also want to avoid being 0-3, but it's going to be a tall task against Cloud9. I hear Jojo Pyun's going to pull off a big comeback tomorrow.
Yeah?
Yeah, Elon told me that. Dig and Fly will also be the biggest match. I'm so hyped for the Dig versus Fly match.
That has to be the match of the week. Dig had some incredible content too. FlyQuest had their response.
Yeah, dueling hype videos basically for both teams. NACL schedule as well. Check them out. You can see basically the whole year summer schedule for the NACL. So make sure you're marking that on your calendar to see the next generation of the LCS. But I think that's going to be it.
Sounds
the rest of today.
We're back tomorrow.
I could have used a game 3 today.
You could have.
I'm going to be honest.
Same.
I could have used a couple of game 3s.
You know what happens when I go home early?
You order food.
You're correct.
I'm
just bored.
You're costing him money. You're costing Raz money, teams.
What's happening, guys?
Yeah.
Play another game, and maybe I make money and not lose money by just making poor decisions.
Yeah, tomorrow's another day. We'll be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific, C9 versus Shopify. And right now, let's send it over to APA's stream.
He's already streaming?
That was fast.
That is insane.
But that's where
this
I'm
man
told
does not stop
we're
playing
sending
League of
it.
Legends.
No, he does not. There's no way he's streaming.
He's no way.
I really want to see where it goes.
Yeah, let's find it.
I'm a Zara. Okay. We will win. You stun? No flash? Go. Run. Renekton. I'm on Jack. I'm on Zara. We can go Nash now. Yeah, we can go Nash. Good shit, guys. I'll wait. Alright, 30. I'm just looking here. I'm looking. No flash? No flash. Yeah, looking. TP's on TP's, guys. Hey, look. In front.
And Core JJ, the burn still on Umpty Sejuani, but the true shot barrage won't find him. The last couple of ticks, damage over time.
Here. I'm going. Keep that minute of flash. I'm just. Hey, friend, guys, you get.
Trying to keep game one going, but the culling from Yon does so much damage. He goes on a killing spree, and 100 Thieves, try as they might, will not withstand the tide from Team Liquid. Continues throwing out minefields towards the 100 Thieves position. Sniper having to go all the way around, looking to regroup. It's going to be a smite fight here for the Drake, and it's going to be stolen by Umpty. The General makes the call, and Sniper gets caught again. 100 Thieves are trying to get out, but their top lane, or JJ gets stunned up by the Ash Arrow all the way away. The Baron is down to 1,000 HP. It's going to be secured by Umpty as Impact drags the Seraphine back over the wall. 100 Thieves trying to scramble and make this fight still work, but Impact has already killed off River, and they're still looking for more. Ayla wants to flash away with a Mega Inferno Bomb, still catches him, and Yawn completes the job. Quid makes a double kill for Yawn, and Team Liquid got Baron +3